My son, awaken!
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was son of the dragon goddess of darkness and dragon of the apocalypse movie. Before we start, please go support IsseiOmniversalCaos for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. In this story, Issei is the son of the most powerful dragon goddess and the progenitor dragon. Prologue. Chaos was all that could be seen everywhere, fear and terror of a single entity that with just a slight movement of its hand could destroy billions of multiverses very easily. This entity was none other than the father of all evil dragons, Azerhid, the great dragon of the apocalypse, the one who had a power superior to that of his brothers, the dragon of death and the dragon of life. But this dragon seemed to have the appearance of a phoenix because it had 3 tails and gigantic wings feathered at the tips, but made of rocks. This dragon roamed through all dimensions, bringing death and destruction to every universe it encountered, because with just the simple touch of its body to a dimension or universe, it was completely destroyed, and the powers that were there went to it because other universes were created on their own. The dragon traveled for billions of years, and there was no one who could stand up to him, but he stopped because one universe seemed very interesting to him. He went to that universe and what he encountered was shocking. The beings of that world were extremely powerful. The strongest could destroy worlds and universes using their maximum power, but it left them somewhat weak. He saw that there were angels, demons, fallen angels, Yakes, Norse gods, Olympian gods, Hindu gods, Mexican gods, humans, elves, fairies, monsters. What caught his attention the most were the dragons. There were different kinds. King Dragon class, Celestial class, and the strongest, the Dragon Gods. There were only 7 dragon gods, among them one was the most powerful of all, and was capable of destroying universes and dimensions like 1,000 or even more universes, and 300,000 dimensions, so since it caught his attention, he went to that world to be able to live better and be able to start a new life. Universe DXD. In a part of the galaxy, on an uninhabited planet, 7 dragons could be seen, each over 700 meters tall. Some were the same size or even larger. These were Office Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity. Great Red, the dragon god of dreams. Trihexa, the dragon of the apocalypse. Kami, the dragon goddess of light. Yami, the red empress dragon goddess. Liz, the dragon goddess of time and space. Finally, the most powerful of all, possessing all kinds of power, Kara, the dragon goddess of darkness and eternal light, surpassing the other dragon gods. Kara was feared by the 6 dragon gods for her colossal power that was capable of destroying the entire universe and beyond. World. Great Red was seen in his dragon form trying to approach Kara. Great. Come on Kara, at least give me a chance to be your partner. Kara, I already told you no Red. How many times do I have to tell you the same thing? Trihexa. Listen to the network lest it destroy you. Red. You shut up, Trihexa. Kara. If you're going to keep bothering me, I'm going to eradicate you without leaving a trace of you in the universes. Red was about to continue when a huge rift appeared in the sky, and from it descended a colossal dragon, much larger than themselves, standing nearly 900 meters tall, almost 1,000 meters the largest dragon they had ever seen. They all stood before this dragon, terrified, for its power was truly immense, surpassing even their own maximum strength. Red. Who are you? Azerhid. I am Azerhid, the great progenitor dragon of the apocalypse. Trihexa. That's impossible, you were a legend. Azerhid. Believe me or not, I don't care, the only thing I seek is to be in this world which is full of beings that are capable of destroying worlds like ours. Trihexa. We cannot allow beings like you to still be in our world. Azerhid. If that is what they wish, fine. After a few hours of war, the world they had been in was completely destroyed, the dragon gods were seriously injured, Trihexa looked very bad, she had no wing, claw marks and bites on her body, the same with the others, but one was not like that was Kara who stared at Azerhid. Azerhid. I see that you are strong, and that impresses me that someone like you will be able to endure more than the others. Kara. I won't let you destroy the world. Azerhid. And who said anything about destroying the world? Kara and the others were left in doubt. Azerhid. I had planned to go to that world and live like the dragons do, but I had to fight you and humiliate you. Some felt humiliated by their father, or rather, he wasn't so much their father as their progenitor, the one who stands above them all and beyond. No being in the universe could kill him. With the time Bear Azerhid, he began to get along with the others. Little by little, a relationship began to blossom between Kara and Azerhid. Despite being the strongest, she was drawn to him not for his power or anything like that, but for his kindness, unlike Red, who kept insisting that she be his partner. In just 3 months, they became a couple. The news reached Red, who became depressed and began training to become stronger. He wasn't the only one. The others also began training to overcome their limits. From the love of these two deities, 6 small dragons were born. 4 girls and 2 boys. The girls were almost identical to their mother, but Kara, in her human form, was different. One of their 2 children was born much stronger than his sisters and brother. They even sensed a great power dormant within him, one that would surpass even his own father. They planned to give their son a gift. Besides being dragon gods, they could also create divine weapons, so they created 3 sacred gears and a very valuable and dangerous object that reached the ears of the biblical factions. The 3 sacred gears were Copy Overled Dark Shadow Gear and the Dark True Longinus Multiversal. The object was something called Dragon Eyes. The eyes of the dragon were a very dangerous power. This power was granted to his eldest son so that he would become the supreme being who would one day surpass him and surpass all the deities that exist. Azur had killed gods from other worlds as beings who could destroy universes, and he gave those powers to his son. These supreme powers merged into one, so Azur and Kara created a monster. On the other hand, his other son was of a lower level than his older brother, but even so, he would be a great prodigy and would be the pride of his older brother. The factions, fearing the great power of the son of Azur, killed him while his parents slept. The dragons who witnessed this became evil dragons, for they had murdered their prince. The biblical god, having a hatred for dragons, created something similar to the eyes of the dragon, the eyes of the serpent, also known as the eyes of discord. Azur, filled with rage, did the same. He transformed into a malevolent dragon with immense power. He amassed a vast legion of dragons and beings from other worlds, and they clashed with all the factions that had attempted to kill his son. Great was not on their side, so he opposed them, as did Ophis and Trahiksa, who, well, were on his side. Azur had murdered the biblical god and wiped out the original demon kings, filling the world with terror. Azur had ordered Trahiksa to feign weakness and allow herself to be sealed away, sensing that her son would reincarnate in approximately 10,000 years. Azur had disappeared along with the other dragon gods and his children along with his wife. The factions killed every bearer of dragon eyes and serpent eyes because these eyes gave the bearer the probability of raping women, whether supernatural or human, were enormous power. It is said that there were 100 bearers of snake eyes, and 2 were the strongest. In the case of the dragon eyes they gave even more power to their bearer, and there were only 20 bearers, and 1 was the strongest of all. It is said that the dragon eyes could copy the powers and abilities of the women they raped, giving them more power. Because of the fear that there were other carriers, they were very attentive to the awakening of another carrier, but they did not know that their other fear would return. And the son of Azur had finally reincarnated, but his memories were sealed, as was his power, so that the factions would not kill him again. Chapters 1, 2, and 3. 10,000 years have passed since the Great Holy War between the factions and the Dark Dragons faction and their empire. The factions have been at peace for centuries. Humans know nothing of the supernatural, and all the factions expected it to continue like this for a long time. But a new era was born, the era where the most ancient and powerful beings were born. It is said that the lineages of beings of enormous or lesser power were born as women who were unable to awaken those lineages that slept within them. It is said that one day the son of the great progenitor dragon would reincarnate and bring misfortune to all the factions that were involved in the plan to assassinate him and try to kill his family. We find ourselves in a huge 5-story mansion with 50 bedrooms, a luxurious hall, maids, butlers, and guards doing their jobs. Inside this mansion was a man with very dark brown and black hair, black eyes, and very elegant clothes. This man was Hyoudou, belonging to the Hyoudou clan of the underworld, the most powerful clan in existence, possessing super demons with artificial sacred gears. Kuoh was a demon with power superior to that of Sirzechs Gremory, the current demon king. His wife Hyoudou, having a power like Sitri, is also a super demon. They were feared by all the demon houses. Over the years they longed for children, and their dream came true. They had 6 children. 3 boys and 3 girls. Their greatest pride. Akita Hyoudou, wielder of the booster gear. Isaac Hyoudou, wielder of the sword devastation. Amanda Hyoudou, wielder of the cow's karma gear. Asami Hyoudou, bearer of the Excalibur Galatine. Clara Hyoudou, wielder of the Berserk sword, the strongest dragon slayer in existence. And finally, the black sheep, the disgrace of the entire Hyoudou clan, the one they said would bring shame to his entire clan before the other demon houses, a young man with brown hair, hazel eyes, about 6 years old. Issei Hyoudou, the youngest of his older brothers, was born without a sacred gear, even though they tried to implant one created by the biblical god Elohim. The sacred gear rejected Issei's body as its wielder. He couldn't use magic or anything. He was like a simple ordinary human, but also like a demon with nothing. Since then, he'd been beaten, children threw stones at him, people talked badly about him behind his back, the guards didn't respect him, the maids didn't take care of him, they didn't wash his clothes, they didn't serve him food or anything. He did it all himself. He wished that at least he could be admired by his brothers if he achieved something in the future, but as time passed, that wasn't the case. His brothers grew to be powerful beings, on par with a dragon king and a celestial dragon, but they couldn't defeat a Norse or Olympian god because they were on a completely different level. Nikita became very arrogant. He was strong, but he craved even more power. Isaac wasn't arrogant, but he was a liar. In the human world, when they entered Kuoh Academy, he lied to everyone, saying that Issei was a rapist and a pervert. No one believed him at first because they saw Issei as a sweet and kind boy who could care for everyone. But when Isaac, along with Amanda and Asami, showed everyone at the academy false evidence, they believed it more than Issei's words. There was one girl who did believe him. She cared for him a lot, and he for her. This girl's name was Pacifica Gleeful, a beautiful girl with golden hair, blue eyes, and a body not as developed as Asia's, but she was still beautiful, surpassing even Rias and Akeno of the Gremory clan. Issei loved Pacifica very much, but his love slowly faded because he discovered that Pacifica had been raped by Takeda 2 weeks prior. Takeda threatened her, saying that if she said anything about it, he would release photos and videos of the rape. With no other option, she agreed, and from then on, she gradually lost her love for Issei and became obsessed with the pleasure Takeda gave her. She reached the point of forgetting Issei and saying indecent things, which broke Issei's heart. He loved his girlfriend very much, but now that love was gone. Issei turned cold towards her, even leaving her a letter in which he explained how he renounced his love and why he did it. That same day, the Kendo girls beat Issei severely because Pacifica lied to them, saying that Issei had raped her and threatened her. She was there, crying in Takeda's arms, who wore an arrogant smile, while Pacifica wore a mocking one. And from within Issei, something seemed to break. A steel door chained with strange spike chains wrapped around it, as if trying to prevent something bad from escaping. And every time the door was slashed, growls and creaks could be heard coming from behind it. Asami would hit her brother, telling him that if she saw him with any other girl, things would be worse for him. She loved her brother very much. She didn't just see him as a brother or friend, but as if he were her boyfriend or lover. Issei was involved in many things that happened over time. The Battle of Razor Phoenix, Gabriel and the Excalibur Affair, Loki, Diadira Starhit, Kuoh, Shalba, Crom Cruash, Marius Teeps, among others. His siblings were the winners, but despite all the harm they did to him, he continued to love them in his heart. Nikita si consigio su proprio harem. Rias. Akeno. Asia. Irina. Zenobia. Gabriel. Rosswise. Hineko. Hiroka. Ravel. Valerie Teeps. Elmenhilden. Serafol. Lefay. The Office. Rainer. Middlet. Those were the girls from Takeda who rejected the love that Issei felt for them. That love gradually died away until only a small flame remained, like a lit match that goes out on its own in a few seconds. Present. Human world. Issei had just gotten out of bed, feeling a bit tired. He wasn't wearing his shirt, just the shorts he felt he wore to sleep. His somewhat muscular body was very noticeable, along with the many scars he had all over his body, obviously due to the battles and what he had endured during those long years of suffering that he wished he could forget, but it was impossible. Issei went downstairs for breakfast, and as soon as he got downstairs, he saw his entire family and the Takeda couples at the table, eating and laughing, talking about many things. To his surprise, Sirzechs, Grayfia, Ventana, Zeoidicus, and Milika's Gremory were all there, laughing and eating happily. So he quietly slipped into the kitchen without anyone noticing, but Milika saw him. He was very fond of Issei because Issei had saved him from an attack by the hero faction, led by Kuoh, wielder of the true Longinus. Milika's parents thought Issei hadn't done his job properly and despised him. Grayfia tried to be kind to Issei, but he completely ignored her, seeing him as her younger brother. Zeoidicus. Tell me something, Guru. What do you plan to do with your sixth son, Hyoudou? Issei? Guru? Please don't mention that imbecile who is my son. I wish he wasn't my son. This annoyed the four brothers, except for Takeda, who was right in his father's words. I will banish him from the clan and leave him here in the human world. Rias will make sure he never sets foot on this territory again, won't she, Rias? Rias? That useless guy will never set foot in Kuoh again because if he does, I'll kill him. Issei, who heard everything from the kitchen, only had his hair covering his eyes. A maid entered the kitchen and, seeing Issei standing there silently, approached. But when Issei turned around and looked her in the eyes, she swore she saw his eyes change to red with slit pupils, and a blue flame erupted from them. The maid, terrified, said nothing because they would think she was crazy or something, since they knew he had no magic power. Sirzechs. It's a shame, but it's their destiny, just as it was mine, Sarah's, and Emilia's. These girls were from 3 demonic houses. Gremory was from the Gremory clan, but was exiled for not being born with the power of destruction, Sarah from the Sitri clan, also without being born with the power of her clan, and Emilia from the Phoenix clan in the same way. Searches. But for the moment we have to pay attention to the current situation. The Cows Brigade is increasing, but now another group much more powerful than the Cows Brigade has appeared. A single warrior from that group was able to defeat 400 demons with retinues without much effort, and they can defeat supreme class demons with great ease. Nikita. Oni-sama, when is the meeting of the leaders of each faction? Searches. Tomorrow in the underworld at 6 p.m. to talk about the multiple attacks and the alliances we will make with the other leaders. Several minutes later, everyone left. Issei, for his part, left the mansion to clear his mind for a while. On his way, he crossed paths with the person he wished to forget and for whom he harbored a certain resentment. Pacifica was walking, but upon seeing Issei, she stopped. Issei, meanwhile, simply turned onto the other street, but then he heard the following. Coward as always. But what can you do? Someone like you can't please a girl like me. At least Akita-kun's heinous reaches my womb. These words enraged Issei to such an extent that the entire city began to tremble for no apparent reason. The sound of the ground rumbled and creaked, the buildings swayed slightly, and the glass and windows of each building shattered and fell to the ground. After several minutes, the tremor stopped, but Issei was no longer there. He ran away because he hated everyone. The other humans weren't to blame, but he hated his clan more than ever. He hated the demons. He hated the other factions. Allies, he desired immense power to be able to finish them off once and for all. Beyond. Thousands of humanoid dragons could be seen leading demons, angels, and fallen angels in chains to a place where they were sent by these dragons who saw, about 50 meters away, an enormous crystal as hard as diamond, about 90 meters high, surrounded by crystal spikes, as if it were defending it. The crystal was a coal black color, but with spheres that started from the bottom. These spheres were small at first, but towards the tip they were quite large. It won't be long now, just a little longer and my son will be able to reincarnate, and when that happens we will end the factions. Part 2. Underworld. Lucifer, castle meeting room. In Sirzechs' Gremory's castle were all the leaders of each faction. From the demons. Sirzechs, Seraphol, Ajuka, Falbium, Asmodeus, the Sitri clan, Phoenix, Gremory, Hyoudou. Angels. Michael, Gabriel, Vasco Estrada, Dulio, Raphael, Griselda, Irina. Fallen. Azazel, Baraquiel, Vali and his team, Topio, Penemu. Asgard. Odin, his Valkyries. Vampires. Elmenhilden, Valerie Teeps. Searches. Well, as you know, lately there have been more attacks than usual, but this time they are from another enemy who has very powerful beings that could kill us. Azazel. That's true, besides the fact that they're covered with advanced technology superior to mine and anyone else's, it's clear that those suits give massive powers to the wearer. Ajuka. If that's true, and besides, nobody can hurt them. Michael. It's true, they use armor that's too hard. Its material seems to be made of an extremely hard metal that weapons can't penetrate. Dulio. Yes, we have sent hundreds of soldiers, but only 10 or 20 of the 100 we sent return, and they always say that they are people who want revenge for having killed the son. Odin. It seems they still hate us a lot, huh? Azazel. From what Dulio said, it seems that they are the soldiers of him. In these 10,000 years he has been increasing his power, and now he has created a huge army of humans, or I don't know what they are, but they are really strong. Odin. Speaking of the brat, hasn't his son been reincarnated? Searches. No, and I hope they don't reincarnate. It's a threat that could destroy us all. Seraphol. I agree with Sirzechs. If he reincarnates, it will be even more complicated since he is the son of an extremely powerful being. Nikita. Edo, excuse me, but who are you talking about? Ajuka. It's something that cannot be revealed to you yet. Issei. Why not? If it's not too much trouble, why are you afraid of him? Everyone sees it. Searches. Listen, you useless fool, it's not because we're afraid of him, but because he's a threat he can awaken. He's someone truly powerful that not even we together can face, not even all the gods or the dragon gods can defeat his father. Issei. I understand. Out of nowhere, a guard runs in. Soldier. We're under attack. I'm sorry Sirzechs, but they're attacking the Beal clan. Everyone gets up and Rias and Sirzechs look at each other and agree, so they all create a magic circle and go to the Beal clan. Clan Beal. When they arrived, they saw the clan being attacked by 19 individuals with very rare but beautiful armors. They also seemed more like technological armors, but 8 of them looked more like dragon armor, but their wings were like those of a fallen angel, and one of them was identical to that of the Sekiryuutei. Isaac. Good heavens, 18 beings can cause so much chaos. Rias. Come on, we must stop them before they destroy the entire clan. They all went after Rias and the rest to save as many people as possible, but Issei felt something strange in those armors. Out of nowhere, his head started to hurt until, after a few seconds, the pain went away and he ran to help in any way he could because he wouldn't let them do all the work on their own. One of those beings in white and black armor, muscle and all, said in a deep voice. Kidnap everyone you can, it's time for those treated as weak to rise up, take the children. The others obeyed the order and so they took the women, boys and girls and some young men and put them in a doorway that was near them and took them somewhere, but it would be impossible to go after them because first they had to fight against them. One of them takes flight. Appearance. He pointed his spear at all those who approached and said third ability. Black Phoenix Infernal Solar Flare. From the tip of the spear, he fired a huge amount of red fire that began to destroy everything in its path. He moved the fire beam towards the leaders and their retinues. Rias created a magic circle and fired her destruction beam, as did Sirzechs, hoping they could disintegrate it, but it was rejected and instead joined in after a while, and that made everything worse. The lightning stopped shooting and when everyone looked up at the sky it was no longer there, but now it was in front of Sirzechs, hitting him hard in the stomach with the spear. First ability. Cursed Fire Meteors. Hundreds of attacks were launched at everyone who tried to protect themselves, but it was useless because even if they used the Magio's shields, these broke very quickly. The other subjects appeared and began to fight against them, with the intention of leaving them badly injured. Sirzechs fought against the one who had the fire spear. Ahaha, from what I can see you're very good. Sirzechs. Who are you? They call us the Black Soldiers or Soldiers of the End, we are the elite forces of him whom you fear to see again. Sirzechs puts on a face of fear. From what I can see, they are still somewhat afraid of my king, despite the fact that 10,000 years have passed since the Great Holy War that almost destroyed the world and perhaps the entire universe. Sirzechs. We only did it for the good of all. Sirzechs created a sword of destruction and launched an attack, throwing a tag with his sword, but it was blocked by the other's spear. The good of all. How arrogant you are, you never cared about the good of all, you were only jealous that there was someone much stronger than you despite being a baby, and for that reason you killed him, and as a consequence my king became an evil dragon to avenge his dead son, already waited 10,000 years for his firstborn to return to life. Sirzechs. Well, we'll kill him once he's reincarnated again. Kill him, just like you killed every wielder of the serpent eyes and the dragon eyes. No, not this time. Our prince will be born the strongest being, one that even you will be unable to kill, for he will be the supreme god who will rule over all. That is why pathetic beings like yourselves have no right to interfere with the prince's destiny. First ability. Purgatory Ray. A powerful beam shot from the man's hand and struck Sirzechs, but he fired his own beam of destruction, slowly halting the purgatory beam. However, this attack was even more powerful, and Sirzechs struggled to withstand the force. From the resulting clash, white beam swirled around Sirzechs' beam in a spiral, striking him in the chest and sending him crashing into a house. He was recovering when the man arrived and delivered a powerful blow to his stomach, sending him flying straight through hundreds of buildings, creating massive dust explosions and powerful tremors. Everyone watched until someone in the sky fired 10 yellow beams, all striking Sirzechs in one spot, creating a powerful explosion with a shockwave that pushed everything back, and everyone felt a powerful surge of electricity coursing through their bodies. Rias. Let's help Issei-sama. Azazel. We would like that, but we have problems with them. Sekiryuutei. See, let's go Regulus Nemia Balance Breaker. And so Sekiryuutei launched himself into a fight against another who wore dragon armor, while the rest went to face the others, who were few but very strong, enough to defeat an action leader despite having more power. They were highly trained, with movement superior to those of any demon or human. Well, at least in this place they have someone capable of giving us a fight. Sekiryuutei. Why are you doing this? For revenge, they killed our king's son, and to quench our thirst for vengeance, we will kill all the demons and factions that were present at the murder of our prince and future king. He delivers a powerful blow to Sekiryuutei's stomach, cracking his armor, but Sekiryuutei counterattacks, striking him in the face and slightly damaging his helmet. Well, you're the first one to break my helmet a little, but that doesn't free you from our hatred for you. Fifth ability. Universal Strike. The blow hit Sekiryuutei, but that didn't stop his anger at having killed almost all of his people, so he recovered and hit the subject's helmet with all his might. Sekiryuutei was breathing somewhat agitated from the blow, and when he turned around, he saw that part of his attacker's helmet broke and fell to the ground. Ahaha, wow, you're the first of many who have managed to break a part of my helmet, but that doesn't save you from what's coming next, brat. He disappears from Sekiryuutei's sight when he feels a powerful kick in his back that sends him flying, but before crashing, he reappears and punches him in the stomach, then grabs him by the foot and takes him to the sky at maximum speed before dropping him. Ultimate ability. Divine Punishment. A huge ball of white energy began to fall until it reached Serekh, accelerating its descent. When it hit the ground, it created a mega explosion that destroyed a large area, leaving everything in ruins for more than 2 kilometers around. Serekh lay there on the ground without an arm and his armor badly damaged. Issei. Serekh, 10 Babelo Rapido. Issei takes out a phoenix tear, and Serekh takes it, and Issei lets the tear fall on the arm that was separated, and then glues it back in place. Serekh recovers his energy and upon seeing Issei with more than 20 phoenix tears, he takes 5. Issei. Hey, calm down, I need those tears for the others, it's very important that. Serekh punches Issei in the face, causing 8 tears to break and leaving only 7 tears. Serekh. You're nobody to tell me what I should and shouldn't do, so get out of here before. But this guy reappeared and punched him in the chest. He's helping you wretch 6th ability. Crimson Divine Ray. The golden beam emerged from the palm of his hand, carrying Serekh a short distance, but not for long, as another armored Serekh appeared and struck him with a hammer. I'll help you, kid repair. The phoenix tears were repaired. Issei. Thank you. You're welcome. He stopped because he saw something in Issei, something that seemed familiar to him. Issei saw the subject as somewhat strange, but upon seeing a symbol on his chest, Issei's head suddenly began to hurt so much that blood came out of his eyes. Hey, calm down, drink quickly. Issei takes the phoenix tear, but falls asleep so the subject takes the phoenix tears, leaving Issei. What the hell? That kid has a monstrous power that's dormant inside him. Maybe he is. It could be, he must be after 10,000 years at last. Azazel and the others were having some difficulty, as these beings were incredibly strong. They were using their powers to the fullest and wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Azazel. Damn it, we're using our maximum power, but we still can't do any damage. Where did they come from, and how did they obtain this kind of power? Azazel was already somewhat injured, as this subject had a rather small armor and moved at a speed faster than Kiba or 20 knights. This subject could also control the tail of his armor, so he easily stopped the attacks of Zenobia and Kiba, in addition to firing lasers from the tip of the tail or firing hundreds of metal spikes. Ahahaha, these are the famous supernatural beings who are even capable of destroying entire planets, what a disappointment. Azazel. Shut up, what will they do with the people they kidnapped? That's none of your business. He punches him in the chest and grabs his foot, slamming him to the ground repeatedly until he's badly injured. He then throws him at Kiba, who loses his balance and falls to the ground. Next, he grabs Xurandal, and the sword seems to break from the force he exerts in his hand. Suddenly, a small sword is aimed at the back of his neck, but it doesn't pierce his armor. He turns his head slightly and realizes it's Tomo. I see many believe they have a chance against us, the dragons of darkness. He grabs Tomo with his tail and throws her against a rock. Returning to Zenobia, he drops the sword and kicks her in the stomach, causing her to bleed from the mouth. She's knocked out of the area and hurtles through 20 burning houses. Cosmic Golden Dragon Fist. His fist fires a wave of force so powerful that everything around it is destroyed, reaching the others who are heading towards him. I can't believe these beings. Who have faced the Chaos Brigade so much, but I heard that their Red Dragon Emperor and Empress of Karma are stronger than you, so come here, Hyoudou brothers. If that's what you want, fine, damn it, here we are. The subject turns around and there were Takeda, Isaac, Amanda, Asami and Clara using their weapons. Takeda. We will not allow you to destroy Serekh's clan and get away with it, balance breaker. Amanda. Cow's balance breaker. The others did the same, ready for battle, because this being was on a level they hadn't encountered before, so it would be a very powerful fight. Even their instincts told them to get away from him as quickly as possible, but they couldn't allow him to escape because too many people had died. Akita lunged and landed a blow that he hadn't expected, stunning him slightly. Ahahaha, finally a worthy battle in this garbage dump. He pulled out 2 swords like katanas the size of a 10-year-old child, and on the katana was a counter of 400,000, something that left them wondering why he had that counter. Very well, before we fight, let me introduce myself. I am Rias, a soldier of my kingdom Mortar, a world which we protect with our blood from beings like you. Out of nowhere, Rias disappeared and reappeared in front of Clara, who barely managed to block his powerful attack with her sword. Thus began the battle between the 5 pillars and Rias, who possessed immense power, though he didn't show it. His strength and speed were incredible, and he had great resistance and durability against all kinds of attacks. Omega Dragon Shoot. A red and purple sphere shot from Takeda's fist and struck Rias, sending him crashing into the wall. There, he was hit by Amanda's cow's gear, who then proceeded to unleash a barrage of blows on his armor, which slowly cracked under her force. Amanda received the blessing of Great Red, and Takeda received the blessing of Office and Red, granting him infinite power, but it had a limit. He couldn't reach that limit, so he had to train harder. Using his armor, he reached the level of Thor, but he couldn't defeat Zeus, Hades, Poseidon, Ares, or any Olympian god. His level was that of a celestial dragon at its peak, but Takeda struggled to control his dragon power. Ryok was slightly injured, but his armor immediately regenerated, and before Amanda could react, he struck her a powerful blow to the head, shattering her helmet. He then grabbed her head and slammed her to the ground. At that moment, Takeda fired a dragon shot at Amanda, taking the stray hit. Ryok vanished from Takeda's side and reappeared behind him as Isaac blocked the attack aimed at his brother's head. Ryok grinned from inside his helmet and, using his tail, began a sword duel. Further on, the others were fighting the remaining enemies. From what I can see, the information they told us is true. The leaders are strong, and they were, but for some strange reason their powers are gradually diminishing, as if something. Then he sees Issei, who was unconscious, and through a somewhat strange vision, he sees energies entering Issei's body and accumulating inside him. I understand now, 7th ability. Magic seal. The magic stopped, and the magic within Issei began to flow back to its owners. The leaders had a slight advantage. They were faster, and it was more difficult for them to fight against beings of such power. But out of nowhere, someone else fell from the sky, radiating an aura of death. Someone with a feminine appearance. Everyone's instinct told them to get away immediately, as their death was certain. She was tall, 2.90 meters, with black hair, blue eyes, black and green armor, and a well-built body with prominent muscles. Above her was someone else, wearing a beautiful white and gold armor, wielding 2 swords. The aura emanating from that armor was one of peace and harmony. Someone is talking about the golden armor. They took a long time, I don't know why they always take so long when there are enemies. Ryok. We're sorry, Iris-sama, it won't happen again. Everyone kneels before her as if in fear. Fear of her? Or of him? Iris. It doesn't matter, it's time to go. We've accomplished our goal. It's time to go to the kingdom. My father is waiting for us. Hi. They turned around and it was Sereog, already recovered. Sereog. Do you think I'll let you climb like that after destroying my clan? No, you'll die here thanks to that useless guy regaining my powers. Iris wondered who he was talking about, so she looked into the distance at Issei, who was still unconscious. She felt something familiar about him, something that told her to take him with them, but she wasn't so sure about doing it or not because, well, he was part of the demons, but she had to check with her parents and the council. Iris. I help you and this is how you thank me? That's an act we despise, so we have no choice but to eradicate what remains of your clan and beyond, so. Have fun, strongman, we'll be waiting for you in the kingdom. The big guy smiled inside his helmet and started walking towards them, and the rest crossed through a portal. After looking at the others, especially Issei, he dropped something to the ground. The big guy looked at everyone and started analyzing them to see who was worthy of fighting him, and on his helmet appeared a count of everyone's power level. Sirzechs Gremory. 300, 000, 000. Grayfia. 30, 000, 000. Azazel. 400, 000, 000. Michael. 400, 000, 000. Takeda Hyoudou. 500, 000, 000. Auden. 600, 000, 000. Isaka. 300 million. Sitri retinue together. 1 million. Phoenix retinue. 1 million. Gremory retinue. 1,300,000. Guru Hyoudou. 500 million. Mickey Hyoudou. 400 million. Serafal. 400 million. Ajuka. 400 million. Finally to Sereog. 550 million. They are exhausted, that is their level, later I will give them their true power levels. Without warning, Sereog lunged at the big man and struck him with a blow that created a cloud of dust. Sereog smiled, but his smile vanished when he saw that the man was the same. He didn't move, nor did he manage a scratch, and his eyes shone brighter than before. He noticed the helmet, which lowered its head slightly in Sereog's direction, and Sereog was terrified by that cold fearful gaze until. Sereog. Puig. Sereog spat out a large amount of blood as the man's fist was in his stomach, and no one saw him move. He grabbed the man by the head and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "You are a disgrace to the Sereog Beal clan," and punched him again, sending him flying. Seeing everyone else on guard, he just smiled and created a small sphere with his finger, a blue and black sphere that gradually increased in size until it was 10 meters in diameter. Ha, here you go. He launches the giant sphere in their direction. Rias, is that? Sirzechs. If power of destruction. Sirzechs and Rias fired their beams of destruction at the attack, but instead of stopping it, the attack was absorbed and only made larger. Everyone created a single magic circle of protection. The sphere impacted the ground, causing a monstrous explosion 1,000 meters high to rise up and destroy everything around it. The shockwave reached the Gremory and Sitri territories. Only the wind reached the Agares clan. Everyone there felt that current of air, but they sensed it was something else, something truly bad for everyone. Back with the rest, they were fine. The shield barely withstood the explosion and the shockwave, but above them was that big pro-Sekiryuutei. He arrived and took them somewhere else. Sekiryuutei was hitting him repeatedly, but nothing seemed to hurt him. The big guy punched him in the face, causing Sekiryuutei to lose his balance and crash to the ground. Then he hit him in the stomach, then in the back, then in the neck, and then in the chest, until he grabbed him by the neck, lifted him up, and put his hand on his chest where a blue beam pierced Sekiryuutei. Rias. Sekiryuutei. Sekiryuutei falls to the ground almost on the verge of death, and that big guy was about to leave, but… Sekiryuutei. Hi. He turns around. Sekiryuutei. Who are you? Only those of the Bale family have the power of destruction, but we have never seen you anywhere. The big guy bends down and says to him. It's incredible that you're still alive, but since I'm someone who forgives his enemies, I'll show you who I really am, although it's not necessary since we're the same. Sekiryuutei. What do you mean we're equal? Everyone else was approaching, but they heard what he said. The big guy takes off his helmet, and to everyone's surprise it was. Rias. It can't be. Sirzechs, this is impossible, he is. Sekiryuutei. Why do you have my face, you damned wretch? Yes, he was a clone, but this clone seemed to be evil. His eyes were blue, but the rest was black with a blue iris, spikes protruded from his arms, his teeth seemed to be sharp and pointed, his hair somewhat long like Sirzechs, black as coal. You can call me dark hahaha Sekiryuutei Beel. Sekiryuutei. Why did they do something identical to me? Dark. Ha, do you think you're strong or something? No, when you bled they took some of your blood, and that's how I was born, a better version of you, stronger, more ruthless and darker than you. Sekiryuutei. No, I am not like you. Dark. You deny your true nature just like everyone else, deep down you are what you really are, but I only serve my people, I only serve my king, and I will serve the prince when I reincarnate again. Dark sprouts two gigantic demon wings from his back, a true demon, and with a simple flap of his wings, he rises to over 2,000 meters. Dark. Enjoy the show. He opened his mouth and began to gather energy until he fired it like a beam that grew larger the lower it descended. The beam struck the ground, destroying everything that remained of the clan. Dark moved the beam, causing even more destruction throughout the clan. The beam disappeared, and a rain of destructive attacks fell from the sky. Sekiryuutei watched as his clan was reduced to ashes. The explosions became more and more frequent. Dark. I intended to use this attack when the prince returned, but it's better to use it now rather than later. First ability. Chaotic Cosmic Universal Void Ray. The gigantic beam shot out from the sphere on his chest armor. The beam remained focused for a long time, causing everything around it to crack. Large fissures appeared, trailing blue fire. The entire clan was affected. Everyone else flew away, taking Sekiryuutei with them, until… A huge explosion wiped out the entire Foz clan of the underworld. Issei, who was being carried by Isaac, saw the clan completely destroyed and reduced to fire. Dark left through a portal, having completed his mission. Beta. These are everyone's actual power levels. Sirzechs. 40 billion capable of destroying the entire world. Grayfia, 600 million one continent. Azazel. 42 billion, planet. Michael. 42 billion, planet. Sekiryuutei. 700 million city and continent. Araquiel. 42 billion planet. Ajuka. 41 billion, planet. Seraphol. 43 billion, planet. Odin. 44 billion planets including the sun. Isaka. 30,000,000,000,000 half the planet. Valerie. 900,000,000,000 country. Elmenhilden. 800,000,000,000 city. Sitri entourage. 100,000 city. Gremory entourage. 90,000 city. Phoenix entourage. 100,000 city. Mickey Hyoudou. 900,000,000 planet. Guru Hyoudou. 45,000,009,000 solar system and almost galaxy. Nikita Hyoudou. 42,000,000,000 planets. Isaac Hyoudou. 40,000,000,000 planet. Amanda Hyoudou. 38,000,000,000 planet. Clara Hyoudou. 38,000,000,000 planet. Asami Hyoudou. 38,000,000,000 000 planet. Gabriel. 41 000 planet. Vasco Estrada. 900 000 city. Julio. 20 billion country. Raphael. 39 billion planet. Griselda. 20 million city. Ali. 40 billion planet. Tobio. 11 million 000 country. Enemu. 43 000 planet. Since Office wasn't there, I'll put her power level the same as Great Red. Office. 900 000 000 000 000 000 000 Universal. Great Red. 950 000 000 000 000 000 000 multiversal Y-dimensional. That's the power level of everyone with their destructive capabilities. I'll add the rest later. Part 3. Chapter 3. After what happened in the Bale clan, more than 400,000 were reported injured, 1 million dead, and 4 million kidnapped. The news spread like wildfire to all the clans of the underworld and other factions, since the fall of one clan implies a declaration of war to all factions, and they only had one solution. Clan Gremory. In the Gremory clan, everyone was running around like crazy tending to the wounded. There were screams, cries, and screams of pain. The doctors from the Sitri clan were rushing around, bringing phoenix tears for everyone, but only for those who needed it most. Those from the Hyoudou clan also contributed something by helping and bringing machines for regeneration or healing and magic restoration. Castillo Gremory. In the castle, all the leaders of the allied factions were watching the video of the battle that took place 2 hours ago. Many who had almost been unable to attend were shocked by the attackers' power level, their fighting style, and their incredibly tough armor. Seekvaira was only able to break a small part of one of their helmets. But what truly shocked them was that one of these beings was a clone of Seekvaira, incredibly powerful, even 20 times stronger than Seekvaira, possessing colossal resistance, durability, hand-to-hand combat skills, and a terrible destructive power that surpassed that of the entire Bale clan, or at least what remained, as the others had been kidnapped. Sirzechs. And what do you think? Issei. I must admit that they have enormous power that even surpasses our expectations in magic and combat. Azazel. But aside from the clone, he mentioned something about there being many more, which means there are more like him and stronger. Bajuka. Yes, the clone called Dark is quite strong. His destructive power far surpasses that of the entire Bale clan. Azazel. He asked me, who are you and what is your objective? Sirzechs. I believe they serve him, there is no doubt they are kidnapping demons to drain their magical power. Auden. Brad, if the son of him is alive because the sensors didn't sound when he reincarnated, it's obvious that he hasn't woken up yet. Sirzechs. I don't have a theory, I think that the reason his son hasn't woken up yet is because he hasn't recovered his memories yet. Bajuka. If that's possible, his memories must be sealed, but I imagine that little by little he will remember them, or rather recover them, and when he does, it will be the end of everyone. Everyone was still talking about what happened in the Bale clan, since now the surviving people would live with the fear and terror of those beings that destroyed their clan. Their power, strength, and speed were truly monstrous, but a soldier comes in and says the following. Soldier. Alert. Alert Sirzechs Sama, they are attacking the Agares clan. Sirzechs and the others got up and headed towards the Bale clan, but instead of appearing in the city, they appeared more than 20 kilometers away, so they would have to fly. They knew we were up to something and assumed that they had put up a barrier to prevent us from teleporting to the city. On the way, they encountered the worst. Hundreds of corpses, destruction, fire everywhere. Asia watched this with fear, as did Gasper, who couldn't help but feel great sorrow. The towns and small cities were destroyed and engulfed in flames, creating smoke that rose hundreds of meters high. Then they heard sounds like cannon fire and saw ahead the castle or main city of the Agares clan being attacked, this time by only 6 individuals. One of them was quite muscular, wearing black armor, with 2 wolf-like ears and very long dark brown hair. He sensed the energy of the leaders and others, so he raised his hand and, using a power like telekinesis, launched a huge rain of fragments engulfed in fire that fell on some soldiers. The others fired at the fragments, managing to destroy them. Those who dodged fell to the ground, crushing the running crowd. Immediately, Sekiryuutei launched himself at this subject who was already waiting for him. Sekiryuutei punched the subject in the face, but nothing. This was something different from the one he had faced before. This one seemed to be even worse than the other. It was a good blow, too bad I have to kill you, but it's an order from my king, my name is Kronos, burn it into your head, you miserable demon. Kronos delivers a powerful blow that sends Sekiryuutei flying and crashing into the floating city. Kronos then opens his mouth and fires a wave so powerful it resembles lightning. Sekiryuutei is hit by the attack but seems to resist, but it is in vain. A thick metal whip catches him, belonging to Kronos, who spins his whip several times before releasing him, causing him to pierce through 4 mountains. The others went on the attack to stop and defend the people, but just like in the Bale clan, many demons were being taken through a dimensional portal. Rias rushed forward to help, but a beam of fire blocked her path, and they saw in the sky the offspring of someone wearing white armor with golden parts, as if it were gold. She had a feminine touch. Rias. Who are you? My name is Elis, the Archangel of Dawn of the 33 Archangels of Eternal Dawn, servant of the Great Dragon, progenitor of the Apocalypse and Supreme Destruction. Rias. Why are they doing this? Elis. That doesn't matter to you now. What's more important is, where is the one you call useless, or rather, Hyoudou Issei? When everyone heard that name, and they were also looking for him, they were shocked because they didn't expect them to do all this for a useless person, in their words. Gabriel. Why do they care about someone like him? Why do they have that position of Archangel if they don't even deserve it? Elis. If we're looking for him, it's for a reason, and we hold this position not because of our wings, but because of our power. And you shouldn't call yourself a seraph if you didn't do your job of reading people's hearts properly. You should have read Issei's heart. Gabriel. I would never read a rotten heart like his. Elis. Rotten. Issei's heart is so sweet, it's like a sun, but little by little that sun is dying out and becoming a red sun like blood itself, that innocence is being lost thanks to you. Gabriel. Stop lying. Elis. I don't lie, if I lied my armor would turn black, but it hasn't turned black because I'm telling the truth, and if you don't believe me ask me a question. Gabriel. Why do they want the useless guy? Elis. To kill him, of course. And if, as he said, he told a lie, the armor would turn black, and that's what happened. The armor turned black for about 10 seconds and returned to its original color. Elis. See, I can't tell lies. Gabriel. That useless guy can't have a heart like that. It's impossible. Gabriel fired hundreds of spears of light, but all of them were destroyed when they got close to her, and now Elis had in her hand a rather long sword of light, and she looked very powerful. Elis. It's best to stop talking because now our priority is Issei, so tell me, where is he? Gabriel. She's not here, she's in the human world, damn it. He's at the academy because he was sent there while the others did their work. Elis. Well, after we defeat them we'll go after Issei-sama. Gabriel couldn't understand why they wanted Issei, especially after what he said at the end. Issei-sama. It was strange, since Issei had no power or anything, no magic or anything. He seemed like a simple human, but he was a demon. Although, when he was near him, he felt a strange sensation of death and destruction. Every time he saw Issei, he saw a monstrous and colossal figure with red eyes that lit up in the darkness. Elis. Sir, he is exactly as he said, he reincarnated, and now that we have finally been told his location, we will go after him. Flashback. Several hours ago, after the destruction of the Bale Dark clan, he and his companions returned to their world after completing their mission. Upon passing through the portal, they arrived in a different world, one where magic was immense and their energy recovered slowly. They traveled through mountains, but the further they advanced, the more houses they saw, until they became more and more numerous. There were thousands of houses of varying sizes, ships flying through the sky, that seemed to be a blend of futuristic technology and vessels from over 5,000 years ago, in the age of magic, airships, and people with technological wings. They passed over a 300-meter-high wall with formidable defenses. Hundreds of thousands of technological cannons were mounted on it, with 8 cannons arranged in rows within a sphere that had space to change the cannons. Soldiers with animalistic features, wolf and rabbit ears, dragon horns were present, but their armor was made of a very rare metal, which will be described later. There were over 900,000 soldiers inside the wall and over 500,000 people outside. Wall living peacefully. Behind the wall was a gigantic city unlike anything ever seen before. The city was like a futuristic metropolis, with ships flying in an orderly fashion as if the streets were floating, some people riding dragons, pegasi, and other creatures. The buildings ranged from 40 to 170 meters in height. The city was so large that it was 10 times bigger than the Hyoudou clan. Ark and company ran into other companions who were flying after having completed their mission as well. They were all heading to the same place. A gigantic castle 480 meters high, with several towers. Outside the castle were soldiers wearing armor like knights, and upon seeing their superiors, they knelt down. "Gentlemen. It is an honor to have the soldiers of chaos back." "Ark. Now get up, there's no need for that." The knights obeyed Dark's order. "Ark. Is the king inside?" "Soldier. If he is in the throne room." The soldiers opened the main door and Dark and the others entered. As they walked, they passed paintings. The first depicted a large dragon surrounded by destroyed worlds. Another showed the same dragon with a smaller female dragon. Then came a painting of a family. A man holding 2 babies and a woman holding 4 others. The babies were distinguished by their horns and tails, but there were only 5 children instead of 6. In each painting, the children grew larger and larger until some were seated on thrones. The last painting showed an empty throne, so the child was the last one. They all arrived at a vast gigantic hall. 30 soldiers stood with spears in hand, ready for any trouble. In front of them were 8 thrones, 2 of which were larger than the others, each occupied by a seated figure. Ark and his companions knelt. "Ark. My lord, I have very important news. We have exterminated the Baal clan just as you ordered. We captured the largest number of demons in the clan. Those who are on our side will serve you and have sworn loyalty to you, and those who are not in the case of the men will be used for that and the women as mere incubators. At this moment, our most powerful soldiers are raping the worthy women and those who are not will be for him when he awakens. I see you did an excellent job, but from what I can see, Nari, what happened to your helmet?" One of them, who had armor almost like a dragon's, made her armor disappear and transform into a bracelet. She was a girl with green hair, green eyes, and very pretty. "Nari. One of those demons managed to break my helmet and despite being a high-class demon, he did something that supreme-class demons or demon kings couldn't do, and that was to hurt me." When all the guards and those sitting on the throne heard that someone had managed to break part of the helmet of one of their most loyal elite soldiers, they were a little surprised. "Nari. Furthermore, my lord, we have news about him. Finally, my lord, after 10,000 long years, he has finally returned. The Prince of Destruction and Emptiness has returned." The king and everyone else rose from their thrones. "Are you telling the truth, Nari? Nari. If great progenitor Dragon King Azarath Sama, your son has returned, he has finally reincarnated. Azarath, the dragon of the end, the one who defeated the dragon gods." "Azarath. Are you sure, Nari?" "Nari, I never lie, sir. I saw the prince, but it seems his memories are sealed, just like his power." "Ryok. That's right, I saw it too, and he possesses a very rare ability. He absorbs the magic of everyone around him, making them somewhat weak without them realizing it." The girl stands in front of Nari and touches her forehead and sees what she saw and yes. "You're right, Otu-sama Ani-chan has reincarnated." Azarath was happy that his eldest son had returned to the path, but to check it out. Azarath. "Well, listen Layla, I know you're happy that your older brother has returned, but he hasn't regained his memories, so it's best to bring him here." Layla. "If that's the case, I want to go and rescue Ani-chan." Azarath. "With all due respect, daughter, your power is on another level. If the Alliance senses your power, they will know immediately that you are searching for your brother, so we will send a small group." Hara. "But darling, where will they go?" Azarath. "They will attack the Agares clan and destroy it and bring all the demons they can." Thus Azarath summoned his elite soldiers, a huge group in armor, and appointed 7 soldiers to act as the Baal clan, and if everything got out of control, he would send 2 reinforcements. Azarath. "You know your mission. Destroy the Baal clan, and if you see name omitted, bring him to the kingdom." The 7 soldiers spread their wings and flew up to the sky where a portal awaited them. "I'll go, Grandpa, I have to go now." Azarath. "I know you want to see him, to see your creator, the one who gave you life, but he remembers nothing of his past life when he was a baby, so you will have to wait." Then flashback. Ellis. "Our mission as elite warriors is to fulfill our mission, even if that means destroying our enemy." Ellis created a large sword that shone with a dark blue color and launched an attack against Gabriel. The rest fought against the warriors of Azarath who were so strong that it was difficult to defeat them due to their great strength and agility. Ellis. "Saffron the Wrath of our Lord first skill. Omega Destroyer Stormbreaker." Appearances. Prehexa the Dragon of the Apocalypse. Hami, the Dragon Goddess of Light. Yami the Red Empress Dragon Goddess. Liz, the Dragon Goddess of Time and Space. Human forms. Hara, Goddess of Light and Eternal Darkness. Human form. We. Mine. Liz. Chapter 4. Ellis. Saffron the Wrath of our Lord first ability. Omega Destroyer Stormbreaker. From her hand was a white gem. From it shot a golden beam towards Gabriel, but she put up a magical shield, stopping the attack. However, she was slowly losing power and felt that the beam could kill her. Realizing that the shield she had put up was breaking, she spread her wings and flew into the sky. The shield collapsed and the beam headed towards the ground, but Elis moved it and the beam created more and more destruction. It broke part of the Agares clan's castle and the beam disappeared. Elis? Do you think that because you are a seraph it makes you stronger? You are wrong, you must train until you surpass your limits if you wish to be invincible. Gabriel, no matter who that being is, will defeat you just like all your brothers and sisters. Elohim made the terrible mistake of having devised his plan to kill the son of Azerhet Sama. Gabriel. He was supposed to have been sealed. Elis? Sealed. Ha 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 ha, you're very wrong, little dove. My king cannot be sealed by magic as weak as yours. Perhaps you are the most powerful beings in the universe, even the dragon gods, but they are no match for Azerhet Sama. He humiliated you, and that left a great fear in both of you dragons, especially Great Red and Office, who are nothing more than cowardly and arrogant rats. Seeing that the son of the great dragon, progenitor of destruction, was even superior to his own father, you and your entire race are nothing more than murderers for killing a baby who had nothing to do with it. Gabriel, he was going to make a threat to Elis. For whom? You? Your father? Accepted, they were jealous of your power, and that's why they sent supernatural beings to Tartarus prison to rot there, but now it won't be like that anymore. Gabriel. What? What did they do? Elis. That doesn't suit you, you damned fourth-rate angel. You're just afraid that someone else might have power superior to yours, and that's why there were more than 2 million prisoners in that prison, including 30 children with the power of a Hindu god, in this case Indra. Right now, our companions are taking the prisoners to our world so they can train and become the strongest beings in this world. Very soon the prince will reincarnate and the era of Armageddon is about to arrive. Gabriel. We will prevent them from reincarnating. Elis. Haha, even though he is slowly recovering his memories of his past life, he will not forgive the beings who killed him. It's good that my lord annihilated that damned god who lied and lied, Elohim, the god of gods, false. Elohim is nothing, he is a false god, he is just a fraud. Gabriel. Don't you disrespect my father, you damned woman. Gabriel didn't know that he was only provoking her to make her fall, because that was Elis's objective. For her to fall and then be taken to the kingdom to make clones of her and then give her to her soldiers so that she would give birth to babies with a powerful lineage. They didn't care if they broke her mind. They only desired revenge against supernatural beings like themselves. Beyond the Agares clan. He looked like an older man, this deity looked strong because he was feared even by his own brothers and all the other gods, and his power was like that of Shiva because he was none other than the eldest brother of the Olympian gods or of Greece, Hades himself. This god was ranked third among the strongest, reaching Shiva's level at his power level of 70. Hades. Power level 7. Hades. I didn't expect you to leave your home, Azerhet, and come to see your warriors. Azerhet. I have to see how strong they have become in these 10,000 years. Hades. As I understand it, in your world there is a room in which time is distorted. Azerhet. If inside an infinite time passes that has no end and outside only a second, I went in and I looked the same, but I knew that inside I was much older. Hades. Tell me, did you find your son? Azerhet. No, but my warriors found a boy who may be my son. They say that boy's magic power is to absorb the power of everyone around him without him knowing it. Hades. I think I know who you're talking about. Azerhet. Anyway, do you accept my offer, Hades? Hades. Making an alliance with you isn't bad at all, and my brothers will also accept the same offer. Besides, I detest those arrogant beings from the factions. Count on my support for the extermination and protection of humans. Azerhet. Thank you. Hades. So you can see I'm not a traitor or anything, I'll give you what I've been using these years. From a magic circle comes out a giant transparent glass tube with blue water, and in that water is the mother of all demons, the matriarch of all demons, the queen of demons Lilith, she was sleeping. Hades. It can help you create unstoppable warriors. Azerhet. I accept your gift. Hades was about to speak, but he hears a huge explosion and realizes that part of the castle or floating city was destroyed by an ice attack. Hades, is she? Azerhet. If she always acts like this when we talk about her father and there's no way to avoid it, she's my son's daughter. Moments before. Rias and the others were seen fighting against the attackers who were targeting the city. The civilians they couldn't take were evacuated and taken to a location 4 kilometers away, where they watched the battle unfold. Rias unleashed her destructive attacks and Akeno her sacred fallen demonic beams. Kiba tried to fight these warriors, but their armor was incredibly tough. Sirzechs and the others joined the battle, but suddenly the warriors stopped, sensing a truly terrifying presence. They looked at themselves and nodded, spreading their wings and taking flight into the sky. The others didn't know why they did this and thought they were cowards. The soldiers laughed at their cowardice, but then an attack fell from the sky, annihilating the soldiers. The leaders and their retinues felt a power superior to the rest, and their instincts told them to leave immediately. A fog appeared out of nowhere, a fog that looked like a giant snow avalanche that came to cover the entire clan until little by little the fog began to disappear, but the temperature did drop and it felt somewhat cold. So you're the famous faction leaders, huh? I'm not impressed at all. Everyone sees a throne in one part of the castle, an ice throne surrounded by ice peaks. On the throne sat a woman with white hair, blue eyes, and a black dress. She was barefoot, but on her feet were blue ice roses and snow crystals climbing her legs. On her head was an ice crown. The woman was beautiful, but she gave off a sinister aura that caused fear in the weak. Sirzechs. Who are you? I am called by many names, the Queen of Death, the Goddess of Doom, the Snow Queen, but my name is IsseiOmniversalCaos. Sirzechs. Well, IsseiOmniversalCaos, we have no conflict with you, since we do not know you, nor do we know anything about you and your intentions. Clarissa. Ah, you poor demons, you know nothing, nor will you ever know anything, but I think you know my intentions. I only have two objectives. The first is to kill the damned who murdered cold blood, my father. Take this ice dragon multiversal blaster dragon. 3 spheres appeared and from them shot out 3 beams of blue fire that joined together at maximum speed and headed towards the others, causing them to separate, except for the soldiers who could not react and were turned to ashes. Nikita. That's almost my ability, but with more power. Ryag. If there's no doubt, I sense a lot of dragon energy inside, but the rest is ice. Everyone saw the lightning strike the ground and create a colossal explosion that reached 2,000 meters in height, and everything around the radius of the explosion was burned by blue flames, in addition to huge spikes of blue ice emerging from the ground. Michael. Father. Sirzechs. We don't know who your father is. Clarissa. Of course you know, 10,000 years ago when my father was born you devised a plan to end his life because you said his power could be a threat to the whole world, but it wasn't that, it was that he was jealous that someone was born with a greater power than someone from his faction, but I was born through particle magic when my father died as a baby, and I swore to avenge his death, and I have done it. I have killed more than 50 million demons throughout the years, and now in these current years, the demon population has doubled as well as the other 2 factions, along with Asgard and the Yokai faction. Sirzechs. What? So you killed all the demons and you were the one who wiped out the other clans? Clarissa. That's right, false demon king, I was the one who ended the lives of countless demonic houses. The women who are worthy of serving us are alive, but those who are not are just objects, hex toys who now only remember their name but remember nothing else. Their minds are broken. Sirzechs. Damn you. All for a baby. Clarissa. Well, that baby was my damn demon father. Clarissa raised his hand and countless ice spikes appeared behind him and he threw them at everyone. Everyone scattered, dodging the ice attacks that were coming towards them. Some dodged with difficulty, receiving cuts and stabs that were not so alarming. Kiba used his sword to create a wall of swords, but they did not have much effect because the ice spikes came out of the ground, breaking the wall. Sirzechs fired countless destructive attacks, but when they were about to hit Clarissa, they exploded without any explanation. It was as if there was an invisible barrier or something, but there wasn't. Sirzechs. First a baby, then some warriors, and now this. Well, who the hell are they, huh? Clarissa. This is only revenge against the factions involved in my father's murder, which means you the demonic, angelic, fallen, yokai, Nordic, and vampire factions were involved against my father. But the Aztec, Hindu, and Dragon factions, except for Great Red and Office, and the Olympian faction, are the ones with whom we have no conflict. A war will come, and we will finish you off once and for all. Hence the Chaos Brigade, to keep humanity safe. Sirzechs. Only those of us who formed an alliance are the target, but why aren't the others? I know they've never wanted an alliance with us because we're arrogant and selfish, but what about the Heroes faction? Are they allied with them? If so, they must have trained hard to attract the attention of beings like them. Clarissa shot an ice beam from her evil side, which Sirzechs managed to dodge, but he saw how the beam moved through Clarissa and went further until little by little, as it moved, countless gigantic ice spikes 50 to 70 meters high and other smaller ones grew. Clarissa, no one will get out of here alive. She fired a beam of fire from her hand, striking Sirzechs, or so she thought. He was shocked as she stopped the fire with her own beam of destruction, creating a clash of powers. Clarissa exerted a little more force and her attack gained ground, but Sirzechs did everything he could to deflect her attack. Suddenly, without her noticing, her hair flickered from red to black, and her beam turned black. It increased in size, but this only brought a smile to Clarissa's face, because she was only using 5% of her base power in that attack. She increased it to 6%, making the attack triple in size, and taking Sirzechs with it until it crashed into the ground, creating a gigantic crater and ice spikes around it. Clarissa used her hands to stop Kiba's sword, then shattered it. She grabbed him by the head and slammed him against a wall of ice, causing his nose to bleed. Then, she created a dragon claw in her left hand, and with a swift movement, 4 claw marks appeared. On her chest, Kiba screamed in pain and Kaneko rushed to help, but she only fell into Clarissa's trap because she saw it coming. So when Kaneko was about to hit her in the face, she put Kiba in her place, and he took the punch to his stomach. Then Kaneko was held by a whip and then thrown at maximum speed and crashed 4 times into ice spikes, creating huge earthquakes. Kaneko screamed in pain, and her bones were breaking little by little. Gasper helped a little, he froze time and prevented her from doing more to Kaneko. Asper, ugh, fine, I stopped Buig. Asper was stabbed in the lung by a thin ice spike, and when he turned his head there was Clarissa, and still Gasper was using his power to stop time. Asper. How did you manage to free yourself? Clarissa. You can't stop someone who has surpassed the same time. I trained for 100 million years in a time chamber, waiting for the ideal moment to show you my true power. You are just disgusting beings who only care about the power of humans, just like dragons. Clarissa modified her sword, causing small spikes to appear, and forcefully removed it, tearing flesh from Gasper, who screamed in pain, but was silenced by a kick to the stomach and a blow to his head with Clarissa's knee. Gasper fell unconscious, and time returned to normal. Rias watched as her idol was cruelly tortured. Clarissa. This bores me. Dark Ice Dragon Omega shoot. Countless ice spheres emerged from his hand and exploded in many places. Rias took out his wings and took flight, as did the others, but those spheres followed him. Rias. How is it that they can follow us? Sona. They're follower spheres, they've got us in their sights. We can't lose them. What we have to do is return them to their owner. Tsubaki. Tsubaki. Hi Mirror Alice. I believe his hope and the spheres entered him and were reflected with double the power and went back against Clarissa, who was already expecting that. Clarissa. You'll never understand, will you? I have something similar. Moon counterattack. The spheres became darker and larger and they had 3 times the power and maximum speed. Clarissa. I'll give you another little gift. Infinity Ice shoot. 100 spheres emerged from Clarissa's body and flew in all directions towards those who were about to fire their attacks. Sirzechs wasn't nearly as lucky. He was hit by 3 spheres that exploded inside him. Baraquiel wasn't damaged much, only burned. Azazel didn't even feel much pain. Volley divided the power of the spheres, but it wasn't very effective and he had no choice but to take flight and get as far away as possible. Clarissa. Pain. Pain. Clarissa's body shone so brightly that a pulse of energy spread everywhere, and those nearby, in this case, the soldiers and others, were burned or seriously injured. The floating city seemed to be losing energy, as the light and the energy beacon that rose from the ground and went to the city flickered as if it were malfunctioning. Where Hades and Azerhit were, Hades looked at Clarissa with admiration for her enormous destructive power, and now he understood why they called her the goddess of death. Azerhit. He is in the top 5 of the strongest, the warriors are in the top 8 and 9. Hades. What is her power level? Azerhit. 10. Azerhit gave Hades a sheet of paper that contained all the information. Clarissa. Multiversal chaos. Age. 100 million 10,000 years. Magic. Ice, draconic, infinity, regeneration. Father. Idols. The goddess of death. The Ice Queen. The dragon's daughter. The great mother of death itself. Nightwalker. Ice Demon Queen. Our level. 10000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 universe level. When Hades finished reading it, he was terrified to have her as an enemy because he saw her level of power and capacity. Hades, who had only just entered the realm to become stronger and protect his younger siblings, had already reached Shiva's level, but he wanted more and to become as strong as Great Red and even reach Trihix's level. He couldn't possibly defeat the beings of the world of Azerhid. Azerhid. My children and some of my brothers are superior to Clarissa, but she trains every night to make her father proud that his daughter will surpass all beings in your world, Hades. Hades. Without a doubt, your son Tin has a very terrifying daughter, besides, I understand you have a large troop of archangels, right? Azerhid. Yes, there are more than 400 million angels, but the archangels are the strongest, but they cannot defeat the seraphim, who are only 10. Hades. Your kingdom is enormous. Azerhit. Yes, that's right. Hades. Isn't there any rival who can reach your level? He asked while looking at Clarissa and hearing the screams of pain and explosions. Azerhit. Apart from my wife, one did give me more of a fight and was considered my rival, the older brother of the dragon gods, the one they call the dragon god of purgatory. His power level surpasses that of my children if he were free. Hades. And where is he? Azerhit, you'll know very soon, Hades, and besides. Out of nowhere, something inexplicable happened. A powerful earthquake began. A tremendous pressure of dark draconic power was felt, so immense it was frightening. Everyone was unable to move due to the immense pressure, but some were able. Hades, is this power from? Azerhit. Yes, my son is finally waking up. With Clarissa she felt the aura since it was the same aura as hers. Little by little tears began to come out of Clarissa's eyes, and they were not tears of sadness but of joy. Clarissa. Finally sniff, finally after 10,000 years my father has awakened from his reincarnation, finally I can be with him father. From the great scream was released a colossal aura that made all the rocks and pieces of ice float around it, a huge current of air and pressure of bad reached everywhere. The civilians saw a bright blue light that became stronger and stronger. Sirzechs. Damn it, that son of Azerhit has awakened. We have enough problems with these guys and the Chaos Brigade without having another enemy besides him. Clarissa. Now that my father has awakened, I just have to kill all of you once and for all. Behind her appeared two gigantic black spheres with blue edges, and another sphere inside them was also blue. Clarissa. I was afraid to show this attack to my father, but it's better to test it on you all. Dark Shadow Chaos Destroy Omega Multiversal Apocalypse Blaster. From the two spheres behind her, two beams shot out, merging to create a sphere that increased in size until she fired a golden beam from her chest. This beam merged with the sphere, producing a blue and gold beam that nearly ended the lives of Azazel, Aten, and Yusaka. They dodged the attack, but the beam traveled straight down, striking the ground and traveling over 20 kilometers to an empty space. The beam vanished, but the spheres remained. They initially thought it was nothing, but the explosion was so enormous that the shockwave reached a height of 5,000 meters. It traveled at maximum speed and impacted the Agares clan. The civilians withstood the powerful shockwave with a shield they had made, and on the shield, they saw the blue fire advance and advance until it disappeared. The shockwave was felt more than 50,000 kilometers away, reaching the Sitri clan. Phoenix, Astarhit, Baal, and some others felt particle magic and wondered what was happening. Everyone watched in fear that explosion and demonstration of Clarissa's power. Clarissa happily contemplated her power. She could see the blue fire and the rays coming out of the smoke. There was a large crater in that explosion, the crater being 3,000 meters in diameter and surrounded by ice peaks. Aten. Neither Great Red nor Trihexa could survive an explosion of that magnitude. There is no doubt that she is the strongest, that is why those warriors left. In the sky, the warriors could see the great cloud of smoke rising and expanding like a volcano. They were happy for her because she had surpassed her limits and was now the strongest, but what pleased them most was that their prince had finally awakened. They had to find their prince as soon as possible. Hades. I have to go Azerhit, see you later. Azerhit. See you soon Hades. Azerhit teleported away. The leaders grouped together, forming a team, and to damage Clarissa, they decided to unleash their most powerful attack simultaneously. Aten, Yukasa, Azazel, Michael, Gabriel, Sirzechs, Thor, Baraquiel, Takeda, Isaac, Amanda, and the others fired their attacks together, forming a ball of energy. This sphere struck Clarissa, which pleased everyone, but their joy vanished when they saw the sphere consumed by Clarissa and become part of her, gaining their magic and becoming stronger than before. Clarissa was about to continue, but she heard a sound coming from above. Everyone saw a gigantic dragon-shaped ship in the sky. Its wings were extended but flat, and it was 1,000 meters high. The body was only 400 meters long, and the tail 500 meters, so in total it was 900 meters long. Its two arms were tilted forward with claws. Dorsal metal plates, like crescent moons, had 3 rows. 2 medium rows and the middle one was large. The shape was like this. Just imagine it lying down with its wings spread and it's black. Everyone looked at the ship with fear because it was so enormous that you could see it even from where the civilians were. The mouth of the ship slowly opened. From other parts came 8 individuals with armor and dragon wings. The mouth opened a little, and from there was seen a subject in chilling armor with a sword in his hand, Sirzechs, and the others watched this in disbelief. It ends. Clarissa and the 8 individuals fired energy beams in the direction of where that subject was located. Now. He also fired a burst of black fire with his sword, which joined with the other rays to form a gigantic black sun that was fired like a cannonball. Searches. Ah damn. The sun struck the floating city, which was already about to fall after that impact. Searches. That's not true. Evacuate. Get out of here as fast as you can. Another black sun struck the ray, turning it into fire and heading towards the energy core, which exploded upon receiving that impact. More and more suns struck the city until the ray that powered it went out, causing the city to begin to fall. The ship began to rise higher and higher. The individual watched as the clan plummeted to the ground, only to fire a thin, mini beam at the bottom where it would impact the city. Searches watched as the city plummeted lower and lower until it finally crashed into the ground, generating countless explosions that tore the city apart, as well as a powerful earthquake felt everywhere. Everyone thought it was over since the ship was already quite far away, but no, out of nowhere the ground began to change. The mountains increased in size, everything rose up like a colossal mountain. Buildings were torn apart with each impact against falling rocks. The civilians instinctively began to run, but they were transported by none other than Office, who created a barrier to withstand what was coming next. The mountain rose to over 700 meters in height. It already looked like a mountain, but cracks began to appear and lava flowed from them like a river. The mountain could no longer withstand it and the explosion was so monstrous that the temperature rose to over 4,000 degrees, vaporizing every living being and thing that was nearby. The explosion rose to over 12,000 meters in height, the radius was 4,500 meters, with a large crater of 20,000 meters and a fiery shock wave 500 meters high that reached over 90,000 kilometers. Now the Agares clan was nothing but a hellhole. The fire spread further and further until the vast plumes of smoke rose into the clouds. The ash cloud reached all the clans. The temperature dropped slowly, but anyone who entered would never leave. Now the underworld had lost another clan. They undoubtedly had a truly powerful enemy, one they wouldn't be able to defeat so easily. Chapter 5. Human World. 20 minutes before the earthquake. Issei could be seen walking through the academy hallways, his expression filled with sadness because everyone looked at him with hatred and contempt for having fallen for the lies of Takeda and his sisters. Issei stopped to observe the schoolyard. The Sitri clan and the student council girls weren't there. They were in the underworld. Classes had started and Issei headed to his classroom. The classes were rather boring since Issei was a genius at everything, but when he did a problem well, the teacher assumed he had researched it or copied from someone, which wasn't the case. His grades were always low because of Takeda, since some teachers had been bribed by him to lower Issei's marks. Issei was about to take out his food, but something caught his attention under his desk. He took it out and it was a cassette. He leaves the room and goes directly to an abandoned club where they had things to play a video. He arrives and looks for a computer, so he finds one in good condition and puts in the cassette and sees that it contained a video. She plays the video, seeing what hurt her the most and broke something inside her. In the video were all the girls, Rias' entourage, Ravel, Irina, Zenobia, Elmenhilden, among others, but she sees Gabriel, her friend, naked and moaning like a dog in heat. Something was dangling from her anus. A small chain holding a ring Issei had given her, which prevented it from falling out. It was something he had created for her. She watched as Takeda ejaculated inside her and he said, "See this? This is something you'll never have because you're useless." Issei, filled with fury, without realizing it, his right eye turned black with a red iris, and with his fist, he destroyed the computer only to run away from there and be seen by Caddis, Ika and Kiam the Tamer. Caddis. "Hey, we have to follow the pervert." Ika. "There you go again, Issei isn't the pervert, but it's better to follow him and find out why he ran away from the abandoned club." The three of them ran following Issei's footsteps, but unfortunately he was running faster than them. They stopped when they saw him standing there near a lake. Issei fell to his knees and cried. "Issei. Why? Why, Gabriel? I gave everything for you. And this is how you repay me. Calm down, little one." Issei raises his head and sees a beautiful woman. The three girls didn't see when that woman arrived, but they feared that nothing good would happen next. "Issei. Who are you? My name is not important at the moment, but I have seen you, I have seen your life, and I have always been watching over you from the shadows. I can give you power, a power superior to that of the true Longinus or Excalibur. If you accept this power that this sword has, you will awaken what you have kept hidden in your heart." Issei. "I don't know. Will you let them continue torturing you? Will you continue to let them humiliate you? You are stronger than them, they just don't know it." Issei remembered everything, and whatever was in his heart broke more and more. "They will continue to call you weak and useless, and you will see how that seraph you loved sleeps with your brother." What was breaking expanded more and more. The humans of that academy believed their lies, so you won't have to protect them. You have supreme power. Those beings only care about power and the sacred gears of humans. They are arrogant, lustful, murderous, rapist, and traitorous. What was breaking inside Issei was about to break completely, as a part had already fallen out. And what will you do? Will you continue to be a puppet for them? Issei. No, I will only protect dragons and humans, but those beings no longer deserve anything, not even a second chance. I will accept this sword, and with its edge I will annihilate anyone who gets in my way, whether human or not. That woman only smiled slightly and brought the sword closer to Issei, and he extended his hand to take it. The girls wanted to go and prevent that from happening, but when Issei touched the sword, everything immediately began to tremble. It was a strong earthquake that was felt throughout the planet, and not only that, but the very dimensions, universes, ultraverse, and megaverses trembled before a power that was awakening. Issei saw things. He saw a white-haired girl carrying him, and beside her, a white-haired man smiling. But what stood out most was that he had dragon wings. He began to see something else, for now he was in a completely dark place. There was nothing but pure darkness. But suddenly it changed, and now it was a paradise filled with fire, volcanoes, lava everywhere, and it was almost identical to Tartarus, but it wasn't Tartarus, it was something worse. Issei began to walk, but he heard something behind him and was about to turn around when a colossal presence froze him in fear. He could hear the sound of rocks falling and shattering. He saw a long gigantic tail in front of him, which began to move behind him, so little by little he turned around, only to behold a being of darkness that avoided being seen, but he could see its fiery eyes. It's time for you to awaken that dormant power and discover who you are. Issei didn't know what was happening. Ibohahaha, this darkness is so great that it surpasses me, just like you, father. There is no doubt that with this darkness my power will increase and you will become the king of everything. The sinister, deep voice, reminiscent of Darkseid's character in Zack Snyder's film, spoke. In the real world, Issei was writhing in pain. The woman turned into particles and entered the sword, watched by the girls. Issei screamed and screamed louder and louder. His hair changed and turned black and white. In front of him appeared a book with a dragon design. The book suddenly opened and slowly a sphere of purple flames began to form, which did not harm the girls. It was as if it were not real. Issei began to say some words that the girls understood. Issei. Open the cursed eye of the Emperor of total corruption and chaos, I grant you total freedom through me. When he said that, the book began to change. The dragon's scales turned as black as coal, and the figure of a dragon appeared in front of him, something that shocked the girls. Issei. Therefore, it pierces through the dams in every direction you can turn to generate discord throughout the entire universe itself, and grant me the power of the eyes, grant me the eyes of the dragon and serpent. I see a black snake in front of him, the sky darkened with black clouds, lightning began to appear like an electrical storm that was surrounding all of Japan, and a little beyond being seen in space by the satellite. Issei. Open and grant me the eye, grant me the power of the demonic and draconic eye of total corruption and total apocalypse. I have granted you freedom from these chains, I have granted you freedom through me. Therefore, I will pierce through all the dams in every direction I can turn. Two figures appeared from the clouds, one a serpent and the other a dragon. Issei. So that I can sow discord in this world and in others that exist or will exist, grant me the draconic and demonic eye, dragon eyes and snake eyes. The two figures were seen by everyone. Some people started recording, but others looked at the figure with fear. You opened the eye of eternal chaos and total corruption, you granted me freedom through you, so that you can break through the dams in the directions in which I can turn, said a voice similar to Issei's, but distorted, so that you can generate discord and chaos throughout the world and the universe itself. I will grant you the eye you have asked for, and that has been waiting for you for 10,000 years, I will grant you the eye of the serpent and dragon, so now awaken, my lord. Issei clutched his head tightly. His hair was now black and white, his eyes were red, two dragon wings about 2 meters long sprouted from his back, two terrifying horns emerged from his head, and scales began to appear on his arms, neck, chest, and back. The terrifying spear falls from the sky, a sphere enters Issei's interior just as a glove enters his right arm. Awaken that dormant power. His scream turned into a roar that was heard throughout the city. The ground began to crack from the earthquake, some buildings shook violently. With a final scream, a bolt of lightning struck Issei, a black lightning bolt that silenced his screams. Issei fell to the ground unconscious, and the girls rushed to check on him. When they arrived, they tried to wake him up, but it was no use. Then, 4 figures in armor of the same color and design descended from the sky. Hades. Who are they? We don't have time for your games, girl. Hand over Issei-sama. The girls didn't know what to say. These guys were speaking formally to Issei as if they knew him. We have no other choice, we have to take them, they know what they saw, so we must go to Martyr as soon as possible. 3. Okay, take Issei-sama and the other individuals who are hidden by the trees. He summons a sword and with a single cut, creates a dimensional portal which he passes through. One carries Issei in his arms, the other two carry away those who were watching, and when they crossed the portal, it closed completely without leaving a trace. In the underworld, all the doctors of the Sitri clan were rushing around, as they had more wounded than those of the Bale clan. Reports indicated over 2 million wounded, 800,000 dead, and 10 million kidnapped, all in the place they came from. The leaders were frustrated because they hadn't been able to defeat them, and now they had a major problem. The bearer of the dragon and serpent eyes had awakened, and now the son of Azurhead had also awakened. They couldn't concentrate with so many enemies. Their only option was to ally with the Greek, Indian, and other factions to fight against these foes. Sirzechs. Well, we will go now to form the alliance with the gods. Azazel. I hope they accept, we already have enough with those bastards, how can we have to deal with everyone else? Michael. With their help we can defeat them once and for all. Greek faction. The strongest gods were gathered in the Greek faction. Zeus. Power level 500, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000. Poseidon. Power level 4 6 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. Ares. Power level 100 trillion. Hercules. Power level 120 trillion. Quetzalcoatl. Power level 8 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 000. Indra. Power level 9 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. Shiva, God of Destruction. Power level 9 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000. Anubis. Power level 6 000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000Amdusia's Thunder Demon God. Power level 5 0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Gilgamesh was the strongest of the Greek faction, surpassing Zeus in power, strength, speed, and agility. Gilgamesh was so feared that he only appeared occasionally, sitting on a golden throne. He would look down upon the leaders of the 6 allied factions, who were somewhat afraid of him. Sirzechs. It is a pleasure to meet you Greek, Hindu and Mexican gods, as well as the great and powerful demon god of thunder, the famous Amdusias. Amdusias. I don't give a damn about your words, you fake Lucifer. Now tell us, why have you gathered us all here? We have better things to do than be with beings like you. Indra. For the first time, I am on the side of Amdusias. Azazel. What we want is not a war against you, but an alliance. Zeus. What is the purpose of an alliance? Sirzechs. As you know, the son of Azarhead has awakened, or so we believe, as has the bearer of the serpent and dragon eyes. We must join forces and fight against this awakened enemy. We ask that you join the alliance, please. In addition, we have the Chaos Brigade also against us, and they will soon attack the other factions. Everyone was listening to Sirzechs' words, but one person spoke up, and that was Ares. Ares? Do you think we will ally ourselves with you? Sirzechs. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Zeus. What my son says is true, how do you think we will ally with you? You, the allied factions, were present at the murder of the son of Azarhead. They are after your heads, not ours. We already defended ourselves and managed to annihilate 5 of them and keep their armor. The leaders were shocked that the Alan gods were able to wipe out 5 of them. Azazel. If it's not too much trouble, we would love for you to deliver the armors to us. Gilgamesh. And what would you want it for? Azazel. To analyze them and create more like them for our soldiers. Gilgamesh. No. Azazel. Why not? Gilgamesh. -1 because he is under the protection of the Greek gods, 2 because you will only use him for your own purposes, that's what you always do, you seek power, and when you see someone powerful you use him as your weapon. Michael. That's not true. Are you sure, Paloma? Everyone sees Hades, the king of hell and the dead, emerge from a portal. Hades. You depend heavily on the power of humans and dragons. Gabriel. It's a lie. Hades. Are you sure, girl? They have at their disposal the White Dragon Emperor, the Red Dragon of Domination, the Dragon Queen of Karma Tiamat, the Dragon King Fafnir, the Dragon King Vitra. Are you not going to deny that I'm telling the truth? Nobody dared to say anything. Hades. The armors will stay here and there is nothing more to discuss other than that we will deny the alliance. Everyone was in shock because if they didn't form an alliance, a war would break out if those warriors returned. Sirzechs. Why? Helios. We don't have to be protecting such inferior beings as yourselves. You are leaders of the factions, do your job properly, just like you, Demon King Lucifer, and the others. Seraphol. Don't they care about what they will do, just like the bearers of serpent and dragon eyes? Helios. To be honest with you, we don't care what he does. If he subdues more than 23 supernatural women, his power will already be beyond this world. With a single thought, he could kill Great Red and Office together, as well as Trihiksa. It's better that the wielders do something good for everyone. You only fear the power the wielder possesses. You have killed your wielders time and time again, not caring if some of them were children. You killed them and put thousands of prisoners in the most secure and dangerous prisons just because of their power, which was even beyond your own. That shows how arrogant and selfish you are. Sirzechs. But. You heard the gods, get out of here, fake Lucifer. Someone descends from the sky, and that was the strongest god. He was Shiva's younger brother, they called him the god of the apocalypse and Armageddon, the god Arthas. Arthas. Power level 9000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000. This god could defeat Clarissa if he so desired, but he knows she is on another level, even if she doesn't show it to everyone. She is at a level of power beyond all imagination, but this god could defeat Trihiksa using 70% of his power. He was considered the most fearsome god in India and the entire world. Shiva, upon seeing his brother, was happy that he had also gone to him and embraced him. Shiva. Dear brother, it's been a long time. Arthas, it's been 4,000 years since we last saw each other, brother. You heard the god's plea. We will not ally with you, so go back to where you came from. You are not welcome here. We have no interest in the wielder awakening. He will choose his path and we will respect that. The leaders, having no other option, left frustrated as they would not have the support of the most powerful gods in existence. They were right. They had 5 armors, but they were empty when they found them, and now the blacksmith god Hephaesto was using very hard minerals and metals to create more like them, as well as weapons. Arthas. The bearer has finally awakened and now we must fulfill our role. Shiva. If giving to supernatural women, in my faction as seen by the dragon and the serpent many women have offered to be subdued by the bearer, there are around 600 women who offered. Quetzalcoatl. I will gladly offer myself. Zeus. Artemis, Athena offered themselves. Gilgamesh. My sister has also offered. What about you, Arthas? Arthas. My daughters and many women of my faction as well, there is no doubt that the power of the bearer will be beyond all limits, now that he will be able to subdue a huge number of women. Hades. Azarath told me that his son is in mortar, but they are going to make him fully awaken his powers and memories. Hercules. I also heard that someone allied themselves with Azarhid. Arthas. I already have an idea of who will ally with him. Underworld. The leaders were very upset as they would have no chance against the warriors. The son of Azarhid and the bearer were undoubtedly finished. The soldier entered. Soldier. Sirzechs Sama, Guru Hyoudu's son, Issei Hyoudou are missing. That pleased everyone except a few. Soldier. And there's something else too, it was reported that the earthquake and the power surge came from the human world. Everyone was alarmed, so they quickly went to the human world. They arrived right where Issei had been, but upon arriving they saw many fallen trees, giant cracks, and felt a tremendous power in the forest that was gradually diminishing. Sirzechs. The son of Azarhid awoke his power here. Rias. You can also feel the aura of 3 number 8 humans or more. Sona. That's true, but where are they? Azazel. Wherever they are, it can't be anything good. We must go to our factions to make a plan to bring back all the kidnapped people and another one for the bearer. After that, we'll deal with the son of Azerhid. Rias. Oni-sama, I've heard that name for a long time. Who is Azerhid and why are they afraid of him? Sirzechs. If you wish to discuss this, come to my castle tomorrow and we will talk about him and why we are afraid of him. Mortar. In Mortar, over 50 kilometers away, a facility could be seen where many demons wearing dog-like collars were working, placing crystal spikes in different places. Others were doing different things, such as putting 20 demons in cages. The men were screaming and shouting for help. There were 14 cages all arranged in a circle, rolling a gigantic black crystal, but inside it was somewhat transparent and someone could be seen inside. A man in black armor was searching for demons. Sacrifice, he said, because there were 5 demons which were of a very low power level warriors. That was because there were 9 high-class demons, so they were taken to another place. They will serve to be subdued. Take them with the rest. 30 demon girls were taken by the others incubators. That was for the women of a slightly older age, and they were taken by werewolves. More than 2 million women had been chosen to be subjugated, 1 million demon men to be warriors, 280 million to be sacrifices, and 2.4 million to be incubators for the warriors and give birth to boys or girls to be subjects and warriors for the prince. Azerhid. How's the view? Don't you think it's fabulous, Rizevum Livy and Lucifer? Rizevum. How long, Azerhid, if the sight is wonderful, to see the women being chosen to be subjugated and others only to be incubators or slaves of your soldiers. Azerhid. I still harbor a great deal of resentment towards the factions that were involved, but I know that many people are not to blame for this. I only choose those who will be useful to the kingdom. The women who will be slaves or incubators are those who are highly arrogant, selfish, murderous, those who are not chosen to be subjugated by my son when he regains all his power and memories. Well, anyway, what are you doing here, Rizevum? You must have done something good to be in this kingdom and not be destroyed by my warriors and archangels. Rizevum saw that he was surrounded by 90 warriors and 3 archangels. Rizevum. Relax, Azerhid, I'm not here to declare war on you or anything like that. I know very well that we are no match for you, the famous kingdom of terror that invaded and conquered millions of worlds and universes. Azerhid. I do it because those worlds and universes had planned to destroy my people, so I and my troops reacted first and invaded them, but they saw that we are not bad and joined our kingdom, and thanks to their help, the armor and technology have improved. Rizevum. If I can see that, the reason I'm here is to join you. Azerhid. Are you sure? You were supposed to be planning to reclaim the throne of the underworld. Rizevum. Yes, but I'll leave it to those false demon kings. The underworld will fall anyway when your warriors invade every faction. Azerhid. What do we gain in return for you? Rizevum snapped his fingers and behind him appeared 1,000 girls like angels, fallen ones, valkyries, chained demons. Rizevum. All these girls from the 4 factions for your son. Azerhid thought about it and made his decision. Azerhid. I accept, from now on Rizevum Livy and Lucifer, you will be the new demon king of the super hell. Rizevum. Can there be demon kings here too? Azerhid. Sure, there are like 8 demon kings or even more in different parts of the planet. Now that you will be the demon king of the super hell, you will have your fallen armies and more. Rizevum brought with him more than 5 million of his armies, including Kruich and Eklud. Azerhid brought more than 10 million demon soldiers and brought back to life Kateria, Shalba and Krusari, the direct descendants of the demon kings of the past. Rizevum had a total army of 30 million demons, 20 million fallen angels, so there were 50 million in total. The faction of heroes was also present and they numbered 1 million. The girls were willing to be subdued by the son of Azerhid. Azerhid finally had more allies and when his son awoke, the factions knew the terror and regret of their actions. The XD, Dimension Underworld. In Sirzechs' castle were Sona and her entourage, Rias with hers, as well as the Hyoudou brothers. Sirzechs. Well, did they discover who the humans were who were there when that power was unleashed? Sona. Yes, it was Cadis, Kiryu and Kiam the beast tamer. Sirzechs. Well, as you wish to know, who is Azerhid and why do we fear him? It's simple, he is the father of all dragons. Everyone was in shock at what they heard. Akita. Brother-in-law, are you kidding me? Sirzechs. No, Great Red told us 9,000 years ago, right when I took the position of Demon King. Azerhid, also known as the Dragon God, progenitor of the apocalypse and destruction, is a dragon feared throughout the universes for his immense power. He was one of the 3 dragon gods, progenitors of creation and chaos. He was so strong that with just a movement of his body, he could destroy a universe, or even more than that. When he discovered our dimension, he decided to stay here, but the dragon gods confronted him and were no match for him, ending up humiliated. But Kara, the dragon goddess of light and eternal darkness, became his wife, and as time passed, she became pregnant and gave birth to a boy and 2 girls. But there was something about that baby. His power was greater than his father's. Elohim planned the assassination of Azerhet's son. We demons, angels, fallen angels, Norse, yokai, and vampires participated in the assassination, and while everyone slept, they murdered his son. But we only unleashed the hatred of Azerhet and all the evil dragons. Azerhet became an evil dragon on another level, doubling his power. In the Holy War, Azerhet appeared before everyone and killed the biblical god himself, just like the original Mass. He placed a spell on his son that he would reincarnate in 10,000 years, and those 10,000 years were fulfilled, and that tremendous power was the son of Azerhet awakening. Isaac. So they killed him just because of his power. Searches, Isaac, listen. Isaac. No, you listen. You may be the demon king, but what you did was horrible. You killed a baby. Now I understand why those warriors say it's for revenge, because they are servants of Azerhet. If his son has awakened, he will be furious with all of you who were involved in this, including Great Red and Office. Amanda. I agree with Isaac, they were only afraid of him because of his power, that's what they fear, the power of others, and they consider them a threat. Searches. We do it for the good of. Isaac. Who's good? Yours. You're just selfish, you don't deserve the position of Demon King. Nikita. Hey, calm down. I agree with Sirzechs that it was better to kill that baby. Isaac. Even if you have Drag, that doesn't make you powerful. That son of Azerhet will come for all the leaders. Just pray, Sirzechs, that they are forgiven, otherwise it will be the end of the supernatural era and a new era will begin. Isaac and his sisters left, leaving Sirzechs, who felt bad now that the most secure prison had been destroyed and the prisoners had been taken away by the warriors, so now things would get more complicated. It was true, the supernatural era was ending, and very soon the era of Armageddon and destruction would arrive. Rezevim. Power level 500 trillion, current level is Demon King 8000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000. Isaac and his sisters had mysteriously disappeared, Issei was kidnapped, and the 3 academy students were also abducted. Everything pointed to the bearer of the serpent or dragon eyes, or even to Azereth himself having kidnapped and killed them. Sirzechs wanted to do something for his friend, but it was impossible because they didn't know where they were. Things began to change drastically as the Chaos Brigade no longer attacked something strange since they stopped attacking when the wielder awoke. They believed he had killed them, but they understood that the wielder's power was on par with a dragon king at his peak and that the serpent and the dragon, according to what Grayfia found, were black. This meant that the wielder was truly powerful since black was his power and that he would be even stronger if he subdued 24 supernatural girls with the power to kill Great Red with just a wave of his hand. That terrified the factions because now they would have even more problems. Desperate for his people, Sirzechs sent an army to the place where they had been taken, since luckily they had created a portal to go to that world where his people were. He sent more than 10,000 demons, 10,000 angels, 10,000 fallen angels, and 10,000 Valkyries to help. They opened the portal and went through it without knowing that it would only lead them to their death and a great massacre. Plan Hyoudou. At the Hyoudou mansion, Asami, Isaac, Clara, and her other sister were planning their trip to Martyr to rescue their brother, Issei. They were well prepared for anything, but this was something they couldn't run from. There was no turning back. With the help of a dimensional portal that Isaac learned about, they managed to go, but the 4 of them looked one last time, perhaps at the clan, before entering the portal. Martyr. In Martyr, more than 40,000 kilometers away from the city, in the forest, the entire Alliance army could be seen eating and everything. Some were eager to fight and return to their families, while others were terrified that anything could come to them because of the fire they had lit. Soldier. We must put out the fire. Damn it. We're not hunting bears, you idiot. Behind them were 13 wolves that were the size of a 13-year-old child. The soldier threw bones to the wolves, but they were gone. So everyone stopped. A few meters away was an adult man, about 50 years old or even younger, about 28 years old, and with him were his wolves sitting. What are supernatural beings like yourselves doing in this forest? The others were somewhat afraid, but they responded. Demon. We have come to rescue many demons who were kidnapped. I don't know if you have seen them. Demons? There are no demons here. Everyone was trembling. Here there is only death. The young man's appearance changed to that of Azereth. Demon. It's Azereth. The wolves ran and began attacking the running demons. Behind Azareth, hundreds of warriors in black and green armor emerged from the darkness. Azareth. Intruders. Four were running like crazy. Azareth. This is my planet. With just a flick of his hand, whips from the trees grabbed many demons by their arms, heads, and legs and stretched them out a little. Azareth. And they will not return. Those who were captured were dismembered, and the rest became food for the creatures or were killed by the warriors. Beyond that place, about 8,000 kilometers away, in what was once an abandoned city, Isaac and his sisters appeared and realized that the city looked a little like the Hyoudou clan, something strange, but they felt they had seen it before. Isaac. We have to find Issei. So the four of them went to explore the place, but as they advanced they felt that they had been there before, but they didn't remember very well. In addition to everything they felt magical levels that were gradually decreasing, and that their magical power or their reserves were decreasing, so they sealed it and thus stored a lot of power in case something happened. Nazareth. Well, he saw the rescue survivors having all the Valkyries, 3,000 demons, 2,300 angels, 1,654 fallen ones, and the rest, well, only 900. The smallest part of them were chosen to be sacrifices, others to be warriors, and some to be incubators, depending on their power and hatred levels. Azareth saw the enormous crystal, and inside it was a boy who seemed to be asleep, and out of nowhere the crystal turned black, but red spheres appeared that were large from the bottom, until reaching the tip, they were small like the ones of the mutts when they are born. Azareth. 20 minutes left, everyone in position. Everyone quickly got into position and began bringing everything their superiors asked for. Hey, what do you think that is? I don't know, Kakin. Izuku, I'm scared. Izuku. Don't worry, we'll be fine, I promise. Eri, stay with Najire. Warrior. Listen, you guys, come here quickly or you'll want to be sacrificed. Izuku and his comrades obeyed the warrior's order, as they would not have another chance, and how they got there would have to wait for another time. But Isaac and his sisters. They had explored everything but couldn't find their brother, and searching for him because of his power would be impossible. But Isaac seemed to see something on a hill, so they looked up and were surprised to see their Hyoudou clan mansion on the mountain. Isaac couldn't believe it, so they quickly flew to the mansion. But seeing it from above, they realized it was their old clan's former home. Before they had moved to another, all the houses and buildings were in bad condition, many surrounded by plants and fungi, and others collapsed. When they arrived at the mansion, they saw that it was in good condition for them, but upon entering, they saw that everything was overgrown with plants and weeds. Upon learning that this was her former clan, Asami went to the second floor and entered a room with her sisters. Isaac seemed to be searching for something among the furniture until he found a folder with information about Issei and some discs, but he saw a sign on the entrance wall that said, "Happy birthday, Isaac." Isaac had forgotten that moment he had with Issei, but instead of being happy that his brother did something like that, he just said a bunch of horrible things to him, something he regretted. Isaac. How could I have been so stupid to do that to my brother? Isaac began to regret what he was doing to Issei, but he had an explanation for when they found him. Isaac peeked out from the top of the stairs and saw his sisters carrying something. A stuffed animal, a letter, and a small book. All three girls were crying, so Isaac took the stuffed animal, the teddy bear he had given Issei, so he wouldn't be alone when he slept. Then he took the letter and began to read it. To my brothers and sisters. Although I am the youngest of my 5 siblings, I still cherish them dearly. My father and mother may not love me much for being born without such high levels of magic, but I know deep down in their hearts that they love me just the way I am. I don't care what they say behind my back. I don't care if they mock me. I will always hold my head high, just like my siblings. I will become the most powerful being and protect the people of the underworld from all evil that exists in this world. No matter how long it takes, I will become stronger than before. I will find the solution to become stronger and make my father and siblings proud. That is a promise. Isaac always heard Issei's words about wanting to be stronger, but he would only reply that he would be as weak as a low-class demon, unaware that his brother always admired him from the shadows. Then he read the entire diary, every page from when he was 5 years old until he was 9. Today I had a rather strange dream. I could see my brothers being the strongest beings, perhaps not surpassing the gods, but certainly being the strongest in the underworld, but I saw my brother Takeda with a sinister smile. I know that he and my other brothers have started hitting me and telling lies about me, but I know that maybe they do it to protect me. But a part of my soul is falling into hatred and resentment towards everyone around me. Even if that's the case, I'm starting to feel hatred towards my brothers and everyone else, and that's why, when I am the strongest being and I end evil, I will leave the planet and go live in another dimension. I will have a family and I will never set foot in this world again. I will be the god of supremacy, the one who will rise at the top of all. I'm sorry, brothers, but the promise we made a while ago seems to have been just words. If you find this journal, you already know my dream and my desire. I don't care how many times you stand in my way to prevent me from fulfilling my dream. I will crush you and leave forever. I'm sorry, but I hope I never see you again in the future when I have a family. This is goodbye, my family and the entire clan will be moving to another part of the underworld. When he finished reading that part, he remembered the promise he made. When we grow up, we'll be together. It doesn't matter if you're weak or not. We'll still love you and never despise you. Now he understood why Issei sometimes distanced himself from them. It was out of contempt and also because he had stopped admiring them. Isaac began to cry little by little, and his sisters hugged him sadly because they now understood Issei. Maybe he left the planet, but maybe that wasn't the case. When they calmed down, they felt a current of air and the grasslands began to move somewhat abruptly. So they went outside and saw in the sky more than 500 dragons, 40 meters long, flying in a single direction. At more than 3,000 meters away, they could see lights from a facility they knew perfectly well. Their father's old facility with magical gems and artificial weapons. Amanda. Are they rebuilding the factory? Isaac, maybe, it would be best if. Isaac stopped talking when he looked back and trembled with some fear as they turned around, seeing that they were one of those soldiers in black armor with green gems, and they were also armed. Now there was a ship flying, and inside were Isaac and his sisters, bound with chains and anti-magic devices to prevent them from using their weapons or magic. They were headed directly to the factory, or rather, the mortar facility, where they were in for a rather unexpected surprise. When they arrived, they saw many prisoners, like demon soldiers, being put into large cages and taken somewhere. One of the soldiers came out and spoke to someone wearing brown armor with black gems. The one in brown armor agreed to something he said, and suddenly, a platform began to lift them up. Isaac and his sisters noticed the enormous black crystal surrounded by spikes that seemed to form a vortex around it, but using their vision, they realized there was someone inside. Isaac and his sisters. Issei-chan. Issei was inside the crystal. In the sky, dragons flew above the crystal rock, and the parts that held imprisoned demons lit up with strange runes connected to the crystal rock. The demons screamed in pain and then in agony after their life energy and magic were absorbed by the crystal, which glowed green until it turned completely black. Demon slaves ran and carried magic crystals to nail them to the ground, but a sound stopped them coming from the crystal. Everyone saw that out of nowhere the crystal began to show sounds like heartbeats that returned faster and faster until they stopped with a rather loud sound that made the lights almost go out and the systems flicker for a short period of seconds. In one part, in a control center, scientists and warriors could be seen. Scientist. 2.5 seconds and faster, he absorbed more than 70 multiversal gems and accepted them into his body and genetic DNA. He is compatible, no doubt about it, sir. He is the prince, we have him back. Azareth. We have waited 10,000 years for this moment and at last my son will return. The warrior enters. Warrior. Excuse me, Azareth-sama, 4 demons were captured in the ancient Hyoudou clan. Scientist 2. It's not important to us whether Queen Kara goes. Warrior. Yes, that's what I did, in fact she sent me. Sir. Azareth looks at him, one of them says he is her brother. In one part of the installation, 5 warriors and Kara the dragon goddess, the light and the eternal darkness, could be seen. Kara. They tried this, I didn't know what else to do, and this guy knows more about him than we do. Isaac seemed to be inside an interrogation room. All he saw from inside was a mirror, and he couldn't hear anything from the other side. Inside was a scientist. Isaac. He can't be the son of those 2 dragons, it's impossible. He was born to my mother, he's a pureblood demon. We want our brother released. We want to know he's alright. He knows. He knows who I'm talking about. Hyoudou Issei, my younger brother. I want to see my brother, and I want everything you took from us, and that was in this facility back. And I want to speak with your king. No, not you. I don't wish to speak with you anymore. Did you hear me? Yes, you can hear me because I'm in a fish tank and you're watching me. Now, good, because I know what you are and who your king is. Your king, the great progenitor Azareth, the father of all dragons that exist, the dragon of destruction and world walker. You can tell the entire underworld that this place no longer exists, but it doesn't. This is a deception because what really happened here is something you know perfectly well. Am I right or not? My cousin died here. You took my cousin from us. And I have every right to know why. And I deserve answers about why they're doing this. Azareth was saddened because before they attacked the Hyoudou clan to make it seem like it was due to an explosion at the facility, and they discovered that a girl died, and now he saw a record of Issei. Kara. All this came with him and the date is from 13 years ago, and it's from Issei's information. Azareth. I thought he didn't know much about our son. Kara. Well, we were wrong. Out of nowhere, all the energy and light began to flicker aggressively, and there was a tremor and a sound. Isaac. You see. There he goes again. That's not a glitch or anything like that. He's absorbing everything. He's absorbing all the magic and energy from thousands and thousands of kilometers away, and it's happening multiple times. He's been doing this since he was born, all these years. That's why no artificial sacred gear can enter him. It's because of his power. This has been happening for a long time, don't you realize? If you release all that magic, the only thing you'll cause is an era of chaos. You have no idea what's coming. Out of nowhere it happened again, but with more intensity. Command Center. Scientist. Now they happen in seconds, and faster. Scientist 4. They are becoming increasingly intense and are greatly affecting the anti-magic network. Chief Scientist. Is there a magic leak? Scientist 3. No, but the universal range levels are in the floors, leaving more than 800,000 multiversal gems empty. From the glass began to come that same sound like a heartbeat, and when it stopped a piece collapsed and crushed 3 slaves, and the rest backed away in fear. Azareth. It's finishing feeding. Chief Scientist, what is this, sir? It can't be. It's even stronger than the prince from 10,000 years ago. Azareth. 10,000 years ago it was predicted that a child would be born with twice the power of my son. Hara. He's our son, but if his power is to absorb all the magic around him, that's what he's been doing. He'll absorb everything until he's born and regains his memories. Azareth. We have to give him everything. Chief Scientist. Secure the network, Protocol Z. Scientist. All personnel, deploy the first perimeter immediately. Everyone started running and pressing buttons that controlled the anti-magic net, which began to close the top part of the glass. In the ship where Amanda and her sisters were. Asami sees that the warrior left the ship. Asami. What's wrong? Hey, where are you going? Asami watched from the window as some ships and dragons took flight, their lights shining on the glass. Then another rapid heartbeat appeared, and this time it affected her more than Asami. Her sisters felt their magical reserves dwindling little by little. Another heartbeat began as one of the slaves ran to the other side to press the button confirming the network was in place and the anti-magic was working properly. When I pressed the button, the lights turned green. Scientist, safe network, sir. Everyone saw the crystal that stopped absorbing and beating, but something could be seen through the parts that were red, something that seemed to be moving. Azareth. A Branlow. The scientist nodded and pulled out a plate, only for beams of light to erupt from parts of the surrounding crystals and shoot at the enormous crystal rock, intent on opening or shattering it. The light was quite intense, so some had to shield their eyes. With each impact, a roar like a dragon's echoed, and one beam struck the very tip of the crystal rock in a single spot, causing a large portion of the tip to collapse and shatter into pieces, turning the entire crystal into black rock. The beams gradually diminished until nothing remained. The readings, or vital signs, plummeted to the floor, signifying one thing. Scientist, the readings are flat, I think he died, sir. Chief Scientist. We need an image now. We don't know if he really died. Everyone below could see the large gap left by the lightning strike, a dark chasm. A slave took out a lamp and began to shine it into the chasm, seeing viscous patches and other things, but he noticed something at the very back, something that seemed to be moving. He approached a little and whatever it was that was there. A black arm with long, sharp claws emerged from the hole in the rock, crushing the demon. Not only that, the entire rock began to shatter as a huge entity emerged, revealing 8 wings of varying sizes, a long pointed tail, and then its body. The great beast raised its right arm to the sky, roaring, and everyone ran for their lives. When the beast descended at great speed, its arm, with its hand or claw in the shape of a fist, began to spread something everywhere. Scientist. That's not true, check the network, it's an EMP electromagnetic pulse, we're losing a lot of power. The pulse began to reach several kilometers away, shutting down all power, including the interrogation room where Takeda was. When he noticed this, he saw the door open by itself and several scientists running away. The sisters also noticed that, but the anti-magic chains remained the same, but then they heard the roar and everyone turned to the same place. Scientist. Emergency generators are stable. That pulse slightly affected the circuits. Emergency generators are stable, all set. Each time the lights came back on, a figure could be seen trying to get out. When everything returned to normal, a massive dragon, some 60 meters tall, appeared, with an imposing and aggressive appearance. It was emerging from what remained of the rock, and some demons were running across the bridges. Azareth watched the dragon with joy, as did Kara. Chief Scientist. Everyone out now. Everyone ran, and the dragon, still trying to escape, did everything possible, but almost everything was impossible because, well, its legs were regenerating, and it would take some time. Takeda was walking across one of the bridges when he bumped into some demons running on the other side and saw the great dragon, which emanated a terrifying power. The dragon crouched down, and little by little, heavily armored warriors arrived, surrounding the area. The sisters saw more and more arriving and shouted for help, but they were ignored. As the warriors ran to help, they stopped when they saw something else. Two hands with sharp caps emerged from the cables. The claws clashed against the cables, making sounds, and then the two hands lowered many cables connected to platforms. These platforms couldn't support the weight of the two hands and buckled, beginning to fall on top of others. The dragon's tail emerged from the cage and split one of the platforms in half, the one Takeda was on. Seeing this and the demons running in that direction, they tried to warn them, but it was in vain and they were crushed, but even so the platform kept falling and hit the ship where the sisters were, who tried to resist, but only managed to get out when the ship broke in two. Takeda. Sisters. Asami managed to see how a demon was trapped on that platform and how he was asking for help because the platform was heading towards the cage until it fell, but the net became firm and they turned to realize that it was in the place where Takeda was, who just looked at them, and then the bridge fell along with Takeda. Asami. Takeda. Another platform collapsed as if blocking their path, but that wasn't the worst of it. They heard a faint roar and creaking sounds, and behind them, one of the dragon's hands emerged and dug its claws into the ground, as if trying to break free. The three sisters turned around fearfully, watching the dragon leave. This dragon only roared softly and then began to walk, crushing a few demons. One of them ran as fast as he could, but was crushed by the dragon's paw, as was another. The sisters watched as the dragon gathered its 8 wings and then fused them together, creating 2 enormous, long wings. The dragon extended its 2 wings and roared louder and louder. The sisters could only watch in fear as the dragon spread its wings and, with a simple flap, rose more than 500 meters into the sky, disappearing into the clouds and the dark night. Chapter 7. 4 hours before Issei's incident and his awakening. Elsewhere in Japan. In this part of Japan everything seemed normal, but in reality it was not normal because on top of a building, there was a large group of boys and girls of about 18, 16, 19 years old. Some had hero-like costumes because they were heroes. These were Bakugo Katsuki, Shoto Todoroki, Uraraka, Nijiru Hyoudou, Kami Itoshima, Momo, Mineta and others, but the strongest of all was the one in front of them, Midoriya Izuku being the number 1 hero who carried the one for all. Izuku, with the help of his idol All Might, managed to defeat the League of Villains, along with his friends who surpassed their limits, but that will not reduce the number of villains who managed to escape. Shoto's sister became a hero. Ayumi Todoroki was known by everyone and her father Endeavor was proud of her as were her siblings, and even more so her older brother Tuya Todoroki, who was called Blue Hell, was really strong, although she still had burnt skin and everything, and they were looking for a way to fix that, but it would be almost impossible. Uraraka. Hey girls, how do you like going to the beach today after this? Baguko. If it's not bad at all, what do you say Deku? Izuku. Yes, that seems excellent to me. Nijiru. Day at the beach, good thing we brought Eri-chan with us. Eri? Yes, day at the beach with Otu-san. When Izuku was going to speak, a villain's alarm was activated and they saw that he was coming very close to where they were, but his level was very high, so much so that even they were shocked, but they were prepared and waited, and he was very close because he was coming at maximum speed, but he did not pass under the building running, but rather flying with bat-like wings. The boys jumped in and went after him, but that villain was very fast and went into the forest. Izuku. Izuku to All Might. Do you hear me? All Might. Izuku, where are they? Izuku. We headed to the forest, a new villain appeared. All Might. Okay, report the situation later Izuku. When they arrived at the forest they made sure that this villain would not detect them, but later they saw blood stains that were recent, so they followed her and came across something horrible, because that villain was nothing more than a renegade demon already murdered and torn to pieces. It was quite a mess in the whole place, blood everywhere. Organs scattered and hanging from the trees giving it a horrible appearance, but Izuku approached the body since he saw in his hand what he took it for, and it was a paper with a very strange symbol. But just when a drop of blood that was on the leaves of the tree fell on the paper it lit up and everyone was absorbed by it. When they opened their eyes they realized that they were somewhere else, the body was no longer there, so they communicated with All Might. Izuku. All Might seem like something killed that enemy, and besides that we are not in the city, it seems like we landed in another part of the country. All Might. Okay, give me its location, give me a description of the place. Izuku began to walk with the group and they arrived outside the forest where they saw a city larger than the place where they came from and he began to give a description. Izuku. Well, it is a fairly big city, there are many hills and mountains around it and also many energies in the city are felt among them as evil. When he said that, the teachers and everyone there became very tense. All Might. Izuku, tell me something, does the mountain have 3 peaks? Izuku. Yes. All Might. There is no doubt, listen Izuku, take your companions and get away from that city as soon as possible. Izuku. All Might. What's wrong? Is he very nervous and scared? All Might. This is not a game Izuku, get away from that city now. When Izuku was going to say something, a sound like a crack was heard and sounds of something breaking until suddenly a powerful earthquake occurred that caused everyone to fall to the ground. The earthquake began to spread throughout Japan and beyond, causing fear and terror. The earthquake lasted only a few minutes. To see something like that, they went as quickly as possible, and when they arrived the lightning vanished, and the only thing they saw was a boy of apparently 16 or 17 years of age, very injured, and out of nowhere they appeared wearing black armor and green gems. Q. We must take him to Mortar now, bring those humans who are hiding. Izuku and the others wanted to escape, but something told them that if they did they would die, so they allowed themselves to be captured to see where they were taken. Izuku and the others were taken to an old facility that now contained a huge crystal and someone inside, but they did not know why, but they saw that there were people who were chosen by subjects in black armor, some were put in huge cages and placed in each part around the crystal as decoration, others like men and women, were taken to another part. Izuku stayed with his group in a part somewhat far from the crystal when everything started. The light began to fail, and there was a blackout everywhere. In addition to that they heard the roar of a beast and seeing a huge dragon that flew at maximum speed to an unknown place. BXD. You could see Takeda and the Hyoudou clan walking through the hallways of the mansion, and he looked a little tired, and it was normal that he had Hex with his girls who slept in his room, but he went to Isaac's room to talk to him about something, but he was very surprised that he wasn't even with his sisters, and that seemed very strange to him, and he tried to look for him with his magic, but they were nowhere on the planet, and that worried him more than normal, so he went to tell his parents about this. Mortar. You could see the soldiers helping the wounded and the demons as much as they could since they were slaves. Asami, Clara and Amanda were looking for their brother Isaac and found him being healed by the warriors. Asami. Ani-chan. Isaac. Asami. They both hugged each other since they thought he died because of the anti-magic barrier that temporarily turned them human. Isaac sees how the demons were taken elsewhere, including women. Isaac. Where do they take the women who wear that red scarf? Guerrero. The red ones. It means incubators or Hexwell slaves for the warriors of our kingdom and that they give birth to their children. The green ones mean that they will be marked by the prince. Asami. Prince. Warrior. Yes, the great dragon you saw yesterday was the prince, but it was just the beginning for his power to increase exponentially. Clara. So Issei-sen was that dragon. Warrior. Yes, and he is not his brother, he never was, but he was the son of the great and powerful Azareth-sama and Kara-sama. Isaac. How many times will I say it? Issei is not Azareth. Please calm down. Isaac and the others felt a very threatening and tremendous vibe, and something told them that he was hiding all his power. The white armored warrior arrived from the sky. Warrior. My lord, we located the prince, he is 40,000 kilometers to the east. Black warrior. But in that direction and place there is only one answer. Guerrero. Yes, it is the ghost city. Azareth. I think I know why it is there. Carla. Do you think so? Azareth. If it is there, there is to absorb the magical power that is in that abandoned kingdom, although for us there is nothing, the magic that remained more than 20,000 years ago when we arrived here remains, and that magic is tremendous, and if you absorb it, you will recover your sanity faster than normal. Black warrior. But my king doesn't think we should let the prince absorb all that power. Azareth. Yes, but in that state it is possible that it will stay in its berserk mode for a long time and lose control and attack all the kingdoms. That's why we should go to Azareth and make him recover his body or knowledge. Isaac. No, it can't be. What are you doing here? Asami. Rizevum. Rizevum. Hahaha, it's a pleasure to see you pillars. Exclude. Although it is a bit strange to see them here. Exclude. Power level 888, 888, 888, 888, 888, 888, 888, 888, 888, 888, 888, 888, 777. If Akluid had that level, his previous level was 300, 000, 000, 000. Isaac. Why are you here? Rizevum. Yes, you are slow to realize, child, I have allied myself with Azareth, the third progenitor dragon and father of IsseiOmniversalCaos. Isaac. What did you give that dragon in exchange for allying yourself with him? Rizevum. Women for his soldiers and his son. Isaac. What are you talking about, like women for Issei? Rizevum. Did you think Issei had the power to absorb the magic of everyone around him? No, that wasn't just the power he had. 10,000 years ago when Issei was killed, Azareth created his son the dragon's eyes. They are identical to the snake's eyes, only with triple the power. The Sami, so Issei is. Rezevim. If he is the one the factions are looking for, he is the bearer of the dragon eyes and the snake eyes, he is the strongest bearer that exists, and thanks to the demons, angels, fallen, valkyries and vampires that the factions sent to recover the hostages who are now citizens of Mordor, will further increase the power of Issei. If he marks the 20,000 girls he will be stronger than before and will be the definitive supreme god, there will be no one to help him. Defeat. The Sami. Do you want to turn Issei into a weapon or what? Rezevim. No, we just want him to go back to what he was before, only now he will only care about his people and the humans and of course the gods and the dragons, except for Great Red and Office, who were responsible for his death 10,000 years ago, and it is better to stop talking, it is time to go to where my prince is. Isaac and his sisters were carried by a dragon and flew in the direction of where Issei was. Behind them was a huge group of warriors and 90 civilians, including a girl, all of them were going in the same direction to go save their prince. 10 minutes passed and little by little they saw the city or what was left since there was fire, meaning that Issei in his dragon form attacked the city as it defended itself. Half of the city was burning in flames and the other half intact, but they did not see Issei anywhere. The size of the city was San Francisco, so looking for him would be somewhat complicated. When the warriors arrived they were on a hill watching the city burn, but they did not see Issei anywhere, and when Azareth barely touched the ground, a roar and a growl was heard, and something fell from the sky at maximum speed. When the smoke dissipated a huge dragon was seen in that place, more than 390 meters high, being larger than before. Issei Berserk Dragon Mode Power Level 9000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Everyone was practically terrified since well the warriors would be nothing more than simple insects against that colossal dragon that was their prince and was barely growing, and that was not its true size. The civilians got in position to give the order, but Azareth began to walk in the direction of the dragon. 4,000 meters away from him, so he releases some of his energy and captures the dragon's attention. The girl of approximately 9 or 13 years old, white hair, very beautiful blue eyes, wore a white dress with beautiful decorations. This girl looked at her king so she decided to do something. Rest now, my warrior. Rest now, your hardship is over. Live. Wake up. Wake up. And let the cloak of life cling to your bones. Cling to your bones. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Azareth saw his son who seemed to be calming everyone with their song. Azareth. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'll tell you something, son. Wake up. Wake up. Azareth. Do you hear them? All those people who have been living from generation to generation eagerly awaiting your return are gathered in one place. Can you hear them singing? Wake up. Wake up. Azareth. I walked away from the battle. My younger brothers had to decide who could be the strongest dragon god. I saw the birth of countless universes and megaverses. I saw how in some universes time was running out, moment by moment with nothing left, without time or space, just me. I walked in universes where the laws of physics were granted from my brothers. I saw universes freeze and creations burn. I have seen things that you may not be able to understand. I lost many things like my brothers, and I know secrets that cannot be told, secrets of how to kill a deity, so if you want to be able to come and take it all baby. Take it all. The dragon stood up on 2 legs and spread its wings and roared to the sky only for its body to begin to turn to stone. Wake up. The dragon turned into stone began to destroy itself, huge pieces fell wherever and others fell on top of the buildings, causing more damage to that city until everything fell and nothing was left. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. The girl with the civilians finished singing, but it seemed that the girl was happy about something, and that was obvious. Her prince was already free of berserk in that way. Azareth, Hara and the others flew to the place where everything collapsed, and upon arriving there was a large amount of dust preventing everything from being seen, but among the smoke they could hear something. In addition to being able to see someone who was getting up, it was a boy of about 17 or 18 years old, 4 horns on his head, 2 large and long wings, a tail. His hair was long black and white and red eyes with scales in some parts of his body, and in addition to that he was naked. He walked in the direction of Azareth and Kara, but she couldn't help but cover her mouth and shed tears, not of sadness but of joy, when he approached the two of them. Kara touched his cheek, and when he felt the warmth of Kara's hand, he couldn't help but shed tears. Kara. My little one, my little Issei. Issei. Oka-san. Issei hugged his mother, crying with the joy of being able to see her after 10,000 years, and Azareth also joined the hug and was happy that his son was back. Isaac and his sisters now understood that it was true that Issei was the son of Azareth and Kara. Azareth created clothing for Issei, one that fit him perfectly, and the warriors approached only to kneel before their prince. Warriors. It is an honor to have you back, great Issei-sama. Issei. Raise your heads please, you don't have to kneel before me. The warriors listened to him and stood up. Azareth. Go to the kingdom, soldiers, my son and I must go to a place. The warriors listened to their king and left for the kingdom, the civilians along with Izuku and the others, but Azareth asked his soldiers to take them to the outskirts of the old Hyoudou clan. Azareth transported the Hyoudou brothers, Izuku and his friends and his son, along with his wife to that place. When they arrived, Issei instantly recognized that place that brought back bad memories of how he was mistreated and humiliated just for being a low-class demon. Issei. Why did you bring me here? Azareth. This is where your first power took off and where little by little, without realizing anything, you absorbed the power of everyone around you. Issei. If you are my father, where were you when I suffered every abuse just for being born a demon? Azareth. In our kingdom, waiting for you to wake up. I could not bring you to this place because it could be that I had made a mistake and they would know that I am still alive. Maybe I was not by your side, my child, but now I am. You have no idea of the power you have, but I do better than anyone. Isaac and Issei saw them because, well, it wasn't such a nice place because they were in the center of the Hyoudou clan. Azareth. I want you to crouch down, feel the magic of our world underground, go as far as you can, you will discover that you have such a destructive power that you can make this very world disappear. Issei paid attention and crouched down, and with his right hand he felt an immense power that reached his veins. The earth around him began to rotate around him like a whirlpool. The sound of the rocks crunching was present. Issei remembered little by little everything from his previous life, but the memory of his mother from this reincarnation came to his mind. Her smile and her tears of joy made Issei smile, but his smile disappeared to one of resentment. Issei, he raised it and black and red flames came out of his hand. Azareth closed his eyes and smiled, extending both arms, and behind him the same flames were present, destroying everything in their path. Issei looked at his flames coming out of his hand, and behind him the buildings and houses fell into pieces, being lifted up and consumed by the flames. Well, he remembered the good times he had with his mother. Azareth. Everything. What they built will fall. From the ashes of your miserable world. You will raise a better one. Everyone trembled with fear before Issei's immense power that destroyed everything in his path. Issei contemplated his great power, and black rays came out of his body as he released part of his power. A gigantic explosion of energy appeared, destroying the entire clan without leaving anything but rubble, and leaving the brothers and Izuku and their friends terrified of that devastating evil power of Issei. Issei. Prepare factions, the Prince of Darkness has returned. I am going to annihilate you, to Kita Hyoudou of the Phase of the universe. Issei. Level of power 90000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Mortar. After Issei destroyed the ancient Hyoudou clan, they went to the city where their parents came from, so that people would know of their return. The kingdom, being extremely vast, had more than 900 million people in that city. When they arrived in the city, Azareth told all his people about the return of his son, and it must be said that the people shouted with joy, and some cried upon learning that their prince had returned after more than 10,000 years. There was a great celebration that lasted 2 whole days, and obviously Isaac and Izuku, along with their group, were there. The warriors told them both that Azareth is the father of all dragons and is the great dragon god of Armageddon, being the strongest of his 5 brothers, since they would not harm Azareth. Izuku's power was the 700,000 that was his power, and that of his companions combined 900,584 together, they formed that level of power, but even so, they would not be rivals against the power of Azareth, which was on another level. Azareth. Power level 9 999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999 An exaggerated number, but that was the power level of Azareth and Issei, since he could barely control his power. Had a lot of training to do since he has an enormous dormant power, and he had to be able to handle it. Azareth took Issei to his castle where inside was the throne that belonged to Issei. But a draft of cold air came from the door and it could only mean one thing. Odo-sama. Clarissa, Issei's daughter, bursts out and hugs her father like a teddy bear. He was disconnected because, well, he never expected to have a daughter, and Azareth told him that she was born from his magic, and now that he had awakened, Clarissa's power increased more than expected. Clarissa. Power level 2 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0.000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 that was now her power and yes, now she could defeat Arthas, she was brother, but she felt that Arthas was hiding his true power, like Hades. You might also like the mutant Spider-Man. 40.4k 1.7k. I thank Spider Murder for letting me use his idea. The Return of Lucifer DXD. 1.6k 72. In an alternate universe, where both God and Lucifer die sealing the two heavenly dragons, but unlike the original timeline, the leader of the demons. Are you safe? Muse in X male read. 42.6k 6.5k. It's been a few years since married this man. Everything has been normal, well, not really. They don't eat together and Musin refuses to go out during the day. Normal. And what about the girl who betrayed him? 20.1k 446. Araki Yami always treated her boyfriend badly, yet she ended up cheating on him and abandoning him. The boy who was once her boyfriend vanished without a trace. A new universe. 190k 23.2k. He doesn't know how or why. But after defeating Shigaraki and All for One, Izuku woke up in his hometown. But he would quickly notice a very important detail. Everything was the beast for 5 princesses. 33.8k 2.8k. Have you ever been looked down upon for looking like someone else? No. Well, in this story you'll meet someone who has. You learn the story of Izuku Tatsuma, a boy who only Olympians watching Danmachi. 74k 3.8k. The gods of Olympus were going about their business peacefully as usual, but suddenly a light appeared that left them in a room. Just then the door was abruptly opened and 6 girls with the same hair color as Kara came out. Issei. The girls. Ani-chan. The 6 girls rush out and hug their brother, crying with emotion at seeing him again. The sisters' names were Olivia Power Level 7 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 8 8 8 8 8 8 9 9 9 0 0 0 0 9 9 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 9 9 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. Her other sister Yuritsa Power Level 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 8 88888888888888888887777. Zera power level -1 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 9 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. Ursula power level 6 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 00000. RE power level 7 000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000h Those were their power levels as Issei's sisters, but from the sky they hear the sound of 3 cannons and 3 people fall from the ceiling, these being Issei's younger brothers. Ronin power level 5 0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Finally John power level 888999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999999. Yes, another rival of the two, one Issei's sister and the other his daughter. So John ran and hugged his older brother tightly because he wanted to meet him and now he had him in front of him, so he couldn't help himself and said something to him. John. I swear to you brother in my name that I will be your sword, I will be your guardian. Issei was feeling a bit embarrassed at this moment because he had finally met his family and now his younger brother wanted to be his guardian. His father explained everything he needed to know about Motor as well as about his warriors. There were different categories. Category 15. The weakest but strong at the level of a demon king from DXD. Category 14. Their level was that of a dragon king and Norse god. Category 13. Their level was already that of the dragon queen of Karma Tiamat. Category 12. Their power level was already that of a celestial dragon and was entering that of an Olympian god. Category 11. Those could already defeat the Olympian gods, but it is not known exactly how much power they have since at first glance they seem somewhat weak, but they hide something more. Category 10. In this category they can already fight at the level of the Egyptian gods. Category 9. In this category they are already at a level similar to Shiva at his 50 base power. Category 8. They can now fight at 100% of Shiva's base power. Category 7. At this level they can defeat Shiva and there are a few who are in that category. Category 6. At this level, they can already defeat Arthas. Category 5. This is the level of the dragon gods. Category 4. In this category they can already give the other dragon gods a lot of trouble. Category 3. This is the strongest level and at this level they can give Kara a fight. Category 2. They can give Kara a fight on her own level. Category 1. Azeroth is at this level. These are all the categories that exist in Mortar, but there is a curious fact, which is that there are only 7 categories. Categories 15, 14, 13 and 12 are 1 and are category 7, the lowest. Category 6 are 11, 10 and 9 threat level. Planetary and galactic. Category 5 are 8, 7 and 6 threat level. Galactic and cosmic. Category 4, 5 and 4 threat level. Universal and multiversal. Category 3 threat level. Multiversal and ultraversal. Category 2 threat level. Ultraversal and megaversal. And of course in category 1 threat level. Maximum existence, i.e., supermegaverse or a megaverse. Those in category 5 are Issei's brothers, since they are in that category, or well, a little bit, and Issei is in category 4. If he trains more, he will be in category 1. Currently, the warriors are in category 6 and those capable of facing the demon kings are in category 7. The other positions are somewhat empty and little by little more warriors are born to fill the positions in the categories. Azeroth. Well, son, you must train. Issei. Train. Azareth. What did you think? If you wish to be the king of Mordor, you must train and learn to control your power because I can defeat you in your current state. Issei. Azareth. Of course, I forgot about her, he. From the door appeared none other than Kami, Yami and Liz, the dragon goddesses who surpass Great Red in office. Kami power level 700 million category 3. Yami power level 8000000000000000000000000 category 3. Liz power level 999,999 category 3, and almost 2. If their level was less than half of what it is now, how did they gain so much power? Simple. They trained to avenge their future king. And if you want to know Kara's power level, I'll tell you. Kara power level 90000009000009000000000 category 2, and yes it is the strong one, but not forever. Issei. Tell me, who are you? Issei was being hugged and the breasts of the three were on his head, but upon hearing his question they separated. Kami. I am Kami, the dragon goddess of the end. I am in category 2. Yami. I am Yami, the dragon goddess of light. Liz. I am Liz, the dragon goddess of the apocalypse. The 3. And we are at your service, Issei-sama. Ahahahaha, I didn't expect that from you 3. Kara, that voice. Is that you, brother? Haha, it's been over 9,000 years, sister. Issei. Who are you? From Issei's left arm appeared a metal gauntlet with a somewhat strange design and red gems. So this brat is my nephew, he. I should mention that your power level is far below that of the dragon goddesses and you couldn't defeat Great and Office together. But I feel like those two trained quite a bit. And if you want to know who I am, I'll tell you, kid. I'm your uncle, the dragon of purgatory. My name is Bahamut, the great supreme dragon god of darkness. Bahamut power level 999 category 2 and almost one that's his power level when he was outside. Issei. Wait a minute, Bahamut, that Bahamut. The one even Great Red, Office, and Trihik-Saphir. Bahamut. Hahaha, I see you know a lot about my boy, but yes, that's me. It's a pleasure to meet my brother-in-law's son. Azareth. It's been a while, Bahamut, since I put you in that gauntlet. Bahamut. If it's been a long time, old friend, tell me now, do you wish me to train your puppy? Azareth. Yes, but you won't be the only one helping him train. He'll have more help. You're the one who will help him with his sacred gear, as well as the others he has. Issei didn't understand when she referred to others, and that's when she told him that she has a sacred gear that allows her to copy and evolve any other sacred gear she wants. Azareth. Your master, who will teach you melee combat, spells, and even colossal magical attacks, is about to arrive. Through a portal arrived a man of about 49 years of age, tall, muscular, with dark blue hair, a beard and all, but he was wearing a strange outfit with strange tattoos. Azareth. It's a pleasure to see you again, Master Rash. Rash. It's a pleasure, my king. Tell me, what is it you desire? Issei. Father, who is he? Azareth. Son, he is Rash the Grandmaster who is in category 3 of the strongest. Rash. Power level 500 million category 3. Rash. Oh, you must be the prince who was dead and reincarnated after 1,000 years, right? Issei. Yes. Rash. This must be a dream. It's a pleasure to have you back, my young master Issei. Azareth. In case you're wondering why he's reacting like this, it's because he was eager to train you. Well, Rash, you know, help him train his physical strength and more. Rash. Yes, my lord. Azareth. Well, now you'll have a master not only of physical strength, but also of swordsmanship and speed. Azareth displayed 2 swords and 2 spears. 2 were blue with gold details, but the other 2 were malevolent, black and red. For some reason, the 4 weapons seemed to be calling to Issei, so he slowly approached both swords, and when he took them he felt a great amount of power coursing through his veins, so he let go of them for a moment, but even though he hadn't touched the spears, they seemed to want to release something from them. From the swords, 2 figures began to appear. One was a young woman of about 20 years of age, with blonde hair, a blue dress, and armor on her, as well as on her seat and part of her body. The other was the same, but her dress was black, her armor was dark gray with red cracks, she had white hair, yellow eyes, and a mask that covered her eyes, but she gave off an evil aura. The spears were the same, but this time it was a girl with long golden hair and blue eyes wearing armor that looked like a dress. The other one was the same, but she was evil like the first, wearing black armor with a matching black cape. Azareth. It's a pleasure to see you again, Arthuria Pendragoner Saber, Saber Altar, Gene of the Ark and Gene Altar. LSS4. It's a pleasure to see you, my king. Saber Altar, what is the mission, sir? Azareth. I want my son Issei trained in sword and spear fighting. Knowledge. As you wish, my lord Azareth. Issei. Excuse me, Rash. Who are they? Rash. They, young master, are the most powerful knights in existence and are in category 2. Arthuria. Power level 100 0. 00000000000000000 category 2. Saber Altar. Power level 200 0. 000000000000000 category 2. Gen power level -9 0000000000000000000000000 category 2. Gen altar power level 100 trillion category 2. It should be noted that Issei was impressed that they had such a level and were of category 2. Azareth. Well, your master of attacks and speed is in the place where you will train, as well as your brothers and sisters, although I don't know if they wish to train with you too. Issei looked at his brothers who were practically terrified at the sight of beings of great power. Issei. Let them come after that, they will leave here, but we will erase their memory of this place and of me, so that they don't know who I really am. Isaac. Wait, brother, don't do this to us. If you wish, we can stay here and we will never tell the factions about your mortar. Angel. My lord speaks the truth. Issei. If you wish to stay, I will accept that, but I still do not forgive you for everything you put me through. Now come. Azareth. Well, they will train in Purgatory, the home of your uncle's son. Bahamut. At last I will be able to see my home once more. Azareth. One more thing, once you enter there you must learn to adapt to the environment of Purgatory, and even more so for the 4 of you who are pureblood demons. Liz opened the gates of Purgatory, and when they opened, a landscape of chaos and death could be seen. But Issei wanted to become stronger, and if this was the way, he would succeed. Issei entered, and then the others followed. Liz closed the doors and there appeared the time she wanted to spend inside. Time 100 quadrillion inside. Outside 1 second. More than 30 minutes passed and they didn't come out, then 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and 5 hours passed until finally the gates of Purgatory opened, but now they were completely different. The knights looked stronger, their children seemed to have doubled their powers, Rash also seemed stronger, and although he was now in category 2, he still couldn't surpass the dragon goddesses or Kara. His counter was a little higher, just add 24 more zeros, and then Isaac and his sisters came out of the gates with tremendous power. Isaac power level 4 09000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 0099999000009999999000000 Category 5. Asami power level 300 quadrillion 9000 Category 5. Blira power level 3 Category 5. And behind them stood the one who would change everything. Now he was different. He looked very young, with long grey and black hair, red eyes with cat-like pupils, and a well-formed body, though not overly muscular, but he exuded a powerful aura. And yes, his power was on another level. If you want to know how much it is, I'll reveal it in the next chapter. Until next time. A little further down. They fell, here's their counter. Issei power level 9. Category 1. If it is already well broken, the most broken Issei I have created. Azarath was proud of his son for how much he had improved, for he felt he had accomplished many things during his time in purgatory. His copied sacred gears showed that he had reached the balance breaker in all its splendor. It was very noticeable in him, in his auras and everything else. Azarath. How are you feeling, son? Issei, I feel incredible. Azarath. Well, now that you have trained and managed to obtain that power and perfected, your kingdom is ready. During the time you were in purgatory, I created a kingdom for you in Great Tartarus, but first you must subdue all these women. From the main gate appear more than 13,000 women who chose to submit to the future king of Mordor. Isaac. As I told you before, brother, I will follow you now that I am your unstoppable warrior, and I will only say one thing. Good luck, I hope we don't see each other again in the kingdom. Asami. Goodbye, Ani-chan. Thus they left the poor guy who had no choice but to go to another dimension and subdue all those girls and increase his powers to recover his original power and unite it with the current one since it was sealed. BXD. Hyoudou clan. Hero. That damn brat has awakened his power. Damn you, Issei. I don't care if you're the wielder of the snake and dragon eyes, I swear I'll kill you with my bare hands. No matter how long it takes, I'll find a way to kill you. Takeda, subdue some of the clan's women and increase your power. Takeda obeyed his father's order, but his eyes seemed dull. In Takeda's mind it looked like a world or something, and there was someone chained by his hands and feet and was very badly injured. Brother Issei, save me. What does this mean? Who was he? What secrets are Guru Hyoudou and his family hiding? Until next time. Chapter 9. After Issei managed to subdue all the girls his father gave him, his power increased more than expected, but only slightly, since didn't have as much power. However, he was able to absorb and copy their powers, which were fused with the copied sacred gears, including the dividing gear, the booster gear, and Vitra's absorption line. Now, Issei could defeat his father with great ease. But just as they were about to leave, they heard a sound like 3 cannons coming from the sky, and to their surprise, it wasn't cannon fire, but 3 people whose powers Issei's siblings and parents knew perfectly well. Azarath. Don't worry, they are the ones who will be Issei's guardians or bodyguards. The 3 people stopped their shock and left the balcony, and these 3 people knelt before Issei. Issei-sama, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. We are your unstoppable warriors. My name is Mio. Mind power level 900 quadrillion 99 billion category 2. My name is Sarah, nice to meet you. Sarah power level 800 0. 000000000000000000000 category 2. I'm Amelia, nice to meet you. Amelia power level 800 trillion category 2. Isaac. Wait a minute, are you mine, Gremory? When he said that last name, he released a strong feeling of death that made Isaac fall to the ground from that great pressure and sensation. Mine. Never say that last name again, understand? Black and blue rays emanated from his body, which was a very powerful blue power of destruction, and yes, I am Mio Gremory or ex-Gremory, and they are Sarah Phoenix and Amelia Sitri, but thanks to our exile, we were able to realize our destiny, and that was to serve the powerful Issei-sama. Now we are the 3 unstoppable warriors of Issei-sama and the most feared. Well, if in a certain part the power of each girl that Issei subdued had a power level of 900 billion, and now their level must be at 800 quadrillion of each one, and that would be a lot for everyone, but it would also be a good thing, since that way they would become stronger, and currently they were in category 6. Azarath. Well, if you've already introduced yourselves, it's time for you, Issei, and your girls to go to your castle. Very soon we will begin expanding our troops. Issei listened to his father and went to the place where his castle was, only to be greatly surprised to find that it was nothing more than purgatory with an immensity 3 times larger than his father's, and a very extensive castle with several towers, more than 50 towers, large structures. The castle was 1600 meters high and 600 meters long. When Issei finally realized this, he saw motherships arriving in the sky, carrying several demons who had been abducted. More than 30 million demons left the motherships and went to the city. Obviously, Issei was already at the castle using light speed. He watched as the demons went to their respective homes, and how was this possible? Well, simply put, these demons were never kidnapped. They chose to go to Issei's home because they were fed up with the reign of the false mass, and now that Rizevam had been crowned demon king and another group of demons had gone to his domain, they were happy. Issei saw that a quarter of the city was filled with demons, but the rest was empty, so he came up with an idea. To revive the demonic pillars that were extinguished in the Holy War. With a snap of his fingers, more than 600 million demons appeared. When they received memories and information about Issei and what happened during the time they were extinguished, they decided to swear loyalty to their new king. And so the city was gradually filled, but half of it was still missing, so he came up with something. Well, he came up with the great idea of reviving hundreds of millions of human families, angels, yokai, valkyries, and when these were revived and received the information, they decided it was better to stay in Issei's kingdom. There were now more than 1.2 billion inhabitants, but the population continued to grow, and beneath the city, more than 4,000 meters deep, there was a facility for weapons, ships, and armor, all manufactured by dwarf artisans from Asgard, who had betrayed their people thousands of years ago, and now served Mordor, or rather, the Dark Kingdom. There were around 4,000 dwarves creating weapons, 6,000 creating armor with minerals and metals highly resistant to heat, attack power, solar explosions, among other things, and more than 10,000 dwarves creating immense motherships. But thanks to the help of goblins, of whom there were more than 4 million since they reproduced very quickly, and that was because some Valkyries who refused to serve Azarath and his son, there were about 40 Valkyries, more than 60 demons, angels, and yokai, who were now incubators for the goblins, gave birth to countless babies who were born with great power. Some, when born to demons, yokai, angels, and Valkyries, had a human body, but their skin was green, they had pointed ears, great strength, and great agility. Some women thought of nothing but having sex with their masters. Others resisted, but their minds were broken quickly with each grape. With the help of the goblins, there were over 40 motherships stored far below, some over 10,000 meters tall, and others up to 60,000 meters long. Why so much? Simply put, the place where Issei's kingdom now stands is, or was, purgatory, making it 100 times larger than it was before, equivalent to more than 300 suns. There was a large quantity of armor. Well, some of those inside the armor were undead, but these were in the blue and black armors, there were more than 900 million of them, which were in a chamber more than 9,000 meters deep, and the number kept increasing, but 40,000 of these armors had wearers from the dark world, that is, Mordor. There were more than 500 million wide armors for women that would be angelic. Well, there were more armors that were counted in large quantities, but these were from elite forces. The other armors were for warriors, of which there were more than 50 billion, and where are all those men? Well, on another planet that is connected to the Dark Kingdom. Now that Issei was recovering his powers and had the ability to duplicate his strength, he decided to create worlds that were connected to the Dark Kingdom to make it seem as if they were a single planet. Issei entered the interior of his castle, and inside there were more than 20 thrones, and that was because of Issei's partners, and on top of all of these was a throne which was Issei's. Mine. We have been waiting for more than 10 years for this moment, Issei-sama. The three of us created this castle and this throne room. Issei. Thank you, really. Sarah. Issei-sama, let us go to the DXD dimension. We have to go and do some special missions. Issei. If that's their decision, fine, just be careful, we mustn't underestimate the enemy. DXD. Gremory clan. Mio appeared on the outskirts of the Gremory clan, her former home, but she didn't come there for that reason. It was for something else. A force of magical power of destruction was below, more than 300 meters deep, so she charged an attack and fired a black beam at the ground, beginning to pierce the earth. But she wasn't alone. She was accompanied by 5 soldiers of rank 6 and 5, at Issei's request. Mine. Okay, one of you go down and bring what's underneath. One of the soldiers sped down to get away as quickly as possible, because he felt that something bad was going to happen. Mio and the others would wait, but they hear footsteps behind them. Mio disappears to see who it was, and to his surprise, it was none other than. I didn't expect you to come here, soldiers of Azarath. Everyone turns around to see none other than Sirzechs Gremory, or Lucifer, walking in his armor, but it seemed that something had happened to him, as he looked different, something that caused a certain fear in the soldiers. Warrior. I didn't expect the weakling Mao Lucifer to come and discover that we're here. Sirzechs. I felt a very strong presence, that's why I came here, but I didn't expect it to be you. Warrior 4. And what will you do? You're nothing but a weakling. Sirzechs. PFF, haha. The ground began to rumble from a strong pressure, rocks began to float, clouds turned black, and red lightning began to fall in different parts due to the enormous power pressure of Sirzechs. Sirzechs' armor began to crack, his hair turned a dark red color, his eyes became cat-like pupils, 6 leathery spikes appeared on his arms, giving him a terrifying appearance, his armor tore to pieces showing his body with much and everything, but in addition to the scars he already had, his ears became pointed, 2 other eyes appeared, but small and red. Aye. With a great shout, a huge burst of energy shot out of Sirzechs' body and went to the sky. The beam was crimson red, and the people of the Gremory clan watched it with admiration for their great demon king, including his parents and his own sister. The combo moment disappeared and all that could be seen was a large crater and in it stood Sirzechs surrounded by a red aura and lightning bolts coming out of his body. Warrior 2. His power level cannot have increased more than estimated. Warrior 3. What is your power level now? He gives her the tablet he was holding, which analyzes the enemy and measures their power level. Sirzechs Lucifer current team inform power level 999,999,999. Category 4. The enormous amount of power of Sirzechs was felt everywhere in the Olympian, Indian, Vampire, Aztec, Elven, Angelic, Grigori, Asgard factions, in practically all factions, even in Mortar where the Category 4 soldiers felt some fear, even Rias himself felt that enormous power of a great rival. Sirzechs opened his eyes slightly and in a flash was standing in front of one of the warriors. He delivered a powerful blow with destructive energy in his fist, sending him flying like a cannonball. He slammed into the ground multiple times and crashed into a mountain, leaving him stuck with a great shock to his face. His chest and helmet cracked and part of the helmet broke, revealing his blue eye with a black pupil. The warriors reacted and began their attack against Sirzechs. Warrior 1. First skill. Crimson Divine Ray. The great wile shot out of his hand, but before hitting Sirzechs it disintegrated. Warrior 1. Impossible. Sirzechs looked at the warrior and, with a single movement, was in front of him, ready to strike. But the warrior moved incredibly fast and punched Sirzechs in the stomach, sending him crashing into a rock and spitting out blood. Then the warrior appeared, grabbed him by the head, and began slamming him against the nearest mountain repeatedly until his forehead bled and the mountain shattered. He then released him and delivered a powerful kick to his stomach, sending him flying over 400 meters into the air. He then reappeared in front of Sirzechs, delivering a powerful blow that sent him crashing to the ground, creating a huge explosion of dust and a large crater. The warrior then walked towards Sirzechs to attack again, but a red light stopped him. It was an attack that Sirzechs immediately blocked with his left arm, forcing him back. Warrior 1. Very nice try Lucifer ah. He vomits blood and falls to his knees. Sirzechs. What's going on? Did you find a gold coin? Warrior 4. Wounded luck although he blocked his attack. Warrior 1. You know, I've met some very strong people and they're all defeated by me, and you're the first one who's really worth fighting and showing how powerful we unstoppable warriors are. Sirzechs. Stop talking. He fires a powerful beam of destruction from his mouth in the direction of the warrior who just stood there and said. Warrior 1. Counterattack. The attack came around with twice the power and size, something that impressed Sirzechs, and he took it as a hit, causing a tremendous explosion. He emerged from the blast with 4 pairs of giant bat wings, but he saw a blue light and before he could look up, something fell on top of him, forcing him to dive and causing tremendous destruction. The ground cracked and parts of it rose up. Sirzechs is grabbed by the foot and thrown far away where 2 warriors were already there and they punch him twice in the stomach and send him flying up a mountain. Warrior 1. 7th ability. Devastating Meteor Burst. Warrior 4. 7th ability. Cosmic Destroyer. The 2 fused attacks hit Sirzechs, creating a large explosion that is consumed by him, who then unleashes fire like lightning, hitting a warrior and sending him far away. Warrior 1. No. Sirzechs appears before him and unleashes 20 destructive attacks, hitting him all over his body. But when he emerges from the smoke, he seems different. His arm appears more terrifying, and he punches Sirzechs in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. He receives another blow, and another, and another, and another, until the last one almost succeeds, but Sirzechs stops the blow, and a beam shoots from his right eye, striking the helmet and destroying half of it. Sirzechs gets up, somewhat dirty and wounded. Sirzechs, I didn't expect these bastards to have. He couldn't continue because he received a kick to his abdomen and was sent flying into a mountain, and a huge rain of attacks plummeted down, hitting Sirzechs' body, then. Warrior 1. 7th ability. Universal Devour. A huge sphere of energy shot out as Sirzechs emerged from the rubble. The attack created a colossal explosion that destroyed all the mountains around it. Great clouds of smoke rose into the sky, creating a horrific landscape, with fire everywhere. From the rubble emerges Sirzechs, badly injured with very serious burns that were slowly healed by his mafia, but before he can react, he receives a punch to the chest, then one to the face, and then a kick to the back. Sirzechs could feel his bones being damaged, but he wouldn't give up until he saw them dead. When he saw one of them about to throw a powerful punch, he quickly grabbed his foot and pulled him in front of him, taking the blow and sending him flying. Then he reappeared in front of the warrior and delivered a powerful blow that shattered his helmet, revealing a face that resembled Milika's, Sirzechs' son, only black and grey. Warrior 3. Hahaha, wow, I didn't expect that, but this was nothing more than a warm-up. At an even faster speed than before, he punches Sirzechs in the stomach, then kicks him in the back, sending him crashing to the ground. Before impact, he reappears on the ground with a large hammer, striking him on the head and sending him flying again. However, the hammer had damaged his skull, causing it to crack. The warrior grabs his foot and descends at great speed. Sirzechs, trying to break free, cannot, as he has driven small needles into his foot. The warrior slams him against the ground with his sword, creating enormous cracks and powerful tremors. Sirzechs screams in pain, but he doesn't stop. He spins him around 5 times and again, delivering a slam that hurts more and more each time, causing loud cries of pain that can be heard throughout the clan. In the last one, I just lifted him up and grabbed him by the head, dragging him up a mountain until I finally let go and shot him with an energy sphere, which caused him great damage, and in the smoke Sirzechs appeared with blood coming out of his mouth, chest, and head. Sirzechs falls to the ground without much strength, and the warrior only roars in victory, and when he saw that he did not get up he decided to leave, but at that moment a black ray shoots out into the sky and turns around seeing Sirzechs with his red eyes and his hair of a red and blue color. Warrior 3. His increased power is supposed to be impossible with the damage we caused him. It should have left him weak. Sirzechs lunged to attack the warrior when he received a blow to his face on the left side and sent him flying through a few mountains, and the one who gave him the blow was the second warrior who remained stuck in the mountain, only now he did not have his armor, but he did have his bridges, his body was a little bigger and more muscular. Warrior 3. Until you deigned to climb out of the hole. Warrior 2. They really had it tough, huh? Warrior 3. Be careful, his strength is on another level, I could barely make him bleed to this degree of damage. Warrior 2. Don't worry, there's a reason I wore this armor. That armor I always wore was just a vessel to keep my power from escaping, and now that this Mao destroyed it with a single blow, something never seen before, that power has returned to me, and now I myself am my armor. Sirzechs emerges from the mountain enveloped in his aura of destruction, it's time to show you the power of a relentless warrior. He leaped forward and raised his fist to deliver a punch to Sirzechs, who returned the blow. Their fists collided, creating a shockwave that reached the entire clan. A fistfight erupted in the air. The warrior delivered a hammer kick to Sirzechs' stomach, and as he fell, he recovered but saw a beam of energy hurtling towards him. Sirzechs spread his wings and flew across the ground, dodging the beams. He noticed a few forests that had survived the explosion and decided to retreat there to recover some energy. The warrior, who was sitting nearby, saw this, and black scales on his back began to glow gold. Warrior 2. First chaotic ability. Gravitational rare rain. Countless lightning bolts shot from his back into the sky, and from there, more than 100 lightning bolts began to plummet down, creating huge explosions that took the shape of domes. Sirzechs decided to go out again, but the lightning and explosions wouldn't allow it until the lightning stopped, leaving only a landscape of destruction caused by the lightning. Sirzechs rose into the sky and saw all the chaos. Sirzechs? This cannot be. Warrior 2. But seriously, did you think I was different? Someone weak just because I'm in category 5? Well, you're wrong. Sirzechs turned around but was struck by a tail swipe and fell to the ground. While lying there, he unleashed 4 destructive attacks like lightning bolts that hit him, creating an explosion in the air. To his surprise, he emerged without a scratch. Sirzechs continued firing lightning bolts, but he didn't even flinch, simply absorbing the attacks without any pain. Then he raised both arms, forming a single fist. Sirzechs dodged the blow, but the impact created a massive crater, shattering everything around him. The ground cracked, and mountains split from the immense force. As he got up, he was struck in the face, suffering severe damage as part of his skin disintegrated, revealing his teeth and flesh. This only caused him to grin in terror. Sirzechs struck him again in the face, but this time he felt no damage. He raised his right arm with incredible speed and connected with it in his left abdomen, sending him crashing into the trees. He got up, but the warrior landed on his back, causing a massive earthquake. Sirzechs creates a band with his magic, grabs the warrior by the foot and throws him some distance. He then rises with incredible speed and launches himself at the warrior. Sirzechs punches him in the stomach, but it has no effect. The warrior simply smiles, then grabs the warrior by the head and places an energy sphere on his chest, creating an explosion. He then throws the warrior to the ground and kicks him, sending him flying far away. In the sky, the warrior appears to be gathering energy in his outstretched hands, creating a golden sphere. Sirzechs does the same, but with one hand, he gathers his destructive power. Warrior 2. Take this, you bastard doomsday lightning. A huge golden beam shot out from both his hands toward Sirzechs, and Sirzechs did the same with one hand. Both attacks collided, creating a large sphere that accumulated power. The warrior's beam sent the sphere toward Sirzechs, but Sirzechs didn't give up. His beam caused the sphere to move slightly towards the warrior, but Sirzechs exerted more effort, and the sphere stopped. Warrior 2. Is this your ultimate power, fake Mau? Ha, needless to say, I'm not impressed. Is this how you intend to protect everyone you love? Just like you did with her? With Issei. Issei Gremory, his older sister, a prodigy in her destructive power, but more than 3,000 years ago his sister was kidnapped and only her arm was found with magical residues of destruction, and that is what struck a weak point in Sirzechs, who began to remember the moments he spent with her, a beautiful girl with crimson red hair with an angelic smile, who helped her younger brother achieve his goal. And something inside Sirzechs broke, a seal that had kept something hidden. Out of nowhere, purple lightning appeared outside Sirzechs' body, and with a blood-curdling scream, he raised his other hand, which seemed to have black spikes and claws. He fired a purple beam that swirled around the lightning, causing the sphere to grow larger. But the warrior only smiled and channeled more power into it. The sphere hurtled towards Sirzechs, but it stopped as Sirzechs poured more power into it, and the sphere grew larger and larger until… boom! The tremendous explosion of energy was heard and seen everywhere. On the ground, the warrior had some burns, but even so, Sirzechs appeared with great anger on his face and gave him a powerful blow to the stomach, and the warrior punched him on the head. Both were sent flying far away. Sirzechs crashed into each mountain until he impacted one, remaining there. The warrior only fell to the ground and dug his claws into the ground, but due to the force and speed, he slowed down as best he could until he stopped, leaving a large trail of his claws. It was seen that Sirzechs had impacted more than 3,000 meters from where they had been before. He saw that Sirzechs wasn't moving much, so he started searching until he found a large round stone. He picked it up with one hand and put energy into it, making it very hard. With all his strength, he threw it like a projectile. Sirzechs began to open his eyes, but when he saw the rock, he couldn't react and it hit him, destroying the peak of the mountain and leaving a somewhat flat area. Sirzechs was there. Sirzechs began to rise, but large rocks began to fall from the sky. He fired lightning bolts that pulverized them all. Sirzechs glared at the warrior with hatred, but around him, rings of black holes began to appear, each with a black sphere at its center. The spheres formed a dome, and from these holes, another, smaller yellow one appeared in the center. Then, lightning bolts shot out, striking Sirzechs, who screamed in pain from the onslaught. The entire mountain began to crumble under the attacks, but then they vanished, and Sirzechs collapsed to the ground. Warrior 2. Not bad but dies Irie. A whirlwind, or rather a disk of energy, appeared above him, and then a larger beam struck the mountain where Sirzechs was, hitting him. The entire mountain began to be destroyed until the attack destroyed everything, and Sirzechs was on another mountain, badly injured, but his wounds were slowly healing. The warrior was impressed but not very much, and above him appeared a small black hole and at his feet 2 more. Warrior 2. Let's see if you survive this meteor beam. The 3 black holes fired 3 beams that joined together and created a larger one, and then he fired his beam from both hands, making it even bigger, and then Sirzechs saw that, but the beam was very fast and destroyed part of the mountain. The beam reached the portal that divides the human world and the underworld, and the beam then left the planet. The warrior thought he had won, but he felt that he was still alive, and remembering his sister, and knowing that this warrior knew something filled him with anger and a thirst for revenge. The ground trembled, his hands were filled with purple energy, and his hair grew longer and longer, flickering from red to purple. From there, a loud scream that later turned into a roar released a gigantic aura that rose to the skies, an aura of red and purple combined. The aura of power began to diminish, revealing Sirzechs with hair like Goku's Super Saiyan 3, but red with a large purple streak, 2 tails, and 4 arms. The warrior rose into the sky and was preparing his attack when a black hole the size of Sirzechs appeared in front of him, and in the center, a purple sphere appeared, and then… Sirzechs. Final judgment. A gigantic purple beam, 100 meters long, shot out of the hole towards the warrior, who, seeing this, dodged the beam. But the beam went straight through mountains, pulverizing their peaks until it had passed through more than 500 mountains, and in the last one, it caused a tremendous explosion of power that even the dragons were afraid to see. Sirzechs vanished the hole, and before the warrior could see ahead, he delivered a powerful blow to his stomach, sending him crashing into a mountain. The warrior reached the mountain and pierced it, but Sirzechs teleported above him and fired a beam that sent him crashing to the ground. He then began to fly downwards, firing another beam from his mouth that struck above him. When he landed, the ground was settled, but then a beam erupted, forming a circle. The rock then rose and hurled Sirzechs with a boulder. Sirzechs emerged from the rock, furious, but the warrior pounded the ground with both fists, unleashing magic that raised rock spikes, blocking Sirzechs' path. As they drew closer, the warrior gathered energy and unleashed a devastating attack, as did Sirzechs. The two attacks collided, creating an explosive sphere that destroyed everything around it. Sirzechs emerged from the blast and was stomped on, but he got up, blocked the attack, and punched his attacker in the stomach, sending him flying several meters. Sirzechs took flight, ready to dive, but noticed something strange as he flew towards him. The attacker stood still with a confident smile and his arms crossed. Sirzechs took flight, skimming the ground, ready to attack, when a large hand with long, sharp metal-like nails emerged from the earth, gripping Sirzechs tightly by the neck. Then he slams him against the ground and sends him flying, and the one who came out was the fifth warrior who seemed furious. Warrior 2. Hey friend, tell me, did you achieve our goal? The warrior simply nodded and gave it to the one who was hidden. The warrior was carrying a large capsule, but there was someone inside, someone with red hair, 2 pigtails, and horns. Warrior 2. Well, now that the Cataclysm duo is reunited, it's best to show our strength. Both released their auras. The new one is a very dark pink aura. Sirzechs emerged from the rubble, furious, and launched an attack, determined to finish them off once and for all. The other two also charged, and when Sirzechs arrived, he punched them in the stomach. But they just smiled and, with a spin, kicked him, sending him flying into a mountain. All they heard was his scream and the release of his aura. His hair turned a darker shade of purple, and he shot a red laser beam from his eyes. Luckily, it barely hurt them, though it did leave some deep cuts. They were simply pleased to have found someone with greater power, but not by much. The fifth warrior leaped to where Sirzechs was, and with a single punch sent him flying through the entire mountain. Sirzechs emerged somewhat dizzy, but quickly recovered. A pink light appeared in the sky, and when Sirzechs looked up, the fifth warrior created a gigantic dark pink sphere of energy and hurled it at him. Sirzechs, using all 4 arms, tried to stop the attack, but it was useless. The sphere struck the ground and Sirzechs exploded into pieces. However, he reappeared much faster than before and lashed out with his tail at one of them, but was grabbed by the tail and spun around in the air before being dragged across the ground. Warrior 5. I'm going to teach you. He lets go and throws a punch, but as he lands it, Sirzechs grabs his arm and knees him in the face, causing his nose to bleed. Sirzechs just smiles wider and wider, and without realizing it, he falls into a trap. Spikes emerge, and from their tips, black laser beams shoot out, causing Sirzechs great pain. He screams in agony, and a large cloud of smoke rises. Within the smoke, a red and black beam is seen shooting into the air. In the smoke, Sirzechs is seen with both arms outstretched to the sky, firing the beam with red eyes. He then lowers his arms and destroys the spikes with his beam, aiming it at the warriors. They simply shield themselves, and the attack forces them back, but they are only happier. Their bodies are covered in wounds, but that won't stop them. Warrior 5, 4th skill. Cursed Flames of Purgatory. The fiery attack struck Sirzechs, who screamed in pain. A large burn scar covered his back, exposing his flesh. Sirzechs rose to a superhuman speed, landing a blow on his chin, followed by another, but at such a rapid pace that it was impossible to discern its origin. Every second, he received more and more blows. However, he deciphered the attacks, and to avoid striking thin air, he gathered energy and unleashed it as a powerful pulse. This caused Sirzechs to lose his balance and become slightly dizzy. He then received a headbutt so forceful that it drew blood. They grabbed his head and slammed it against one of their knees with such force that it broke his nose. But then, he opened his mouth and fired his purple beam, which pushed the warriors back. But when they opened their eyes, they saw that Sirzechs was gone. Looking up at the sky, they saw Sirzechs wielding a massive long sword of destruction. He plummeted down, the energy sword in his right arm, and with a single slash, he achieved something shocking. He severed the left arm of the fifth warrior, who, upon seeing this, felt a pang of fear. His arm immediately regenerated, and he was about to grab it when Sirzechs slashed the ground, the cut extending over 200 meters in length. They were going to continue but… Mine. That's enough. Sirzechs and the others see Mio descending in the sky in her armor as in the beginning, with a serious look, and Sirzechs felt that he had seen her somewhere before but didn't know where. Mine. We've completed the mission, it's time to go. You 5 need to go to the regeneration chamber. Sirzechs. You won't leave. You murdered many of my people and you think you can just walk away like that? Mine. Are you trying to challenge me? Sirzechs created a black hole ready to fire, but he saw Mio raise his sword. Mio swung her sword so fast that Sirzechs barely had time to react and dodge a terrifying vertical cut that split the earth, extending over 40 kilometers. Its depth was unknown, but the ground was separated by about 100 meters. Sirzechs and the others were terrified, but Sirzechs wouldn't be defeated by such an attack. He fired his own attack in Mio's direction, but she did the same, creating a small black hole in the palm of her hand, and then. Mine. Divine Judgment. The colossal 180-meter-high blue beam shot out. Sirzechs realized that attack. Its power, its magic, seemed familiar to him until he remembered. Sirzechs? Mine. The lightning bolt struck Sirzechs, but he was blown far away. The bolt reached all the mountains and then vanished, having completed its mission. But to be sure, Mio fired a beam from her finger into the sky, and where Sirzechs stood, a shower of lightning struck in a single spot. Mio opened the portal and stepped through it along with the warriors, all traumatized by Mio's power and leaving great fear in the Gremory clan. Grayfia and the others headed towards Sirzechs, arriving and seeing him missing an arm. Half of his face had disappeared, leaving a gaping hole on the right side of his body, like a bite. Grayfia. Sirzechs. To be continued. Sirzechs final form power level 800000999999999999999 category 4. Warrior 1 power level 600,999,999 billion category 5. Warrior 2 previous power level 500 billion current level in the fight 500 million category 4. Warrior 4 power level 400 billion category 4. Warrior 5 power level 400 million category 4. That's the level of power. Did you enjoy the fight between Lucifer with his new power and the warriors? Chapter 10. After the great defeat that Sirzechs suffered in the Gremory clan he was. In mortar Issei I congratulate Mio and his unstoppable warriors who demonstrated their true powers and more so to Sirzechs Lucifer who proved to be a true demon king and the strongest, surpassing the original Lucifer and God, reaching the same level as Trixer or superior good. Issei gave a great reward to his soldiers because they had wanted as a reward 300 gems of universal power and 5 girls, some demons, another 5 angels for those who accompanied mine, because the demons and angels resisted in the first days, but later they became the sexual slaves of the warriors. The kingdom increased twice its size, now it was twice as big since as more and more children were born and new people were brought from other worlds, they needed to expand their kingdom. Issei, like every deity, had the obligation to destroy universes that no longer deserved another chance, and he found more than 4 universes that did not deserve another chance. Well, Issei sent his army more than 40 billion orcs, 400 million warships, 900 million motherships and of course, a huge army of 900 billion trillion undead and 900 billion giants to those universes. Using a dimensional portal, everyone was taken to those universes and little by little, Issei saw from a transmitter the worlds that were destroyed by his armies. More than 1,000 worlds fell before the immense army of the great deity. It would take him about 9 hours to finish conquering the universes. Issei was sitting on his throne when he decided to go to a place. He went down more than 2,000 meters under sleep and there was a gigantic laboratory. There were more than 500 very large green capsules and inside there were people, one in a house, one but the one that caught his attention was the one that was in one that shone white with purple and gold. Issei. Even though you are the great demon king Lucifer, you ended up being humiliated by my warriors, but there is no problem now that you left your blood to your fate, thanks to that I now have more power and to them. Well, the one that was in the capsule was nothing more and nothing less than a clone of Sirzechs, but this clone had golden hair, purple and white parts and in the others, the same clones of Sirzechs with dark purple hair, but there were not 500 capsules, no, there were more than 4 million capsules with demons, angels, baby dragons or some were clones, and how is it possible? Because the vast majority were children of Issei, and how is it possible? Well, Issei did not eliminate the demon blood that only the Hyoudou family had, but not demon blood, and thanks to that he was a super demon of the highest category, having the ability like Lilith to create demons from invocations or creation of these and the others the same, but the rest were children of women who were raped so that their babies would become faithful servants of their king. Issei left the laboratory and went to the surface and entered a room seeing his daughter who was born from his magic. Clarissa was in a chamber of regeneration and absorption of crystal magic because previously Clarissa was feared but not for her power, but for her way of killing in cold blood and she is in category 4 and how is it possible? Well, his power level was this. Clarissa Multiversal Chaos power level 700 billion category 4 that was the level of her power, but it could be a 3, but she didn't want that, she hadn't even reached the evolution to Super Dragon. Evolution was a higher level when they released their maximum power, but it has only happened on some occasions, only 50 have been able to do that, and those are the dragon gods, the unstoppable warriors and Sirzechs, those were the ones who had achieved evolution and had risen in category. Issei was walking through the corridors, but one room caught his attention because in it there were 5 thrones which had angel-like details due to their metal wings. Kuoh. That is the throne of the angels of death. Issei turns around and sees Sarah, who was walking just like Issei. Issei. Angels of death. Sarah. Yes, they are the strongest angels among the archangels, and it is said that among the babies who are in capsules 4, they will be the ones chosen to be the angels of death. Issei. Why only 4? Sarah. It is said that one will be chosen by you, Issei-sama. Issei did not understand why he should choose the angel of death, but it did not seem important to him. Issei said goodbye to Sarah and left. As he passed through the parts of the castle that showed the courtyard, he saw that his sisters were training their other brothers with the use of the sword. Isaac was trained by knowing who. At first he did not want to, but then he had to do it at the request of his king. Clara, Asami and Amanda, trained by knowing Alter. Jean and Jean Alti, who taught him many types of fighting to be able to fight against beings of greater power. Izuku and his friends, by knowing and seeing the Dark Kingdom better, decided to become stronger and serve Issei as their king. The XD. Elf faction. In the elf faction there was the great elf king who was a blonde with long hair, pointed ears like all the elves and goblins that exist, but it must be said that this king had a cold and almost emotionless look and eyes that radiated hatred and contempt towards those who, well, a group of renegade demons who were handcuffed and kneeling in front of him. Demonar. Let us go, damn shitty elf, you and your entire race will be the incubators of demons. Elf King. It will not be like that. His voice was very terrifying, so much so that it made the demons tremble. Elf King. You are beings that deserve to be eradicated from the face of the planet and everything else. We have the highest rank in categories such as the Olympians, Egyptians, Indians, Aztecs and other factions are the strongest, and altogether we will serve and swear loyalty to the son of Azareth. The Elf King stood up from his throne and began to walk towards the demons. Demonar. You will be nothing more than. He could not finish because his body, like all the demons, were torn to pieces, and the person responsible was the king who kept his sword bathed in blood. Elf King. Pathetic. The king set fire to what was left of those demons with red flames. This Elf King was the strongest of the 13 Elf Kings of the Elven faction. He was feared for his great power and physical strength, in addition to his way of killing his enemies. The king returned to his throne, and the door opened showing an elf about 18 years old, thin, white skin, green eyes, blonde hair with a ponytail in the back, green clothes and a crown. Elf. Brother, the unstoppable warriors of Mortar came to talk to you. Elf King. Let them pass. Laya. Laya. Hi. Laya led in 7 unstoppable warriors in black armor with green gems who were in category 5. Leader. It is a pleasure to meet you, Elf King Balthazar. Balthazar, known as the Elf King, looked at his guests bathed in blood. Balthazar. What happened to them? Leader. Don't worry, we are dealing with a large group of renegade demons who wanted to take your citizens. The reason we are here is to form an alliance with the Elven Kingdom. This is as a sign of our union. The leader makes a gigantic black cube appear. Leader. This is the metal that we use to make the armor and weapons of our kingdom. It is liquid so you can carry it, and it does not weigh. Even if you use more, what you have emptied returns to its original form, so your ammunition to make liquid metal for your weapons and armor is infinite. Balthazar. It's not bad at all, so I'll also give this to the son of Azareth. He snapped his fingers and 100 elves appeared. Some of them were, so to speak, lawless, some dark elves with developed bodies like Ravel, Irina, Zenobia, others like Asia's, Rias, Akeno, Sona, Momo and Tsubaki, as well as their bodies, and as I said, some were dark elves. Balthazar. Them is a sign of my loyalty. The soldiers accepted this gift for their king, but the leader stopped. Leader. If it's not too much trouble, you can show us your power level. When Balthazar heard that he just smiled, but his smile was sinister. Balthazar stood up from his throne, and with a single step a golden aura came out of his body, but the golden aura was very dark, and his counter increased more and more until it stopped. Elf King Balthazar. Power level 100 trillion category 4 and almost 3, although it should be said that the other Elven Kings had a category between 5 and 6 since, well, they were not those who liked war, but this king did since he cared a lot about his people. Leader. Thank you very much, Balthazar-sama. The warriors left and Balthazar stopped showing his level of power and sat on his throne. Balthazar. He Sirzechs Gremory, you are going to fall before my power one day because of the damage you caused us. You and your clan will fall before my power. Mortar. Issei was focused on his throne, but he decided to check the information on the parallel universes and others, but an ultraversion caught his attention, which was the ultraversion hentai. Yes, I know I am one of those who watch hentai, so it was good and other things like that, but one world caught his attention, so he decided to go to that world, but inside that universe, it is a week inside and in the original universe, it is only a day. Issei. Mine. Mine appeared out of nowhere. Mine? Yes, Issei-sama. Issei. I will leave you in charge of the kingdom for one day, I will go to another universe. Mine. As you order. Issei took out his sword and with a cut in the air, he opened a portal that would take him to that world, which should save a certain group of people. Hentai universe last waltz. Issei arrived through the portal, but he arrived at the top of an island about 4,000 meters long but low, and he noticed a very damaged ship, as if it had been attacked since it had eggs, but when he realized it was from an internal explosion, and inside there were only skeletons, and there were more than 30. Issei left the ship, but when he saw above he noticed a girl, so Issei saw the future, and when he saw what would happen better, he decided to change his destiny, so he changed his clothes to a very damaged one. And he went into the sea and let the current take him away and leave him in the sand, and the girl above notices Issei and runs down. 20 minutes later. Issei woke up being in a room, but when he turned around he saw a large group, some adults and some young people. Issei. Where am I? The girl who saved him approached Issei. Are you safe? My name is Mochizuki Yuki. Then a chubby boy with black hair approached him. I'm Tadayashi Yuki, a pleasure. Hatsushiba Shinichiro. I'm the math teacher, my name is Karasamara Kuko. I am the leader of the rugby club, my name is Mizab Tetsudai. I am the research president Koga Naoya. Issei. A pleasure. Yuki. Sorry, what's your name? Issei. My name is Issei. Tada. Excuse me, Issei-kun, tell us where you come from. Issei. I don't remember, my mind is black, I can't remember almost anything. Tada. I understand. Mizab. Don't worry kid, you can stay here as long as you want, although it's good if we find a way to get back to the city. They told Issei what happened and what happened on the ship, so Issei saw the future of some and well they are not so happy, but some of them are the ones who would cause almost everything. As the days went by Issei got used to everything. He met Tada's girlfriend, her name is Hinako. I almost don't know that girl's full name, who was very innocent and tender for Issei. Issei, you feel a sexual impulse from those of the baseball club and the Nime. Things they continued like in the hentai, but with very different things because the maid whose name was Shinshia Sakurito was graped, very beautiful, and saved her from being graped by those from the baseball club who wanted to grape her and make her their slave. Obviously he told her what he really was and created a clone of her so that she seemed to be the original. The math teacher also saved her and in the same way a clone like another teacher with blonde hair. The boys who didn't want to be like the rest wanted to escape, but they were ambushed that same night, but they couldn't find Issei anywhere and they thought they killed him. The next day Tada, Hatsushiba, Yuki and Hina were brought before the leaders being Mizab and Koga. Mizab. You can't escape anymore and you will end up the same way they did, what are you saying Koga? Koga. Yes, but we don't have to take turns if we want to break them, what better way than to do it in front of their boyfriends? Mizab. I like that idea, guys you can do what you like. The boys were about to tear their clothes when. I won't allow them. Everyone heard the sound of a cannon, and from the ravine where the beach was, the ruined ship was shot into the sky, engulfed in flames and plummeting. Everyone was terrified, and out of nowhere the girls and their boyfriends were not there, and the ship fell on top of those who were going to grape Hina, killing them. Those who were nearby were pushed by the shock wave of the explosion and were somewhat stunned, and the leaders could hear the scream of the young people, and the sound of meat being crushed and other things, and when they looked up they saw Issei with a sword in his hand. Mizab. Who are you? Issei. My name is IsseiOmniversalCaos, the primordial dragon god of final judgment. Issei took the girls and well the clones were destroyed since they were nothing important. When they were far enough from the island Issei using magic took from the sea 20 huge cargo ships and others that were aircraft carriers that were well abandoned and were swallowed by the sea. Issei set them on fire and put them in different places surrounding the island like a circle, and the ships went at maximum speed. The leaders and those who remained invited saw the boats going at full speed and wanted to escape, but it was useless because the boats hit the island, making a chain reaction exploding at the same time creating a huge fireball, and Issei knew that that would not be enough, so he turned back time a few seconds before the explosion, and then he stopped doing so that time would continue, so he took out his wings, and with a flap, he created a large current of air that arrived just in time when the fireball rose and as if it were a shock wave, the fire from the explosion took away the rapists, burning the rapists alive. The fire spread throughout the island, leaving everything like a cemetery. Then, to make sure that no one was left alive, he took out his spear and fired a black beam from the tip that made the mad island explode without a trace. Issei took the boys to the city and changed everything in their world. The rapists were eliminated by Issei. The boys and their girlfriends, so that they won't remember any of this, and well, the maid went with Issei since well she fell in love with him. BXD. Issei had already returned after returning from that dimension, although somewhat different because his power level increased a little more than estimated with another 12 zeros, something that impacted the protagonist because that had never happened before, but then he stopped caring because now, when he discovered that, he now had a faster way to increase his power. Issei out of nowhere felt a bad feeling, so he called his warriors as quickly as possible because he needed them to do something. Issei. I called them here since it seems that Ajuka and Azazel have created armor with the same material that we make our armor for the arm of the warrior that Sirzechs short, for that reason they will go to the Sitri clan, bring the armor, and or someone intervenes keep it. Mine. Issei-sama, if it's not too much trouble, let us go too, we want to check the great power of the mass and the cadres. Ark. Let me go too. Q. I'll go anyway. Q. We will also go Issei-sama. Issei. Well, if that is your decision, fine, they will be accompanied by category 5 and 4 warriors, a total of 20 of the 2 categories. Sitri clan. In the Sitri clan there were mass such as Seraphol, Falbium, Asmodeus, cadres such as Penemu, Barakwil, Michael, the Gremory matriarchs, Phoenix, Sitri, Saraeog as well, Auden, Thor, the Hyoudou matriarchs and their son Takeda. Seraphol. How are you Sirzechs? Doctor. At the moment he is stable, he is not in danger, the power inside him is healing his wounds, but I don't think he will be able to get up within 2 days. Venelana. Thank you doctor. The doctor left to attend to other matters, but there was someone who wanted to kill those who hurt his love. Grayfia was so angry that she began to release her magic power accidentally. Venelana managed to calm her down. Rias. I can't believe that Oni-sama had that great power. Zeoidicus. Me too, that power was on another level. Now Sirzechs can kill the gods themselves, but we believe that they are hiding their true power. Lord Sitri. Never mind that, our scientists together with Azazel and Ajuka are creating armor and weapons with the metal from the battle that Sirzechs had, with that we can kill those damned ones once and for all. Out of nowhere the lights began to flash and a strong tremor shook the entire hospital. Everyone went outside, bumping into the least expected people. Seraphol. I don't think mortar warriors would have the nerve to come here. Haha, shut up, fake Mau, you and all those bastards will die here and now. Seraphol and the rest recognized that voice and realized that the one who was Irakateria next to Shalba, Krusari, Kruch, Kakabiel and the least expected of the gods, Loki was with them. Auden. Loki. Loki. How are you old man? Seraphol. How come they came back from the dead? Shalba. The magic of the king of everything is amazing I have to admit, but we still came for the armors they have created since they are ours. Falbium. We won't let them take them. Kakabiel. And who are you going to stop us? Loki. You are nothing more than flies before us but better vast of games, warriors go and fulfill your mission. Warriors. Hi Loki-sama. The warriors left at such a fast speed, leaving the alliance with their enemies who had very confident faces since their power levels were higher than before. Shalba power level 90 million category 4. Bateria power level 80 billion category 4. Krusari power level 80 million category 4. The Kakabiel power level 90000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Category 4. Loki power level 4 Category 4 and almost 3. Loki was undoubtedly the strongest of them, but there were more who were somewhat distant, as if waiting their turn to fight. Baraquiel. How did they get so much power? Loki. All thanks to Azra-sama, our king and true god of chaos, but also for his son who we must thank for everything he did for us, and thanks to his training, we are now the strongest beings that exist. Zeoidicus. And you think we are weak? We didn't waste time either. Immediately each and every one of them began to release their true power. Zeoidicus power level 6 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 Category 5. Venelana power level 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Category 5. Lady Sitri 2 Category 5. Lord Phoenix power level 2 Category 5. Lady Phoenix power level 2 Category 5. Barack power level 5 Category 5 and 4. Enemy power level 4 Category 5. Michael power level 5 Category 4. Gabriel power level 4 Category 4. Auden power level 7 Category 4. Thor power level 5 Category 4. Euro power level 800 quadrillion 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Category 4. Nikita power level 9 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 Category 4. Mickey power level 500 quadrillion 000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000wwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwwww Superior to us, come here and let's fight like gods. The alliance launched an attack as did Loki and his forces. Loki launched against Takeda, Kuoh, Thor. Odin against Shalba as well as Lady Sitri and Lord Phoenix. The rest chose who to fight with. Loki had it somewhat easy because he knew of many combat styles and he crushed them with hard blows. He gave Takeda a hammer kick in the back and sent him crashing to the ground, and then he created a sphere of energy and threw it at Takeda, who put his strength to avoid the explosion, but it was in vain. Kuoh launched himself to go kill Loki, but he was pierced by Loki's arm in the chest right in the heart and Loki smiled, but when he saw Kuoh with a look, Shadow was attacked by him with an energy spear, which made him remove his arm from Kuroh's chest, and he only made a sphere of energy in his right hand and put it in the hole causing it to close, and only a scar like a burn was left. Kuoh. This fight is not over yet. Loki. Haha, you still think you can beat me? Kuoh. Yes, of course, because I have this. Kuoh showed a black gem, so he shouts and says. Kuoh. Balance breaker emperor. Kuoh was enveloped by black fire and parts of his body were covered by armor, giving him a very large increase in power, which did not have an effect on Loki since, well, he was still an ant. Kuoh. This is the power of the celestial dragon Black, the Black Emperor dragon of conquest and justice. Loki saw it and then. Loki. PFF perfect, that is the power of Hyoudou, the patriarch of the Hyoudou family, the strongest. You are definitely a monster, but your son is not far behind, I have to admit. He increased his power very quickly and I already have an idea of how he did it. Kuoh. That doesn't matter, Loki, because you will be defeated by us. Loki just closed his eyes and a tattoo appeared on his face like a black flame that covered half of his face, and after his hair, you could see some black and grey lines, and then he released a very dark bluish aura that increased his powers. Loki. Then let's fight like titans this time. Both of them clashed fists at divine speed, which caused a very powerful shock wave that created an immense crater on the ground. People ran like crazy while the soldiers went to battle, and others helped with the evacuation of the Sitri clan. In the sky, Loki and Kuoh exchanged punches or very devastating magical attacks. Shalba had it somewhat easy since, well, Odin, using his spear, shot very powerful rays, and Lady Sitri, using her ice power, created winds of ice stakes and shot the matter with great speed. Lord Sitri exchanged blows, but he noticed blood in his nose and mouth, but he didn't give it any importance. Loki punched Kuoh in the chest and he was thrown away. Loki dodged a dragon shoot from Takeda, and Loki shot him out of his eyes for a while, which gave him filler. Loki created a lightning whip and caught him by the foot, and with great force, threw him against the ground, creating a huge crater. Then Loki arrives plummeting into Takeda's stomach, who spit out a lot of blood, then Loki grabs him by the neck and hits him. A powerful electric shock that made Takeda scream in pain, but his scream was felled by a punch to the face. Loki rose to the sky and with one finger said. Loki. Plasma destroyer. A thin wile came out of his finger and upon impact with Takeda, it created an explosion that looked more like a giant blue sphere 800 meters high that exploded in the air. Takeda came out of the smoke very injured, but still using his magic, he regenerated very slowly due to the great damage, but. Loki. Don't get distracted, Sekiryuutei. Loki kicked him in the ribs and punched him in the chest, and he is sent to the ground. Loki sees that an army of demons was approaching and just raises his hand to create a magic circle and say. Loki. Chaotic rain. Hundreds of thousands of lightning bolts plummeted, killing all the demons, and then began to fall on the city, creating more destruction. Loki put his two hands together and shot a red bolt in the direction of the Sitri mansion where the soldiers were preparing a weapon, but unfortunately they were destroyed next to the mansion, and the maids disappeared without a trace. Loki stops Takeda's fist. Loki. Just give up, you don't have a chance. Takeda. Circle AT. Nikita's body is covered by red flames, and then the Sekiryuutei's armor appears, and that increased his power, which only made Loki smile, who headbutted him and cracked his helmet. Nikita punched him in Loki's face and sent him a little away, and at super speed, he appeared and gave him a hammer blow to the chest, and he plummeted. Nikita made two huge cannons appear from his shoulders, and they only said, boost 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 boost. Dragon Blaster. A gigantic torrent of energy shot out from the two cannons and went in the direction of Loki, who was barely composed when the impact lightning created a huge explosion that created a shock wave of fire that devastated more than 3 kilometers, leaving a landscape of fire. Shortly after, the city was seen burning in flames, and out of nowhere, he heard the sound of something trying to get out, and Loki emerged from the rubble with a few burns and some of his clothes a little torn. Loki. You know that attack, I really felt it, but you still have a long way to go to be able to defeat me, and that's how you plan to defeat Sirzechs. Ha, what a disappointment. On the other hand, From his right hand he makes a black hole appear, and from there a bluish sphere appears in the center. Loki. Crimson Stellar Cosmic Spray. The colossal red beam shot out of the black hole and hits Nikita, but Loki under his hand, and the lightning also destroyed everything in its path. Loki made the lightning disappear, and Nikita appears with his armor being the mode change. Welsh Sonic Boost King 2, using that form, gave a rain of blows like machine guns to Loki, who couldn't do much since he was fast, but little by little, he read Nikita's movements and managed to block the attacks, and then counterattacked using fists of ice which cracked the armor, so he decided to move on to phase 2. Nikita. Mode change. Welsh Dragonic Rook. The armor became very heavy, and the fists became larger as in the anime, and with a powerful punch to Loki's stomach he was sent into the air, and then Nikita appeared and did the same, but with the two fists together falling like a cannonball, creating a somewhat deep crater. Then Nikita put his two fists together and began to fall like a rocket until it hit Loki, creating a huge hole, but as they had fallen to a great depth, a tremor arose that shook the entire clan, and a lightning bolt shot out of the ground. And from there Loki emerges somewhat injured, and Nikita shoots a sphere of the flames of purgatory from the central gem of his chest and hits Loki with filler. Loki falls to the ground and barely gets up. Nikita launched himself at full speed, even though he was in his tower form, and when he punches him his fist is stopped by Loki's hand. Nikita was surprised, since that is his strongest form. Even with his current magic, Loki puts more pressure on his hand, cracking the glove. Loki. I expected more from you, but you have only disappointed me. Loki gives him a powerful punch in the chest, breaking the armor, then Loki takes his foot and sends him to the sky, and Loki, using his divine speed, begins to hurt Nikita as he attacks him from all directions, breaking the armor until one of those times when the armor disappears, Loki takes advantage of it and gets on top of Nikita and says chaotic judgment. The lightning bolt takes Nikita until it hits the ground, creating an explosion that was later compressed by Loki himself to create a dome of fire and damage Nikita, and if it had an effect, since those flames were so powerful that they would kill the gods themselves. Nikita, using his magical power, would manage to get out of there, but without the armor and with some very serious burns, so much so that it would be difficult for him to heal. But he would receive a punch from Loki in the back and would send him against a mountain. Nikita would compose himself, but fair as Loki approached at a high speed to attack him, but Kuoh intervenes and kicks Loki that sent him through 3 mountains, and the last one was waiting for Gabriel, who, using his moments, shot him and sent him against the ground and the sky. Thor's Mjolnir would fall, impacting Loki, creating an explosion of dust and a large crater, but to everyone's surprise, Loki would have Mjolnir in his hand as if it were worthy, and he even threw it with much more force than Thor, and he would not have time to react and take his weapon because he was carried away by it. But Loki created a sphere of energy and would throw it where it went, only for it to explode more than 5,000 meters away, creating an explosion like an energy sphere with green rays. Loki, he would see how Kuoh was approaching, so he created a spear and an axe and would stop an attack from Nikita, and he would only open his mouth to shoot a black fire that would burn half of his face. Nikita would scream in pain, but he would receive a punch from the evil dragon Kuoh, who smiled as he would have a worthy battle with the strongest Sekiryuutei in history. Kruich increased his power further and launched into combat, but from afar, Issei would see the fight, and beings with tremendous power who had hoods would wait for their lord's order to fight in case things got a little more complicated than estimated. There were 10 with hoods and the rest not because some of them already wanted to fight, but their leader still wouldn't allow them. Loki created 10 magic circles, and these very powerful attacks were fired, damaging Kuoh. Kuoh? I can't harm him one bit, but I won't let myself be defeated by this damned bastard dark dragon Cardinal Crimson. Kuoh was surrounded by a black aura, and if the cardinal like that of Takeda who entered that state as well, but that did not intimidate Loki who continued with the same face both of them launched to attack, but Loki created a giant metal whip that hit him and sent them to the ground, then a large piece of rock falls from the sky that hit them, but when Loki was about to leave the rock began to crack and shine, only for Takeda to come out of the tip all furious and offers him a hard blow that it made. Loki bleed. Loki. Good blow, but how are you doing with this? Loki at super speed hit Takeda's helmet and he broke it and then hit Takeda's chest and shattered his central gem and hitting his body with Loki's blow, causing Takeda to spit blood. Then Loki took Takeda's head and smashed it against his leg breaking his nose. Loki put a sphere of power in his chest and for a while he left behind Takeda, leaving a hole drilled in his abdomen. Then Loki created a purple blade from his hand, and with a few movements, he shot other spikes of energy that stabbed Takeda, who screamed in pain, so that later, when Loki closed his hand the stakes exploded, and from the explosion, Takeda came out unconscious, but a blue light appeared and caught Takeda at the last moment, and Loki received 4 attacks from some people. Takeda regains consciousness, and the one who caught him was none other than Takeda. Hyoudou, Takeda's cousin. He from what I see they are in a big mess. Takeda. Yes. Well, we will help as much as we can. Come on, Abaddon. Balance breaker. Hyoudou power level 3 Category 3. Why so much power? Training, but it is only half of that power since it is added by its balance breaker. Takeda. Lucy, Rebecca, Uncle Thel and Aunt Egla. Lucy Hyoudou bearer of the sacred gear Sun Gear the 4th celestial dragon Abigail the dragon of the sun. Power level 1 Category 4. Rebecca wielder of the ice gear bearer of the sister of the dragon queen of Karma Dambris. Power level 9 Category 4.5. El Hyoudou power level 8 Category 4. Egla Hyoudou power level 5 Category 3. Thel. From what I see, they have a very bad time, little brother. Kuoh. Shut up and now give me a plan. Thel. From what I see they haven't been able to do much damage despite having used their balance breaker, but it seems that there is a way that can cause great damage to Loki. Kuoh. Which one is it? Thel. The Diabolos dragon god, you and Takeda can both enter that state and manage to defeat Loki before it's too late. Kuoh saw his son but had no choice. Kuoh? Well, here I go, Diabolos dragon god. Kuoh was surrounded by a larger armor that gave off tremendous power, something that gave Shalba and the others goosebumps. Kuoh had the Diabolos dragon god, a stronger version like Takeda's, but it gave off a lot of negative energy. Kuoh launched himself and punched Loki in the face, making him spit a lot of blood from his mouth since he lost 3 teeth. Then before he reacted, he was grabbed by the foot and was sent to the ground, only for Kuoh to fall from the sky, and Tel fell on top of him, making him spit a large amount of blood, but he just smiled and with both hands, he created 2 whips that grabbed their feet and with great force sent them flying, and he was about to attack when a ray of ice froze his feet, and the cause of this was the Mau Leviathan herself. Loki. Until they decide to enter the battle. Seraphol. Seraphol power level 4 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 Category 4.5. Seraphil gave off an intimidating aura so much that even Loki felt some chills. Seraphil created an armor of ice and metal using her magic and launched herself into the attack, and Loki too. The two dealt 2 blows at the same time, creating a shock wave that destroyed what was around her. Loki created 2 energy swords and threw them at Seraphil as rotating blades which she tried to dodge, but Loki created countless amounts of energy spheres. They went after her and there were thousands of spheres, so much that Seraphil had to create ice shields, and if it worked, they made a large number of them explode, but soon she was surrounded by all the spheres preventing any possibility of escape, and then all the spheres went with Seraphil, causing an explosion in the air. Loki received a kick in his face from Takeda, who looked upset, then he shoots a Diabolo shoot at him, which caused a wound on his back, but that only made Loki smile. But he received a hammer blow from Thor, who was seen bleeding from the nose and head. Thor extends his hand and Mjolnir goes to it, but before that Loki takes it and looks at it for a few moments, only to start squeezing the hammer, and it slowly cracks. Thor. It's not possible. Loki. Dear brother, you must know that everything impossible is possible. Loki exerted more pressure and ended up destroying Mjolnir by dropping the pieces of them, causing Thor to become more angry and release lightning bolts from his body and concentrate lightning bolts in his left hand, only to shoot a powerful lightning bolt at Loki, which burned half of his face and was shocked as his brother increased his power more than double. Loki. So this is Thor's power, huh? Loki punched him, but Thor blocked it and kneed him in the stomach, then took him by the arm and threw him to the ground, but Kuoh already expected that and gave him a powerful punch in the back, breaking some of his bones, and he was sent to the sky only for Takeda to wait for him and give him a hammer kick in the stomach, and Rias put his hands together and shot him a blue beam and he was sent to the ground, but Seraphil created an ice hammer and hit him in his right abdomen and he was sent to crash into a mountain, causing a large crater in it, and then she raises her right hand and concentrates magical energy, creating a sphere. Kuoh and the others see that and give her magical energy from their most powerful attacks, causing the sphere to increase its size and power, and Thor also does the same to defeat his brother and defeat the others. When the sphere reached a height of 70 meters large, Seraphil threw him with all his strength with a lightning bolt to prevent him from being pushed by Loki, and he continued nailed to the mountain when he sees that the sphere was approaching him at a high speed, but he did nothing to avoid that except just smiled maliciously. The sphere impacted Loki, creating a huge explosion of magical energy. The shock wave made all the clouds around him disappear, and the trees were felled by the force of the explosion and the great air current. The large smoke was raised because below where the explosion occurred was on fire, and now the flames were expanding little by little. Everyone was happy that Alan was finally able to defeat Loki, and they were about to leave, but something caught their attention, and that is that they saw someone approaching, and to their surprise, it was Loki, who had lost his entire arm. A large part of Loki's left side had disappeared. Half of his face destroyed, giving him a horrible appearance since his insides were visible. Loki. You know that attack hurt me a lot and left me in this state, and I congratulate you. Without a doubt you are the strongest beings that exist, but do not get your hopes up, because there are other beings stronger than me and you. For example, Takeda could already be considered the dragon god, Red Emperor of Domination like Rias and his sisters, as well as the famous Kuoh Hyoudou, who is undoubtedly a true monster in physical strength and magic, but I never imagined that he had a sacred gear. But I appreciate it. Thanks to you, I woke up. Loki's body began to regenerate, but when he showed the other half of his face and body, he already looked different because he seemed more muscular, but like a Serekh, his eyes turned black with a purple iris, his hair turned somewhat grey and black, his clothing changed to a black and white color, and from a powerful scream, an aura shot into the sky. The aura was purple and pink, lightning fell in the aura, and the clouds turned black. Beyond were the civilians contemplating the clan in horror. Sitri was almost in flames, but the lightning increased the destruction even more as it fell everywhere. Loki. I had planned to use this to fight my other companions, but I see that they leave me no choice. Loki took out two objects from his pockets, one the figure of a grey snake with yellow eyes, and the other the head of a grey wolf. Loki. Jorgunmund Olympus Destroyers Earth Balance Breaker Fenrir Slayer Gods Balance Breaker Fusion Balance Breaker. The powerful light illuminated everything, practically everything was illuminated by this light, but where Loki was and 130 meters around him was destroyed, and when the light disappeared what was there left them terrified for the first time, because now Loki was wrapped in a very powerful armor. The body was covered by armor with features of dark grey snake-like scales, a long snake-like tail made of scales and metal. On the arms there were black metal gloves, but on the elbows with grey and white fur. The two fangs like the ones Fenrir has were the claws of the gloves, and on the elbow part he had two other longer ones. The fangs were the ones on the top of his hands like the gem above, only these were being held by part of the armor, giving it a dangerous appearance for the gods. Where the helmet is, this one had on the back of the helmet had a long grey and white wolf-like fur. The face part of the helmet seemed to be four small fangs, two on the right and left side of the chin, and two on the right and left side of the forehead. On the chest of the armor, there was a gem that looked more like a golden snake's eye. Around it were the figures of a wolf and a snake, as if swearing around the gem. The two spikes coming out of Fenrir were now on Loki's shoulders, giving him an imposing appearance. Loki. Don't you think this is magnificent? I finally managed to perfect this armor fused with Fenrir's sacred gear, and now that I have fused it with Jorgunmunder's I am invincible, but let's better give it a little more design thanks to you for having fed me. Loki screamed louder, and the purple aura made the armor change, making it more terrifying. At the tip of his tail he grew very sharp metal spikes, his hair became metal, but moved like normal fur, sharp claws grew on his gloves, the gem turned blue, and the fangs on his arms lengthened, but the tips changed and were now backwards, and now had triple tips, a spike on his elbow. The armor became one color black, but the gloves were dark purple, the fur became bluish but dark. Now Loki looked really powerful. Loki. Give me your most powerful blow, don't hold back. Nikita. Well, that's what you want, I'll do what you say. Nikita launched himself into the attack and prepared his fist, concentrating energy on it, but at the moment of hitting Loki's armor, a wave was created behind him, destroying the mountains behind him, but to the surprise of many, Loki was still intact without any scratches. Loki took Nikita's hand and little by little began to squeeze and break it. Loki. I expected more from the Red Emperor Dragon God of Domination, but you have disappointed me. Loki gave him a punch much stronger than Nikita's, and it was so powerful that he sent a shock wave behind Nikita, destroying more than Nikita's. He destroyed more than 40,000 mountains. The clouds broke through the armor, broke only in the part of Nikita's stomach. Loki gave a rain of punches to Nikita that he was unable to block the attacks with the damage he did after the first blow. Loki took Nikita's head, and one sonic speed appeared on a mountain where Loki began to smash its head multiple times, cracking the mountain, and in the last one, it was with more force that caused the entire mountain to collapse, and Loki only raised a finger, and a purple laser cut a part of 4 mountains that were wings of it, which caused them to collapse and fall on top of Nikita, but Loki shot an energy sphere at him, creating an explosion, seriously damaging Nikita. Kuoh lunged and hit him in the chest, but it didn't do much, and Loki just smiled and then opened his mouth and shot a huge shot that took Kuoh away. Elle and her son did not know what to do since they were fighting against Krumkruich, who still increased his power, but when they saw how Loki beat Sirafal to death and how he attacked her using magic they decided and they better went to help. The Baden Dragon of Ryuk. Comrade, I think you should enter that state as quickly as possible, that god increases his power very quickly. Ryuk is illuminated by a large amount of light, and soon the armor of the Cardinal Crimson was seen but blue in color. Loki, upon seeing that, got excited and launched himself at Ryuk and prepared his fist for him just like him, and when they collided, their glove cracked, but they just smiled and continued hitting each other. Ryuk shot him a blue shoot, but Loki moved it with his hand making it go in another direction, but Loki opened his mouth, and Ryuk thought it was his lightning bolt, but it was another thing being very powerful sound waves, so much so that they increased in size and destroyed everything below, as well as causing very powerful tremors. Ryuk covered his ears from the sound waves, but then stopped, leaving him somewhat dizzy, but Loki takes advantage of this and punches him in the face. Breaking the helmet, then he headbutts him. Thel appears and hits him in the body with a hammer, and he is sent to crash into the forest, but Thel fires countless amounts of attacks at all of them. Arts to prevent Loki from leaving, but a purple beam comes out of the forest and hits Thel's side, damaging it, but not that worrying, and Loki was thrown and was preparing his blow when Kuoh kicks him that throws him off balance, and both appear in front of Loki, giving him a combo punch in his stomach, causing the armor to crack, and he is sent crashing into the city. A black beam is raised to the sky and then changes to blue, with Loki being the cause, but now it seems stronger. Loki, they don't realize that the more damage they give me, the stronger I come back, no matter how they attack me, their efforts will be in vain and now. But Thor did not allow him to continue because he gave him a lightning attack that sent him to a depth of 400 meters underground, and Thor looked really upset, his eyes were blue, and lightning came from them like his body, and now he had an axe that looked like a hammer, being his second most lethal and strongest weapon, surpassing Mjolnir. The earth begins to shake and rise, so that Loki then shoots out like a rocket, preparing his fang, sticking it into Thor's abdomen, making him vomit blood, but he didn't care and gave him a hammer blow to the face that destroyed part of his helmet, but Loki just smiled and put his hands on Thor's head, passing a huge current of purple energy, which made Thor scream in pain, and Loki only laughed, but he was grabbed by the neck and was taken away from Thor, Rias being the one. Pausing while in its tower mode. Rias had a gloomy look as he didn't like others being hurt. Rias. Before anything else I want to ask you something important. Loki saw it and decided to listen. Rias. Do you have any idea where my cousin Issei is? Loki. Why would you be interested in someone like him? Rias. What? Loki. What do you think he is? He is not an object, he can change his life and decide what to do. If he left it is because he hated the people who despise him for not having sacred gear or magic, the freedom to choose his life. You no longer have the right to that, and if I know where he is but it doesn't last at all, because they lost the right to know his location. Right now he should be with his girls enjoying his life away from you. Rias. Yes, I know that he has every right to be far from the supernatural, but I can't be calm at the thought that you guys could do something to him. Loki. Do you think we will do something to him? You are not wrong since we are indebted to him for many things. Rias did not understand what Loki was saying since he knew that Issei had no magic power, not an artificial sacred gear, since none of them wanted to be with him, but he was still somewhat relieved that Issei was not in danger. Loki hit Rias in the face and he let go, which made Loki take advantage and give Rias a hook, causing great pain and cracking the armor a little. Loki used his sound waves, but this time it was like a roar of a wolf and a snake together, causing Rias to scream in pain, but I don't know how he gave up. Green rays which were directed at Rias, even being in his night mode, moved at maximum speed, dodging Loki's attacks, but he saw how Seraphol approached him with 2 ice blades, and he created a lightning whip and grabbed her by the feet and slammed her against the ground, and when he saw Rias approaching, he made her take a turn still with the whip and hit her with Rias, and both were sent to the ground one on top of the other. Loki fires his sound wave and they could not protect themselves but Loki, upon seeing a piece of ice fall on his chest gem, something changed, spikes of ice appeared on his back, 3 spikes appeared, 2 below his hand and 1 above, in addition to 6 ice blades appearing, forming almost a half moon in his abdomen, 3 on each side. New skill detected infernal ice of the Sitri clan fusion, accepted it as 100% compatible with the sacred gear starting the evolution. Loki felt stronger and 4 horns grew on his helmet. And his armor changed a little color to white and blue. Evolution completed skills acquired from the Mau Seraphol Leviathan Northern Spray Ray. Infernal Ice. Freeze Exterminator Ray. Ice Bird. Ice Dragon. Purgatory. Accepted skills. Loki. Ha thanks Seraphol Leviathan, without you I could not evolve this form with your magic. Now that I have evolved I am the perfect god, my lord will be very proud of me, all those who despised me in Valhalla will fall on their knees before me and my power. Rias barely got up, but when he saw Loki there, with his new power alone, he became furious because it would be impossible to sell him, but he would not give up without a fight, because otherwise he would protect the people he loves from beings like them. Rias stood up and his armor began to repair itself at a slow pace, as it consumed some magic power. Abaddon. Partner. Rias. Abaddon. Abaddon. This doesn't look good, that bastard's power only increases with every hit or attack you give him, you should use that. Rias. No Abaddon, I will not use that, I will use it when the battle gets more serious. I did not plan to use this power, but I have no other option. Break suppression seal. When Loki was preparing his most powerful attack against Kuoh and the others, a beam of blue light was shot into the sky, and when he realized that, what he saw was Rias with long blue hair and his balance breaker, but his aura was more powerful and was almost like that of the Dragon Queen of Karma Tiamat released and at her maximum power. Loki. From what I see I have to put an end to that damn thing. Loki shot him a purple shot, but it was destroyed as soon as it touched Rias, something that impacted Loki since that was not normal. Ryuk was in front of Loki at high speed and gave him a powerful blow that took out the air and blood in addition to cracking his armor a little. Loki held on tightly to the place where he was hit, but then he stopped feeling pain since he had a regeneration ability superior to that of the phoenixes. Loki. Haha, that release of power that you had hidden is truly monstrous, I have to admit it, but you still can't beat me, in this state I am superior in everything. At an enormous speed like Ryuk's, he hit him in the stomach. Loki. In strength. Ryuk tried to hit him, but Loki dodged it easily, and the shock wave of the blow made an entire mountain disappear, but made more than 20 mountains disappear. Loki. Agility. Loki was moving very fast, faster than any other being that exists. He reached Ryuk's back and kicked him, then Ryuk turned around, but didn't see him, then he receives a blow to the chin from Loki who smiled in his helmet, then a headbutt. Loki. And speed, I am superior in everything. Loki created a black hole in front of him and mixed the power of ice, the sound wave of the roar, Jorgunmundu's magic, his magic, and then he shot it at Ryuk for a while, but he had a magical shield that he barely held on because little by little, it began to show cracks until he couldn't take it anymore, but Ryuk fortunately moved, but then he felt something stuck in him, he lowered the middle, and saw that 2 spikes of ice were coming out of his stomach. And when he turns around he sees Loki. Loki. You are nothing. I take out the spikes and Ryuk starts vomiting blood. El Rebecca Lucy Eglaguro Takeda. Sun Oni-chan Oni Sama Ryuk. Loki stood in front of Ryuk and created a very long ice sword with ice spikes around it and ready to kill him. Loki. See you never. But as a miracle of destiny, an attack hit Loki, causing him to shoot like a bullet and hit hundreds of mountains until he stopped on his own. When Loki looked up, somewhat pained, he was surrounded by a purple aura and then disappeared only to see 3 people. Loki. I didn't expect them to come, from what I see you have returned from the clutches of Hades Sirzechs Lucifer. There was our demon king with his new power, his hair almost pink but still red, giving off a dark red and pink aura. Sirzechs, I can't even sleep for a while, and this fight is already starting, do you plan to continue challenging me? Until the end of time? Sirzechs was really furious so much that he released a dark and enormous aura, and upon seeing his wife almost on the verge of being killed, he fired his destruction ray and destroyed half of Shalba's body who screamed in pain, and upon seeing Sirzechs, he only retreated. Loki just smiled, but an increase in power was felt, and when he saw Sirzechs, he saw that there rose to be next to him beings Eoidicus, Venelana, Lord Phoenix, Lord Sitri, Lady Phoenix, Lady Sitri, Kuoh, Takeda, Lucy, Thel, Rebecca, Egla, Seraphol, Azazel, Ajuka, Falbium, Mickey, Gabriel, Dulio, Michael, Raphael also Baskstrada, Thor, Odin, Yasaka. Loki. Wow, the alliance increasing their powers to try to intimidate me but. Then the recovered Shalba, Kateria, Krum Kruich, Kakabiel, Crucery appear, raising their auras. At the top of the alliance was Ryuk with a lot of fury, having the cardinal crimson but with something different, and that was that he had 2 other wings. Ryuk. It's over Loki, give up. Loki. Never, I think it's time to call in the cavalry and a lot of heavy artillery. Loki receives a trumpet from the warriors who went for the armors, and he saw that there were more than 400 armors. Loki inhaled air and then blew the trumpet which was heard everywhere and Issei, along with his unstoppable warriors who saw their lord, and he only said. Issei. Attack. Everyone at super speed leaving red rays went to help their partner. Loki felt the presences of his friends and just smiled like the others. Azazel out of nowhere started ringing something and realizing it. Azazel. Several targets are approaching at maximum speed, encounter time 5 4 3 2 1. Azazel and the others see that a large group stood beside Loki and his lackeys, there being about 28 who had hoods. But some of them didn't have hoods, being mine, Emilia and Sarah, Clarissa, they were the ones who didn't have hoods. Gibba who was downstairs in the hospital went at maximum speed as he reconciled some presences, but prayed that they were not the people he knew perfectly. When he was in front of the hooded men, they looked up when he saw him. Gibba. Please tell me who you are. I see that you have not stopped your hostility Gibba-kun, do you forget your friend so quickly? But since we are happy we will save you a lot. They removed their hoods revealing none other than all the children of the Sacred Sword Project, but now they were about 13 or 14 years old, the same height as Kaneko and Asia. Gibba. Why? Why are they on the enemy's side? Kaharu. Do you want to know, Gibba? Well, after you escaped thanks to us, we died, but when you called us back using that gem we were happy, but as we watched how you mistreated that poor boy we began to feel a great hatred for you and others for humiliating and mistreating such a pure soul. Azrath-sama gave us a second chance to change our lives, and we did that, we all did it, and now that we have these powers, we will use it to serve the powerful primordial evil dragon god of the Last Judgment. Harumi. We train just for this moment to show the factions and the pathetic angels what happens when they turn good-hearted beings into villains and for having used us in their pathetic sacred sword project. Okay. There may be many of us, but everyone here has the same level of power except for one person. All 1 power level 8 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 Category 5 and 4. Kiba was terrified of that level of power, and it would take him more than 10 years to reach that level, but he saw that someone was missing. Kiba. Where is Michiru? Howda? Oh, you're talking about our captain, don't worry, she's already here. From heaven comes the person that Kiba appreciated most of all his friends, because she is the person he considered his sister. Michiru. It's been a while, Kiba. Kiba. Why? Michiru. You already know the answer, Kiba, so now I don't see you as my friend or brother, but as my enemy, and as the leader of the Star Destroyers, we will forever serve the Supreme King. Michiru power level 000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Kiba listened and left very sad and betrayed by his former friends. Sirzechs. Before we start fighting, I would like to know what your names are all. Kaharu. Well, my name is Kaharu, a pleasure. Oki. Oki, a pleasure. Harumi. Harumi, my pleasure. Michiru. Michiru. Mo. I'm Mo, nice features. Nori. Nori, a pleasure. Tommy. Tommy, a pleasure. Yuna. Yuna. Yuli. Yuli. Yuko. Yuko. Liko. Liko. Raku. Raku. Fuji. Fuji. Yasu. Yasu. Yoi. Yoi. Kiru. Kiru. Leonardo. Leonardo. Harry. I'm Harry. Harlow. I am Harlow. Richer. I'm Richer. Ford. I'm Ford. The others took off their hoods. My name is Croc, the unstoppable warrior in the service of the Supreme King. Croc power level 6 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0.00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000w Category 5. Blast. I'm Blast. Blast power level 5. Category 5. Kuoh. I'm a Kuoh. The Kuoh power level 9. Category 5. The unstoppable warriors watching the alliance while they were the same. Loki. Let the party begin. To be continued. Bright normal power level 8. Category 5. Balance breaker power level 300000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000h Category 4. Cardinal Crimson Power Level 400000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Category 6. Balance breaker power level 1000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Category 4. Cardinal Crimson 9000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Category 4. Balance breaker 4.5. Category 4.5. Balance breaker with new power 800. Category 3. Chapter 11. Chaos. 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 Chaos was the only thing there was in the Sitri clan. Explosions, sounds of cannons, war cries, fire everywhere, seeing shock waves in the sky from blows and magical attacks, purple fire falling from the sky and creating a landscape of fire. 10 hectares of the 50 hectares that the Sitri clan had were in flames. The civilians who were far from the battle saw how their home was destroyed by the great battle that the leaders of the factions were carrying out against the forces of the unstoppable warriors. Michael fought against Blast, who seemed to only play with him, and Azazel as he fought alongside Krumkruch, who entered his Fafnir balance breaker. Sirzechs fought against Loki, as did Ryuk, Takeda, Guro, and the rest, with those who had just arrived to defeat them. Ryuk. Dragon Blue Blaster Devastation. He fired a great torrent of energy from his 2-arm cannons that almost hit Loki, but he dodged it and went at him, spinning around the beam and gave him a powerful blow to the chest. But Ryuk didn't care about that and gave him an elbow in the back and then a hammer kick that sent him down, but he composed himself and created some ice with his hand and shot it at full speed, which Ryuk fired a blue dragon shoot and destroyed it, but he didn't see Loki was behind him preparing his right arm fang. But Sirzechs appears and punches him in the face and then creates a black hole and shoots a pink ray of destruction at Loki. Ryuk. Thank you. Sirzechs. No problem, but we must find a way to defeat him. His power increases with each passing moment. Abaddon. I suggest that you fire your most powerful attacks in one so you can seriously damage Loki. Sirzechs sees the others who were fighting against Loki and they nod. Sirzechs. Cosmic Imperial Judgment of Destruction. Sirzechs fired a gigantic red and pink destruction beam. Ryuk. Blue Dragon Longinus Cosmic Smasher. Takeda. Longinus Smasher. Guro. Black Longinus Blaster Smasher. The 4 warriors fire their powerful attacks and these joined together, creating a huge beam 170 meters high at Loki, who saw this and smiled. Loki. Well, now I will show you a nice treasure. Jorgunman Longinus Imperial Chaotic Explosion Cosmic Blaster. From his chest he fired a black and white beam that hit the beam of the 4 strongest warriors on the planet. Loki's beam was 50 meters large, both attacks were extremely powerful and these created a giant sphere 250 meters large. Sirzechs, remembering his defeat and that many people would suffer for his defeat if he let himself be defeated, and in addition to the memory of his sister Elysis and of mine reaching him, he caused his power to increase and his hair to turn dark pink and red combined. He shoots a much larger beam like everyone else who turned a darker color, and his beam increased in size and beat Loki's. Loki, damn, his power increased more than normal, but hahaha, I already understood why, but I won't let myself be defeated. Loki also put more power, but the will of the 4 was so great that the sphere went to the opposite side and was directed at Loki, who could not believe that they were beating him, so he put more and more power, but it did not reach anything. The energy sphere together with the lightning took Loki, but he put up an energy shield, but the shield could not withstand so much energy that it hit him and was destroyed, and Loki was washed more than 1500 meters from the position in which he was before impacting the forest, generating a monstrous explosion that consumed the forest, and a shock wave of 3000 meters around it, burning everything. 27 hectares were devastated, large explosions rose to the sky. Sirzechs and the others saw the great ball of fire rise and hoped that Loki would no longer come out, but to their surprise he came out, but with half of his head destroyed, half of his body had disappeared, and he did not have an arm. Loki. His attack was devastating, I have to admit, but there are a few things they must learn. Loki's body regenerated and his armor changed a little more than estimated. Loki. One is that I am immoral, and the second is that with every attack or blow they give me it only increases my power, and third, if it were some other god or something like that, I would end up killing him instantly, but none of your damn attempt won't work with me. Loki shoots from his hand the same beam that they shot at him, but to everyone's surprise, cannons like those of Takeda and Ryuk appeared on his shoulders, arms, abdomen and back, shooting everywhere in order to hit those who faced him. Sirzechs shot him a beam of destruction, but the beam, instead of going to the head or stomach, went in the direction of the gem, and it alone gave him more power. Loki, upon realizing this, unleashed a destruction attack with his finger that ended up giving Guro, who was about to fire an attack at him, but it only gave him more power. Ryuk was trying to escape to distract him, but Loki noticed this. Loki. Where do you think you're going? He shoots a beam of destruction from his chest and hits Ryuk in the back, but he managed to dodge a bit of the beam and went at full speed and entered his tower mode and punched him in the helmet, breaking it instantly, but it was only a trap because Loki hit him in the back and then shot 10 spikes from his tail, which stuck around him and then exploded. Loki looked to the other side and watched as Thel joined the battle. Ryuk composes himself and joins the others, and they thought that Loki would surrender, but instead his cannons disappeared, leaving only the ones on his shoulders and then the part of the chest armor where the gem was opened, and these began to shine as if they were absorbing energy, but the others did not understand what he was doing, but Ryuk did. Ryuk. Disperse. Ryuk's warning was not enough because it was too late to escape. Loki fired 5 sound waves 10 times stronger than before, and this time he made everyone scream in pain. They felt like their bones were pierced by the strong waves so much that the ears where they did their best to cover were useless, nor could they move. The armor began to crack, but Loki only smiled maliciously and put more power on it, and it was much stronger, so much so that the sound waves advanced in a straight line, destroying everything in its path. Ryuk, who was on top, couldn't do anything since the sound waves that hit him before were very brutal, so much so that if they hit him again, they could break all his bones, but as a miracle of all, in the distance you could see 4 flashes. 2 orange, 1 red and the other yellow. An attack of destruction traveled at great speed and hit Loki, causing the sound wave to change its trajectory and split a mountain in half. Sirzechs and the others recover from that monstrous attack, but Kuoh. Don't worry, we'll take care of him now. Sirzechs and the others recognized that voice as being none other than Razor Phoenix, who had his hair a little longer and with red lines, 4 wings of fire. He was wearing the same suit as when he faced Akita like in the anime. When Razor faced Issei at Rias' wedding, Ravel was at his side, the same with 4 wings. Then they were Sereog with none other than his former father Lord Baal, who seemed quite upset. Razor. Loki, because of what I hate, you are immortal, so let's see which immorality is better. Razor Phoenix current power level 7. Category 5. Sereog power level 8 Category 5. Ravel Phoenix 5 Category 5. Lord Baal power level 9 Category 4. Razor. Ravel, go help others. Ravel. Hi. Razor. Sereog, Lord Baal, it's time to kick this god's ass. Lord Baal. Yes, it's time to show him what we are capable of doing. Ready Hydra. Hydra. Always ready. Lord Baal. Hydra Imperial Balance Breaker. The black flash illuminated everything, and as everyone watched, they felt a strong aura that they recognized. Michael. Azazel, isn't that Azazel? If it is the lost sacred gear, so Lord Baal had it, he decided to use it at this time, now that the underworld is in serious danger. Lord Baal's body was covered by black armor with green gems. He had 3 tails, 2 of the same length, but the one in the middle was longer and with spikes like a ball. He had 2 metal heads on his shoulders and a Hydra head helmet. The armor was thick and very hard, long and sharp claws, an axe in his hand with a green gem. The axe looked like a skeletal decoration. Razor. Balance Breaker. Razor's body was covered by red flames, and when it disappeared it was an armor like a phoenix, a tail like a phoenix, its wings were larger, and like a real bird, the armor was orange and yellow. Lord Bale power level in balance breaker 0 Category 4. Razor Phoenix power level in balance breaker 0 Category 4. Sarai Og entered his balance breaker being the same power level as Razor. Sirzechs understood how they had so much power, and it was that they had entered that cave or had absorbed the power of some gems. Loki. Hahaha wonderful that is the power and will of the demons of the new generation and old generation, it is really wonderful, but that does not make them rivals of a god like me. Q. No but I do. Loki received a punch from a white glove and is sent to the ground and is attacked by several blue spheres. Razor. You took too long, okay. Ollie power level 2 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 Zero category 4, he's in balance breaker it's not his power level, it's just Razor's power in his current counter before entering balance breaker. Loki rose to the sky, and it seemed that where he received the punch his cheek was destroyed, showing his teeth. Loki. Good blow bud. Loki fires his sound wave roar, but when it reached him, he stopped. Divide 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 divide. Divide 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 divide. The sound wave disappeared. Loki. Well, a real fight for a god like me, someone else wants to sign up. Sirzechs. I will not fight with you, but I wish to fight with a person who is in your ranks, I wish to fight against my sister my Gremory. His parents and the others, upon hearing that name, stopped fighting and came to Sirzechs, and he felt a strong pressure of evil and resentment and saw how a girl slowly descended from the sky. Leo. Loki, leave this rat to me, you take care of defeating the rest. Loki bowed. Loki. As Mio-sama wishes. Leo was wearing red armor and his expression on his face was only cold. Sirzechs. We meet again after 10 years sister, despite not being able to recognize you in the attack you gave me, I was able to recognize that damn mark that gives you away on your right arm. Mine. Shut up. Leo shot a blue beam from his eyes in a straight line, hurting Sirzechs but not as much. Mine. Ha, yes, this damn mark is how I hate it, I hate having it because that only reminds me of the rotten Gremory family who only exiled me for not having the power of destruction, but who believe I did have it and it was a really powerful one, now with this power I can make my dreams come true. Sirzechs. If you had the power of destruction, why didn't you come back? Leo. Go back to that horrible place. Don't make me laugh, I always watched you Sirzechs, I listened to your conversations with your parents, I could hear how you were happy that someone useless like me was away from your family, because they would be the shame of the family for generations, the underworld is rotten thanks to you. Sirzechs. That's not true. Mine. The ancient mass did not judge the weak, they still treated them like everyone else, but you and those who took the throne changed everything, and those of the demonic council are the only ones who have tried to change everything until now. You and the others are the ones who arranged the engagements, not them, you lied to Rias that the elders proposed and arranged their engagement with Razor when it was you, and then you regretted it. Sirzechs. Yes, it's all my fault, but that doesn't justify Alan finishing off demonic clans. Mine. They are better off where they are now because there are now that the children who maintain the lineage of the original mass changed everything, and now, those of the lower, middle and upper class as supreme, live together without discrimination. Sirzechs. But we can change everything from scratch together. Mine. No, because now I serve my lord. When you and your family exiled me, Azrath Sama came and took me to his world, he taught me many things that you nor the other leaders would understand, except the gods who know more than you, he showed me dimensions beyond my understanding, he showed me the whole truth behind all the universes, how they were created, and how the 5 progenitor dragons were born the true gods above Elohim and all creation itself. No one can beat him, and he showed me a different world to this, he showed me what my lord would be like when he woke up from his eternal sleep of 10,000 years, what his power was, and what his reincarnation would be like, and if it is just as I saw it, my lord has no rival, he is invincible, unstoppable, immortal, a true dragon god of the final judgment, the powerful king of everything, you are nothing more than simple flies before him, on the other hand, I am now your guardian. I am IsseiOmniversalCaos destroyers, the goddess of cosmic crimson calamity, and in the name of my lord, I will destroy them. Sirzechs dodged an attack from mine with his fist, and as he dodged it, he watched as the clouds disappeared and the mountains were destroyed. Mine created 3 magic circles, and from them came golden chains which seemed to protrude something in which they came out. Mine at a great speed, appeared behind Sirzechs, and gave him an elbow which was sent to the ground very quickly, creating an immense crater and an explosion of dust. Mine fell in a tailspin preparing a punch, but Sirzechs here reacted in time and got up, but my fist hit the ground, and out of nowhere the earth shook, and where my fist hit they opened into 6 parts, something like this. There is no doubt that when Sirzechs saw that, just as Rias, Venelana, Hyoudou and Grayfia saw it, they felt afraid since it destroyed everything. Sirzechs. His strength is on another level higher than mine, but even though I am in this state I can't do much. Mine. No, of course you can't do much, and if my strength is superior to yours. Sirzechs. Can you read minds? Mine. Another of the abilities that I have saved and that I plan to show to my lord when a real threat appears. Mio extended her hand to the sky, and from the sky everyone heard the sound like cannons, something seemed to fall from the sky, and something fell like a winged meteorite next to mine, but she took it and put it on her left shoulder, and it was a huge red axe, giving mine an imposing appearance. Loki. Well, since my superior is having fun, I think I should have fun too, or don't you think so? Kuoh. Maybe you stop showing off. Loki looked at the sky and received a punch from Lord Baal, which knocked out 2 of Loki's teeth and made his nose bleed. Loki. Good blow bud. Razor appeared and gave him a tremendous punch in his face, and then volley kicked him in the chin, and then a strong headbutt that made his head bleed, but he didn't care about that, but he grabbed him by the tail and threw him away and prepared an attack and then launched it and made the attack explode as soon as it touched Loki. Volley. I hope to see the result, and if it caused great damage to Loki who lost his left arm and an eye, and his regeneration was somewhat slow since the explosion absorbed some of his regenerative energy. Loki. You're some damned. Loki screamed in anger and released a black aura. If his armor increased a little in size, like Loki, 2 stories appeared on his helmet, his arms were now decorated by horrible spikes, and 2 gigantic metal bat wings with holes appeared on his back. Ollie. It seems like we have to give it our all. Seryog. Yes, it's true. Loki. Do you think demons like you can kill a god like me? Your efforts will be in vain, no one is a match for me. Loki created a sphere of blue energy, putting destruction energy into it, the ice of Seraphol, his attacks are magic, and when he finished concentrating his energy in that sphere, he shot it like a lightning bolt in the direction of Razor and the others, but Razor alone opened part of his chest armor, and from there came some red flames which took the shape of a lying down tornado, and he swallowed Loki's attack. Impressing the aforementioned who could not believe what he saw because if the attack was really powerful enough to kill a Hindu and Greek god. Razor at great speed Sonic appeared in front of Loki, and before he could hit him he spat blood, and when he looked down, he realized that he had Loki's arm going through his stomach, and Loki thought he killed him, but to his surprise, Razor raised his head and had a smile and punched Loki, managing to remove his arm, and the hole he left in Razor's stomach was soon repaired. Loki was going to attack him, but received a kick from behind and then a phoenix attack from Razor, who wasted no time and rained blows on Loki. Razor. Rain of Phoenix meteor strikes. Loki's armor seemed to crack, but this Ardo now fires its sound wave with more power at Razor, who saw how his armor was shattered little by little, but that did not matter to him, and he began to advance little by little until he reached Loki and gave him a blow in the underside, which did not hurt him, and instead of firing his sound wave beam, he roared at him, but it was such a powerful roar that it knocked Razor off balance, who Loki took advantage of the moment to put his fang on the hand and go at high speed and stab Razor in the chest and then fire his sound wave, and this time it was not his armor that was shattered, but himself, because that sound wave was capable of pulverizing anyone who was in its radius. When Razor finished, he composed himself and held the fang, and Loki understood that he fell into a trap because he received a double punch from Sekiryuutei and Lord Baal. Loki walks away a little and notices that his nose is starting to bleed and he was going to go, but he feels two beings approaching at a very high speed. Loki. Hahaha, it seems that the heavy artillery has arrived, this time I will leave you, but next time I will defeat you, try to survive what is coming. Loki disappeared inside of everyone and reappeared winged with Issei. Loki received a large amount of red and blue gems, being power gems which Loki absorbed to be able to recover after his battle and obtain more power, since he felt happy since he had worthy opponents, but those who came would not be friendly to them at all, and that they were very strong, where the others were, they were recovering when they all heard a horrible roar, and they saw the sky as the clouds opened, and two beings were plummeting at maximum speed, leaving a red and black light. Razor was prepared, but what awaited him was something else, because half of Razor's head and a large part of his body was torn apart by an attack that he never saw coming, and the one who attacked him was the same one who humiliated Sekiryuutei, and his father saw the person responsible being none other than Dark, the same clone of Sekiryuutei, but now he had slightly longer and blacker hair, blue eyes, spikes coming out of his elbows and a scar on his cheek. Dark. Even if you are a phoenix, receiving an attack of that magnitude will set back your regeneration, making it a somewhat slow and painful death, now get out of my way. Dark took Razor's head or well what was left and fired a magical attack that sent him into the fire of the city. Dark saw his opponent smiling evilly. The other guy gave Lord Baal a powerful fist, and he looked imposing not because of his appearance, but because of his power, which was truly terrifying. Hahaha, if you wonder who I am, I will tell you. My name is Malak, the guardian of my Queen of Calamity, a pleasure features. Malak power level 10000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Category 3. Malak. Haha, although I have to admit when my queen told me how strong they were, I never imagined that she was referring to this. That they will reach our level, and that some have become superior to normal category 4 warriors, but the unstoppable ones are something else. Lord Baal. Tell me who is your queen. Malak. I won't tell you, but I will say that he is one of you and that he betrayed you several days ago. Everyone was shocked when they heard that, but a certain girl smiled slightly. Malak. She is really strong so much that she can fight against the dragon goddesses, sisters of the powerful mother of my king, the dragon goddess of light and eternal darkness, IsseiOmniversalCaos. Breg, Abaddon, Black, Vitra, Albion and Fafnir trembled with fear when they heard the name of their dragon goddess, the strongest that exists, but she is not the strongest, but the one they feared the most was her older brother. Malak. Well, enough of the talk and let the game begin. Lord Baal and Malak launched into combat and both punched each other in the face, although Malak's was stronger and broke Lord Baal's nose, but he did not care but continued in his form without being afraid of someone superior to him in strength or magic. Sekiryuutei saw Dark, who seemed to be watching Malak's battle. Sekiryuutei launched himself and punched Dark, which he did not flinch, but when he saw Sekiryuutei, half of his face was covered by a black helmet and to Sekiryuutei's surprise, he gave him a powerful punch that sent him very far away, crashing into a bunch of trees until he was able to stop and see Dark smiling happily. Dark. You have gotten stronger, but you are still not at my level, but I can help you with something. Why do you think I have the power of destruction? I will give you the answer, because you have the power of destruction, and you have already manifested it over the years without you realizing it. Your power of destruction is really terrifying, and superior to that of your cousin Sirzechs. Sekiryuutei couldn't believe what he was hearing since he thought he didn't have any, but suddenly he dropped 2 syringes with a black liquid. Arc is a liquid which breaks the seal of your power and lets it come to light so we can fight as equals. Sekiryuutei had no alternative. If he wanted to win, he had to do things. So when he saw the syringes, he remembered what he did to Issei when he was cured, and he regretted it. The first syringe was put in, and the last one was about to be done. Sekiryuutei. I'm sorry, Issei, I got carried away by my pride. You are like me. When I was a child, despite everything we did to you, you kept going no matter what. If I ever found you, I swear that with this power I will be your weapon. I don't care what others say. Forgive me. He puts on the syringe, and at the moment of doing so he breaks the seal that kept his power hidden and releases himself monstrously. Forgive me. With a powerful scream, a gigantic red and blue beam shoots out into the sky, creating an electrical storm with red lightning falling wherever it may be. Sekiryuutei screamed and screamed, seeming to be consumed by his power, but he would not allow himself to be blinded by his power. He began to stabilize his magic of destruction. Little by little, his armor changed color, turning yellow with red hair. His body grew a little and now radiated a red aura with blue rays. Sirzechs, Rias and the others beheld the true power of Sekiryuutei. Sirzechs recognized him as a demon king. Sirzechs. You did it, Sekiryuutei. Now kick that clone of yours' ass. Mine. TKS, don't cry. Victory. No matter how much power you gain, nothing will change it all. Dark Phoenix Multiversal Star Destroyer. The large black lightning took Sirzechs, and from there it made more than 40 small black holes appear, and blue lightning came out of them which caused great damage to Sirzechs. Rias. Oni-sama. With dark. Yes, you are just as I imagined, with this awakened power. Come and give me the best battle of my life. Arc was sent flying by Sekiryuutei, who had a big smile on his face, and from there he puts his hands together and spheres of destruction appear above him, and from there blue rays of destruction shoot out. The lightning fills Dark and he begins to bleed, but he regenerates in an instant and he waits for Sekiryuutei and he appears in front of him, but Dark was waiting for him with a magic hammer and sent him to check against a mountain, and then he opens his mouth and fires a beam of blue destruction at Sekiryuutei, who upon seeing that created an energy shield which reflected the attack and went to Dark, but his suit did not hurt me since it is not capable of hurting its owner. Sekiryuutei disappeared and appeared, giving him a powerful punch to his head, and he was sent to the ground, and from above he fired thousands of magical attacks at me, which generated immense explosions. When the attack stopped, the smoke began to dissipate, and what was seen was a dark man with holes in his body, but little by little they were regenerated, and a laser beam shot out of his left eye and hit Sekiryuutei's cheek, but nothing serious. Arc jumped up to Sekiryuutei and punched him and held him with his hand, and then threw him to the ground, but he did not stay, but instead created a black hole, and from there came chains with spikes which took Sekiryuutei by the arms, and these passed him a strong electric current. Arc created a dark blue sphere and fired a beam of destruction in the shape of a dragon that hit Sekiryuutei, but since he had the armor he hardly suffered any damage, but he with his willpower broke the chains and took one of them to throw it to one side, where it stuck on a large rock, and then he took another and the same, and with his strength, he turned the chain and hit Dark with a rock, who became disoriented but did not expect the other rock to fall on me. Lord Baal gave a large number of blows and kicks like magical attacks to Malak, but he dodged them, and with a punch to Lord Baal's face he broke his nose, but he did not give it any importance and hit him in the chest, and then he took Malak's arm and pulled him to knee him in the chin, but Malak still smiled and created 5 rings of fire from his hand, and he shot them, which Lord Baal would not allow himself to be hit, so he took flight, and while he was flying, he fired destruction attacks. Hitting some, but when he did not pay attention, one of them hit him, causing an explosion, and from the explosion Lord Baal came out with the skin of his face, chest, right arm and left leg burned, but he used his magic and healed himself and created something similar, but it was a great surprise for Malak, because he did not fire the rings, but in the center of them, a ray of yellow and red destruction was shot out. The rings increased in size, and the ray fills Malak, but it was not like that, but he was firing his fire attack. Lord Baal's lightning was surpassed, but he put his other hand and fired his lightning to increase its size, but Malak put even more strength, and they increased more and more, and if they continued like this, they would create a great explosion that would wipe out the entire Sitri clan, but unexpectedly 3 red destruction attacks appeared, and Lord Baal turned around only to see his children. Chloe. Father, we will help with this too. Joy. We won't let these bastards get away with this. Adet. This is for everyone who died in their attacks. The 4 of them together now made their attack much larger and more devastating, and when the lightning reached Malak, it exploded, causing the trees to fall and a large current of hot air to be felt everywhere. Lord Baal's children had the same level of power as Seryog when in their normal form without balance breaker. Joy. Father, you help Nisama, we will take care of this bastard. Lord Baal complied. But Sirzechs. Well, it was very difficult for him because he couldn't beat me in magic or strength. Mio grabbed him by the neck and slammed him into the ground creating a crater, but there was no stomp on his face and it wasn't enough, but he gave him another and another and another and another and another and another and another until he gave him a strong stomp on the chest, making him vomit blood and try to get up, but Mio appeared on his side and gave him a kick that broke his ribs and he was sent crashing into a rock. Mio appeared with his axe ready to kill him with one cut, but he dodged a cut, but in the same way as in the Gremory clan, he made a very deep cut that extended several kilometers away. Mio prepared her fist with magic and hit him in Sirzechs' stomach, and then she took him by the foot and slammed him against the ground, making him scream in pain, and then she sent him to the sky with a kick in the back, and she moved her hand from the left side in giant, and small peaks of rocks came out and from the right side, the same forming a circle, and after closing her hand, all the peaks explode when they hit Sirzechs, and without him being able to react, she created thousands of small spheres of destruction and they all went to him in the smoke and another explosion occurred. Mine created 2 chains in both hands and threw them into the smoke and then she lowered the chains with great force and the smoke hit Sirzechs against the ground who was held by the foot. Mine pulled the chains and released them so that Sirzechs was taken to me and he gave him a punch in the face and a kick in the abdomen who was pushed a few meters, but he saw in the sky how mine rose to the sky like a red star and there are I believe 5 black holes, which fired red lightning bolts which joined together and almost hit Sirzechs, but he managed to dodge it, but he couldn't save himself from what would come later, because I managed to swing the axe into Sirzechs' right shoulder, making him scream in pain, but an immense pain that was impossible for him to describe, because he felt something strange in his body, because Issei had put some of his absorption magic and was absorbing some of Sirzechs' blood as his acquired destruction magic. Then he picked him up with the axe still stuck in him and kicked him, causing Sirzechs to fall to the ground holding his shoulder, which was open and bleeding profusely. Then she takes him by the neck and injects him with a blue substance, which made it seem like his veins turned blue, and his eyes turned blue, and his hair changed color to blue, but then he returned to his normal form of dark pink and red, and that blue liquid changed to green. Mio. With this power I will be able to become even stronger, I thank you Oni-sama, thank you. With this power I will be able to fulfill my lord's wishes. Mio injected herself with a green substance and it spread throughout her body and then she complained of pain, her hair changing to a somewhat strange color with blue and green strands. Then he stopped complaining and Azul just started laughing. Mine. If this power is perfect, that is a worthy power for the Empress of Calamity. I will annihilate anyone who stands in my way to reach tier 1. Suffer more consequences for everything you've done, Cosmic Pulverizer Gamma Ray. Mio shot from his hand a giant while that Sirzechs dodged, but the lightning went straight and he thought he did nothing, but it was a big mistake because the entire line he left burst into pieces, even in the place where it stopped, creating a monstrous explosion that extended to more than 9,000 meters high, with a diameter of 2,000 meters and a huge shock wave 900 meters high. The shock wave of fire burned everything in its path, and Sirzechs saw how the wave he was approaching and seeing the civilians he was about to do something, but he was crossed by a saga of energy from me which smiled maliciously. Sirzechs, still suffering, created a portal and managed to get everyone inside before they were consumed by the flames. He was then pierced through his right lung and stomach. Mio grabbed him by the head and began to use his power to hurt him a lot, and Sirzechs screamed in pain because of what his own sister was doing to him. Rias. Stop. Mine. Hahaha, what do you think? Laughs, is this what you wanted? What tortures our older brother? This is nothing more than your fault and as an act of kindness I will give him a quick and less painful death. Say goodbye. Mio began to gather energy in his left hand, forming an energy sphere. Rias. No Oni-sama. Rias awakened a power that was sleeping inside her, causing her to shoot a purple power of destruction into the sky, being seen thousands of kilometers away, leaving that enormous power shocked. When Mio saw that, she didn't flinch since she wasn't scared, and when she was about to kill Sirzechs, she realized that she no longer had him in her hands, and when she turned slightly, Rias was behind her with Sirzechs breathing heavily and healing her wounds, but when she saw Rias she realized something better. Rias was now the true crimson-haired princess of ruin or worse, because she now had her hair a little purple and gave off an enormous aura. She was wearing a black dress making her look scary. Mio was a little surprised by the speed she moved, but still she was no match for mine, because the truth is she was in category 4 yes, but her power made her be in category 5. Mine. Impressive Rias, you awakened a dormant power inside you, but do you think that this makes you stronger than me? Rias. Even if it's not that much power, I can at least hurt you. Mine. Hurt me? Don't make me laugh, the only people or beings who are capable of harming me are those who are in category 2 and 1. Sirzechs. I don't understand, I thought you were category 2. Mine. Phew, you are stupid, you think they are category 2, no, they are category 4, and they don't fight almost seriously, when they fight seriously they are category 3, and I don't show all my power to you, they only make me get 5% of my power, if that's who I am, imagine what my king would be like. That was the problem, they were afraid to think how strong their king would be, and if they did not fight seriously and were not the strongest, they would not want to run into those of category 3 or 2, and even worse those of category 1. Mine. Well, enough of the talk, it's time to step things up a bit, but I better get rid of this. Mio opened his armor a little, taking off some black bracelets that he let them fall, then he went too on his legs in the same way. He let them fall. Sirzechs and Rias thought that they were nothing, but at the moment of impacting the ground, a large explosion of dust was created, also creating a large crater 400 meters in diameter and 40 meters deep. Mine. It feels good to stretch your arms and legs, it's time to play a little seriously. Thousand at a great speed that they could not see appeared behind them, but they were received by a rain of fists which was hard for them, but Rias would not let herself be defeated and fired a beam of destruction, but mine only took him by the hand and made it into particles, only so that in one movement, the two were sent to the ground very wounded and with cuts. Sirzechs and Rias looked at each other and nodded, so that both of them will create two black holes, and these will rotate and shoot two rays, one purple and the other pink and red, but as soon as she got to me, a gap appeared and she made it disappear only for a black hole to appear in her chest. Mine. Interesting. She fires the same attack, but 5 times stronger than both Albertos, so they spread their wings and took flight, dodging the attack that went very far, creating an explosion of the same size as several minutes ago. Sirzechs appears in front of her and punches her, but not that, she had stabbed her axe into his abdomen, and with one movement with the axe still stuck, she sent him to the ground and was about to get up, but a red lightning bolt hit him. Being mine and she with a single finger gave me a powerful electric shock to Rias who screamed in pain, and then mine made 5 blue daggers appear, and I sent them at high speed stabbing into Rias who would scream with all her strength and mine. I created a dome of energy, and the daggers exploded, containing the explosion, leaving a very wounded woman, and she fell between the trees. Rias opened her eyes only to see mine looking at her with slanted blue eyes. Mine. How are you? Do you like that the useless woman from the Gremory clan is humiliating you? Rias. See, shut up, you are nothing, you are nobody to Og. Mio stuck a spear of destructive power into her abdomen, and to torture her, I created 4 spikes in the spear which came out inside the river, causing her to scream louder in pain. And mine with malice he pulls out the spear, drawing a lot of blood in piles, leaving a hole, and then takes Rias by the neck, and then puts energy of destruction in her hand, burning her neck a little, and then he releases it and walks with his back to her, leaving her sitting on her knees, but while mine was walking thousands and thousands of small blue rays of energy shot out towards Rias. The rays pierced her hand, destroying her fingers up to her hand, holes appeared in her arms, stomach, legs and abdomen until the attack stopped, leaving Rias almost dead, leaving her with a great fear in her life, of trying to challenge her younger sister. Sirzechs arrived, but when he saw Rias like that he went into a rage, but he felt that something was not right, and he felt a holy iron-like liquid come out of his mouth, and when he looked down, he saw that he had a star-shaped hole. Mine appears, and she tears off his arm, and then she kicks him with a hammer which sends him to the ground, and then shoots a giant sphere of energy, impacting the two of them, seriously damaging them. Mio comes out of the forest and sees the battle. Sekiryuutei. He punched Dark, but he dodged them very easily, even though he had awakened Sekiryuutei's power of destruction, he was still weak compared to him, so he decided to give him a show of power. Dark. Well, now that you have awakened your hidden power, I think it is time for me to show you my other power. Dark pulls out a black axe, and a blue and black glove emerges from his left arm. Dark. Fusion Dark Regulus Nemia Booster Gear Blue Dark Fusion Dragon and Lion Balance Breaker. A glow and then some blue flames shot out, causing everyone to stop in the battle contemplating that glow and those blue flames, and when it dissipated, Dark was now seen with armor with black hair, a black battle axe with a gem-like eye, the armor fused like that of the Sekiryuutei and the Sekiryuutei, but giving him a frightening and imposing appearance for someone like him, but he seemed serious, not arrogant or showing off his power. Dark. Come Sekiryuutei and give me everything you have of your power. Sekiryuutei, if that's what you want, here you have it. Sekiryuutei at an impressive speed gave him a powerful punch with the power of destruction in the chest. Behind Dark, a powerful shock wave knocked down all the oak trees and split the clouds in two. Sekiryuutei looked up to see Dark the same as before without showing pain or anything besides the fact that his blow did not damage the armor, but on the contrary, it was still the same as new. Dark. I expected more from you, but you have shown me that you are not strong enough to defeat me, you haven't even shown half of my power, and you can't even hurt me seriously, just small cuts and blood, nothing but me, I'm on another level. Dark gave him a punch that completely destroyed Seryog's armor, he vomited blood, and then Dark grabbed him by the head to knee him in the face, breaking his nose in the process. Dark created a scythe with his power and cut off Seryog's right arm. Before it arrived, a person intervened by hitting the sphere with the palm of his hand, causing it to go in another direction, impacting a hectare and causing it to explode. The cause of this was Lord Bale, who looked somewhat upset. Dark. Lord Bale sees his son almost on the verge of death, but luckily Lord Bale had a phoenix tear from Razor and gave it to Seryog to drink, who recovered his lost arm, and his wounds were healed. Lord Bale. Stay here, I'll take charge from now on. Behind Lord Bale, a blue lightning bolt fell from the sky, being the storm that was Seryog's. Dark. It is incredible that you, being a demon from the original dimension and having this power, could have deflected my attack with just your hand. Lord Bale. Am I the first? Dark. Yes, these days I have destroyed around 400 worlds, and none of them have been able to deflect my attack, but seeing this now makes me understand that the demons of the earth and other beings are capable of becoming many things. Lord Bale. Stop the talk, I'm going to eliminate you for hurting my son. Dark. Son. Lord Bale sees it. Since when did you consider me your son? Lord Bale. What are you talking about? Dark. Even though I am a clone, I have all the memories of Seryog, you were the one who never loved me as such, I always wanted my father's love, but the only thing I received in return was contempt and hatred from you to my mother to me, the people of my clan hated me just for being born without the power of destruction, but look at me, I am the fruit of Seryog's resentment, I am his hatred, his thirst for blood. Lord. Seryog Street never had that. Dark. I come from him, how do you think I got here? I suffered all these years trying to make you happy, but not even when I won a rating game were you there, when my mother woke up you never went to see her, you thought that you could laugh and play with your other children, right? You had everything while I had to win it, but by proving everything, and if you don't understand it, Lord Bale, son of Karina Bale and Sirius Bale, I will tell you. The past cannot be extinguished, what you started here is extinguished here and this time forever, not like your son, but the unstoppable warrior of my king. Dark and Lord Bale launched themselves, but Lord Bale's fist broke Dark's lip, but he only smiled maliciously and gave him a tremendous kick in the ribs, but that was not what he was going to do to Dark, instead he grabbed him by the helmet and gave him a punch loaded with the power of destruction. He dropped to the ground, creating a crater, and Dark was rising, but Lord Bale fell on top of him, taking him to several hundred masters underground until reaching a depth of 1800 meters underground. Lord Bale created two swords like red energy where they both began a huge fight. Lord Bale moved like a mantis, giving him a cut, but Dark blocked them with some difficulty, since Lord Bale's hatred was what gave him more power little by little. Dark, fed up with this, he gathers energy in his axe and fires a vertical cut, but it was destroyed by the aura that Lord Bale released at that moment, both of them launched themselves, and there were large flashes like the blades of the weapons colliding with each other. Both moved their weapons at impressive speed, so much that it was impossible to know who had the advantage. Lord Bale stomped on the ground, causing it to break, unbalancing Dark, and Lord Bale took the opportunity, and with his two swords, he stuck them in Dark's stomach, making him vomit blood inside his helmet, and he was very impressed, but he saw how Lord Bale approached to stab him with an energy spear. He moved very quickly, crossing Lord Bale's chest with his arm. But he didn't care, but using his spear, he cut the arm, making Dark scream, but Lord Bale hit him with a large hammer of energy again and again, until he slammed him into the ground and hammered him in the back, then undid the hammer and took Dark's helmet, and then gave him a kick that sent him crashing against the wall, causing a tremor. Lord Bale took out the severed arm that was in his chest, and the hole he left was regenerated thanks to his magic, and then he tore his clothes, showing his well-built body with pecs and everything besides cut scars. Lord Bale, you are just an insect before my Dark, but now. Dark appeared in front of him, punching him in the chest, sending him against the wall and appearing in front of him, holding his face and crossing hundreds of rock rubble, until he let go and fired a moment of energy, which Lord Bale created a shield and the attack was repelled. Then he put his hands together and fired a large beam at Dark, who did not expect it, but was sent against the wall, and this time with his armor half damaged, but nothing serious. Lord Bale appeared behind him, and with a movement with his legs he threw him to the ground, and before he fell he punched him in the face, smashing his head against the ground. Lord Bale took him by the foot and slammed him against the ground again and again, and in the last one he sent him to the ceiling, and Lord Bale was thrown to the ceiling with Dark carrying him but from the chest, so that he would receive damage to his back from going through all the rocks and so on. On the surface everyone was still fighting, but not mine, she was in heaven watching the clan being reduced to rubble. Mine. Are you impressed by Sarah? Sarah. Yes, saying that what was once my home is destroyed makes me very emotional, but I want to see more destruction. Sarah points her finger at a large part of the clan that was not so destroyed and shoots a blue beam at that part, and in an instant everything explodes, but the explosion was so powerful that it definitely destroyed everything that was left of the Sitri clan, but later when she was pointing at the people of the Sitri clan someone arrives, a hooded man who takes her by the hand and tells her. Kuoh. Don't do more than what you've done, that's more than enough. Sarah. But. The 3 clans destroyed it is a great coup for the underworld, knowing that the 3 important clans were destroyed will be our advantage to destroy all their hopes and make them fall into fear. Besides, everything is better, so I do not want you to get your hands dirty with blood for them, dear. Sarah had no other choice. Sarah. Okay, love. When he was about to serve speaking, everything began to tremble in the direction, and they saw how the earth began to be destroyed, or rather to rise, and if the earth was raised several meters, all because Lord Baal was thrown away with something injured, and then he punched him that sent him to the ground, the earth that rose began to fall. Lord Baal saw Dark not moving much and took advantage of that. Lord Baal. I will finish this now. Black Dragon Universal Plasma Destroyer. A gigantic lightning bolt 180 meters in diameter was shot out with the intention of destroying Dark, but he was saved as he recovered and left hay, and the lightning continued its course. The lightning opened a huge hole with a depth of 6,000 meters deep. Nearby, a boy fell into the huge hole, and the only thing that could be seen of him was that he had blonde hair. The young man fell into the big hole, disappearing into the darkness, but deep down you could see something orange that was lava. Dark was in front of Lord Baal. Dark. I have to admit that attack could have killed me if I hadn't moved, but I think it's time to step things up a bit more. Dark releases a little of his power and the armor completely changed, being new and giving off great power. The armor completely looked like that of a real dragon because of the arms and the tail. Dark. You make me use this form even though I can defeat myself without using it, but I have no choice. Lord Baal. How do you have those sacred gear? Dark. It is thanks to my lord and our best scientists who are experts in everything and found a way to duplicate the sacred of other carriers, and thanks to this, everyone can enter the balance breaker in just 2 days, what it takes. A normal human with sacred gear takes more than 4 months, but not us because we are completely different beings. Lord Baal saw Dark, but then he created a small magic circle from which he took out a red gem. Lord Baal. I was planning to use it when the underworld was in danger, and this is the ideal time. I will not let myself be defeated by you, and I will demonstrate my true power. Well, here we go, Shadow, it is time to do our job. Shadow Dragon Balance Breaker. Purple flames covered Lord Baal, and in a matter of seconds he was in black armor with purple gems and gave off great power, something that made Dark smile, because finally someone would fight seriously. Dark at high speed went in the direction of Lord Baal and punched him in the face, but to his surprise Lord Baal still did not move and he only raised his fist and hit him in the chest and gave him a roundhouse kick in the back. Then Dark received attacks from all sides, attacks of destruction that came from almost everywhere. Something that bothered him, but he used his enormous sword to gather energy and create a pulse that made all the attacks that came at him disappear, and he shot from the tip of the sword. Sail fired a beam of blue energy which Lord Baal had to spread his wings and fly, avoiding the beam that had the intention of killing him, but Lord Baal, being at a perfect height, plummeted with both fists in front and Dark, not realizing this before. Received a legal blow which caused a shock wave from the shock, and Dark comes out with his armor half damaged but not so serious, and he looked upset since despite having a superior power he could not kill his father, but behind Dark, a gigantic pillar of fire shoots into the sky illuminating everything. The smoke from the fires went to the pillar creating a giant whirlpool, and in the pillar was none other than Razor Phoenix, very upset since he was humiliated very easily. The torrent of fire went to the sky, but in the sky there was a black hole which was swallowing the pillars, but above Dark, the symbol of the Phoenix house appears, and above that was the black hole. Razor. Red Phoenix cursed fire. Diamond fire eclipse. A ray of fire comes out of the black hole, but being in the magic circle the fire increased its size and Dark had no choice but to create an energy shield, but behind him was Lord Baal, and he created a magic circle, then another and others in front of the next, until there were 5 magic circles, and this one with Iris shoots a gigantic purple and red ray at the magic circle, increasing its size in each magic circle, until in the last one, it came out the size of a person and shoots in the direction of Dark, who could not respond to the attack since he was creating the shield to prevent the fire from hitting him, but that was Razor's plan, and he sees how more magic circles from the Phoenix clan appeared and rays of fire shot out at Dark, who received them at every moment, causing him to scream in pain. Afterwards, the shield began to crack as Dark lost concentration due to the pain until the shield broke and he received Razor's attack, creating an explosion in the air, but Razor still created a fireball and sent it against Dark, taking him to the ground, but to everyone's surprise, Razor's fire was consumed by blue rays, while Dark did not seem affected but was only acting. Dark created 2 magic circles from his hands and fired 2 gigantic rays of destruction at Razor and Lord Bale but Kuoh. Vast Oni-chan. The lightning stopped and the one who screamed was someone who descended from the sky wearing armor with dragon designs, as well as giving off an aura well known to Lord Bale. Kuoh. That's more than enough, I've seen how strong they are to fight you. Dark. I'm sorry Yukiro. To the surprise of Lord Bale and his children, Yukiro was his daughter, the first of all his children, apart from Seirog. She was born without the power of destruction, but when she was just a baby, Lord Bale left her outside the clan ride in the forest, but Azrith saved her and told her the whole truth about who her father was and why he left her, but Azrith raised her and took care of her so that she would become stronger and help him fulfill his goal. Which was to take revenge on everyone, including his father. Hated the most in the whole world, she had 2 times of magical power, that of destruction and the other being that of fire, but a very powerful fire and superior to that of a phoenix or dragon. Yukiro. My name is Yukiro, the bastard daughter of Lord Bale, I belong to the Queens of Calamity. Lord Bale and Razor tensed because if what Darker Mind said was true, the Calamity Queens were superior to all of them. Yukiro. In the name of my king I will destroy them all of them. End of the world. He shot a gigantic bolt of lightning at Razor and Lord Bale which destroyed Razor's body and Lord Bale lost his left arm and a leg. Yukiro watched this happily but hearing the explosions and all that. Yukiro. Come back immediately, our mission is over. When everyone heard that they stopped and flew in Yukiro's direction. Sirzechs was recovered like Rias and they both headed towards Yukiro, but in front of Yukiro 3 girls appeared, 2 with red hair, 1 short and the other long, and the last one was navy blue, and they created 3 spheres, 1 house, the 3 shoot rays of destruction, and these unite into one, hitting Sirzechs and Rias because she was pushed by Sirzechs so that she would not receive their attack. Sirzechs had a large hole in his abdomen but was regenerating little by little. They all unite behind their Sirzechs and contemplate the enemy formed in a vertical line. Kuoh. It's a pleasure to see your features. From the sky they see that someone descends calmly and it was someone with black armor in addition to having a terrifying power and something month said that if they faced him they would not survive. Kuoh. I am the son of Azrith, I cannot say my name, but I will say that I am also the son of the great dragon goddess of light and eternal darkness and bearer of my uncle the great dragon god Bahamut. Everyone tensed upon hearing that and backed away a little. Sirzechs. Why are you doing this? Issei. Well, simple, revenge, you are not worthy of ruling the supernatural world, you are greedy and arrogant beings like now that you have demonstrated it in this battle, you demonstrated that your powers are superior and you can end everything but 10,000 years ago you murdered me and all for what? Out of fear of my power, which was superior to that of my father, but unfortunately for him, things only got worse, since this reincarnation was superior to me, and I thank them because if I had not been reincarnated, I would never have known about all the atrocities they have done during this time. Michael. We don't know what you're talking about. Issei. Well, let's start with the angels, you are beings of purity, but where is the purity? You are supposed to help humans in everything, in their misfortunes and help the sick and all that, help those who suffer but what do? Nothing, just seeing how they die, suffer and are cruelly murdered. Gabriel. We cannot intervene in the human world otherwise both worlds would be affected. Issei. Even if that means letting more than 1 billion children and innocent people die, there's a reason I have a huge hatred for that bastard Elohim, he shouldn't have existed, the dragon gods were more than enough. Someone from the angels got angry, being Raphael who created 2 swords of light. Raphael. I won't let you call father that way you bastard. But before reaching it he stopped and not because Issei put up a shield or something, but because Raphael was terrified of what he saw behind him and what he saw was a huge evil dragon behind him looking at him with hatred and contempt, but behind that dragon there was another one 10 times bigger than that one. Issei. On his knees. Raphael obeyed. Issei just bent down and grabbed him by the neck. Issei. Your father died of weakness before my father, for some reason the progenitor dragons destroy everything in their path and you are not perfect, you are not pure and you do not deserve the title of angels. Issei lets go of Raphael and Issei gave him a little touch and he shoots out like a bullet and hits the nearest mountain. Issei. Now let's start with the demons, the most horrendous race in the entire supernatural world. Let's not forget the horrendous actions that Lucifer did. More than 19 years ago he raped the wife of the elf king Balthazar. The queen committed suicide, but she gave birth to 4 babies, and one of them stayed with Balthazar, and the other 3 went with my father. Balthazar did not hate those babies, but he was afraid that he would kill them. Some time later they began an attack on the elven kingdom, and the pure blood demons raped the elven women, and more than 40% of the women gave birth, but the babies were given to my father to raise and make them stronger, using his demon lineage, although I did not expect your queen to be involved in this. Sirzechs. That was years ago, that was in the past. Issei. Past you say. The past cannot be forgotten. Sirzechs, you have lied that the elders of the council betrothed the pureblood demons to the women who will be heirs. Rias looks at him in disbelief. Issei. You have lied and you have earned the hatred of the elders who are booed and insulted because of you. Another thing is that demons are the most horrendous race, because simple Rias, Gremory and Sona Sitri, they are supposed to be staves of the Kuoh territory, but they did not do a good job all these years, in almost the fallen angels who murdered humans with sacred gear, but you did nothing, you did not kill them or even protect the humans. Rias. We couldn't kill them, otherwise they would start a war. Issei. Well, your actions had consequences. More than 4,000 humans died in the city, including innocent children. That is the number that died at the hands of fallen angels and renegade demons, more than 700. Rias was in shock because all those humans died because of her. Issei. Another thing is that in each demon house they exile demon children from those who lead their clans, and my father counted more than 300 exiled demon children, but the number of the Gremory and Baal clan exceeds the rest. Zeoidicus not only had Rias, minor Sirzechs. Sirzechs? What do you mean? Issei. Your father had 8 other children, but they were exiled, and your grandparents did the same. 9 children were exiled for not having the power of destruction, but Sirzechs did have it, but the one from the Baal clan was more than 13 children that Lord Baal had, or even more, but not to mention the unjust actions they committed of locking up humans with powers superior to that of a supreme class demon in a prison. We freed more than 20,000 prisoners. Azazel. They released beings that put the entire world at risk, son of Azareth. Issei. Shut your mouth, Azazel, you don't have a vote here, but I'm not angry but grateful. Nobody understood what he was saying. Issei. Without you I would never have obtained this unstoppable army. Behind everyone in the smoke because of the fire, everyone was scared since there were a huge number of warriors, including the humans who died for the fallen angels and the renegade demons, the prisoners and the exiled children. Issei. You have condemned yourselves by creating this great army, and of course let's not forget your children. Mine was there, like Sarah and Amelia, who were recognized by their respective parents. Issei. But it is better to give a warning to all of you, so that you understand things. Issei focused and opened his eyes and began to speak in the hearts of all the supernatural beings. Issei. I represent divine destruction. I represent the new regime that will govern the universe, and at this moment I have reached the definitive conclusion of destroying every supernatural being that dares to enter my kingdom. If they do so, it will start a war greater than the holy war of 10,000 years ago. We, together with my father, will destroy the entire world if supernatural beings dare to challenge us. This has been my warning. Issei stopped speaking in everyone's hearts, but still everyone was afraid that what he left was true. Issei. It's time to say goodbye, but we'll take someone with us. Razor. We won't allow them. Issei just smiled and looked at Ravel. Issei. To her. Neo appeared in front of Ravel at great speed and put sleep magic on her, causing her to fall asleep very quickly and be carried by mine. Razor. No. No. Ravel. Issei. It's time for the Sitri clan to cease to exist. He raised a finger and created a giant black and red sphere. All his warriors, including his queens, shot really powerful rays at the sphere, increasing its size and power. Sirzechs. This is bad. Everyone will withdraw. Razor. But Ravel. Azazel. Listen, Razor, we must run away quickly. Ajuka. Transport magic doesn't work, we should fly away. The leaders along with everyone else flew away as far as possible. The sphere was 400 meters high. Issei. Since I am pious in his clan, I will create another one a little close to the Gremory clan, but this one is more important, hahaha, see you never. I dropped the sphere. Little by little the sphere was falling until when it fell to the ground, little by little the earth began to rise and pillars of lava came out from everywhere until… A monstrous explosion of more than 25,000 meters in height rose up and had a diameter of more than 9,000 meters. The shock wave reached a height of 3,000 meters, large and small pieces of wrapped seal again fell everywhere like meteorites. Issei saw something in the fire, and that something was glitter, so that thing went directly to Issei and entered it, so others came out and went to his warriors until they stopped appearing, and he used his power to search if there were others, but those were not the only ones, so he smiled and they left with their prisoner. Their mission was over, and now another clan had ceased to exist. Gremory clan. Everyone could see that huge explosion, even the heat of the explosion came. The survivors or citizens of the Sitri clan went to their new clan crying for everything that happened. Sirzechs and the others were in the meeting room upset and at the same time regretful. For their actions they created their own incarnate destruction. Michael was very sorry since the job that was given to him was to protect humanity, but he did not do it well. Now the son of Azareth created an army with the humans who died because of the fallen angels. Sirzechs. What will we do? Azazel. They already made it clear that there is nothing that can be done. We fought against beings that were category 4 and were not category 3. If those were like that, I don't want to imagine the strongest ones. Bajuka. We can't declare war on them when one of them can destroy an entire army. Seraphil. In addition to that, we have to deal with the bearer of the snake eyes and locate the traitor. Razor. What about Ravel? Sirzechs. We can't go to Mortar, something happens in that kingdom and they declare war on us, but I promise you, Razor, that we will go to rescue her. When Seraphil said about the traitor, Azazel entered a state of thought. Sirzechs. What do you think, Azazel? Azazel. The traitor thing must be true. How did they know about the armor we were making in the laboratory? Mortar. A ship in the shape of a dragon could be seen descending into an electrical storm. It must have been someone who knew about the most important places and who knew about the laboratory. If so, he will tell you the other laboratories. The ship touched down and in the landing zone was Issei and his unstoppable warriors like Malak and other warriors in black armor with orange gems and a phoenix symbol. He must have been someone we put a lot of trust in without knowing his true intentions. The ship opens and warriors with that armor come out, but the sound of heels can be heard. If the traitor is among us, we must kill him. Warrior 3. All kneel before the most powerful empress in the multiverse. Everyone knelt before that girl who began to walk. She was wearing a black dress with red lines, behind her tails like a phoenix in turns of fire, 2 red cloth gloves with a symbol of the phoenix, a crown like horns, blonde hair and blue eyes. Issei. Welcome back. Ravel, my beautiful queen of calamity. Ravel Phoenix was the strongest traitor and calamity queen of all. Ravel Phoenix power level 700 quadrillion 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000Queen of Calamity. The mighty Empress of Calamity. The Red Death. Akira power level 5000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 Category 2 First Queen of Calamity, the second strongest apart from Ravel. Lilac power level 9 Category 3 Ravel Master. Lord Bale power level 5 Category 4. Arc power level 4 Category 4. Say no to Nether. Chapter 12. Ravel. It's good to come back after being there with those bastards. Lilac. It's good to have my teacher Ravel. Lilac was kneeling beside 13,000 soldiers who served Ravel with the phoenix symbol, and all had the same level of power and rank. 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Ravel. If after all, how would I be with beings who do not pay attention to me or respect me? That is why I am here. Arc. This battle proved that they are capable of increasing their powers beyond what was estimated. Mine. If it's true, for the moment increase your powers, go to the dimensional room. The warriors obeyed their superior and left. Bravo. How are things going in this time that I've been away? Issei. Not much to say, if you'll excuse me, I have to take a call from one of my family members. Issei left, leaving Ravel with her sister, who watched the Dark Kingdom grow in population and city size. They could hear children laughing and playing, families happy to be in a kingdom where everyone respected them for who they were, unlike in the underworld. Ravel. I will not allow them to destroy everything Issei created. That's why I will be the most powerful calamity queen that exists. Emilia. You know that someone else will surpass you soon. The only ones who can be in that position are Mio, Yukiro, and Saber Alter. Those are the ones who can be in that position if they surpass you. Anyway, I have to go, sister. I must train in the multidimensional room. Until next time. Ravel was left alone looking at the city, but a black gem appeared on her wrist. Black Phoenix. What do you think, partner? Ravel. I just think about everything that's been happening. I love this kingdom, and I wouldn't want it to come to an end. Black Phoenix. Yes, I like this place too, it's my home, and as you say, it's better that it stays this way than for others to destroy it. Ravel broke off communication with his companion and went inside the castle, but not before turning around and slowly closing the door. In the darkness, his eyes glowed a dark blue, frightening anyone who saw them. The XD, Underworld. We can see Sirzechs in the living room of his parents' house, and in front of them were Venelana and Sirzechs. Sirzechs? Tell me why. They didn't answer because they were afraid. Sirzechs? Is what he said true? Did he have more brothers and sisters? They didn't answer out of shame, because it was true. Sirzechs? Answer. Sirzechs? You had other sisters and brothers. Happy now? We acted like the rats we are, abandoning the children outside the clan because they were weak and would only lead to our ruin. Sirzechs? Well, because of you they are now on the side of Mortar, and their power is superior to mine. All we did was give more warriors to Mortar, including the children of each demonic house that I exiled. These actions only lead us to destruction. Venelana. It was the best thing so that they wouldn't suffer just for not having magic power. Sirzechs. Stop pretending you did it so they wouldn't suffer when I can see in your eyes that you did it out of hatred, mother. Venelana decided not to say anything more, but just as her father was about to speak, the door opened and it was an elite demon soldier. Elite demon. Excuse me, Lucifer-sama, but I've been sent by the demons of the council. Sirzechs gets up and leaves the room to go see the councillors. Sirzechs left the mansion and saw the leaders of the allied factions to accompany him. Councilman Castle. The leaders appeared outside the castle, so Sirzechs decided to go inside to talk to them. The guards opened the door and Sirzechs entered, but the interior had nothing but candles and was almost dark, except for the rays of light coming through a window with the figure of a six-armed demon. Above, or rather in front of Sirzechs, there were 7 pillars, on which only 4 figures could be seen, as the other 3 were missing. Sirzechs walked with fear, as they seemed weak, but they should not be underestimated. Sirzechs. It's a pleasure to see you again. They did not answer. They only deigned to look at Sirzechs. Sirzechs. As you know, in recent days we have received attacks from countless soldiers of Mortar, with the intention of destroying us all. The Bale clan, Grabs, and Sitri no longer exist, so I ask you to help us and also release the ancient demons. Advisor 1. No. I spoke with a deep, imposing voice that made Sirzechs sweat profusely. Sirzechs. Why not? Thousands of demons have died. Advisor 2. So? That's not our business now, we're hardly interested in them anymore. Sirzechs. How can you say that? They are your people, they are demons, and you must respond to this attack. Leader Advisor 4. Listen, Sirzechs rose from his chair and disappeared, but reappeared in front of Sirzechs, frightening him since he didn't see him move, even though he had a new power superior to before. It's your fault that we are hated by all the demon clans, it's your fault. You lied about us being the ones who betrothed women to arrogant demons, they despise us and everything else. We made you this way, we gave you the position of Mau, but how did you repay us? With lies, lies to your people, and that led them to their own destruction. You are to blame. We will not release the ancient ancestral demons just to fulfill the whim of a child like you. The leader was retreating, but… Sirzechs. Listen, this is a request from your demon king and… But Sirzechs shot out like a bullet and crashed into the wall, and the culprit was the leader who had his hand outstretched. Leader Advisor 4. You have no right to speak to us in that way. Having such immense power and a title doesn't make you superior to us. Or do you wish to confront us? Appearance. Sirzechs simply shook his head in fear, for the advisors were truly powerful enough to kill a god, for they had existed before him. They were the first 7 demons who existed before Lucifer, and they were known for their great strength and magical power. Leader Advisor 4. Leave and don't come back. Sirzechs leaves in pain and terror upon seeing the strongest of the 7 in front of him. Azazel. How did it go? Sirzechs. They refused to release the ancient demons. Lycal. So what now? Sirzechs. We have no other choice, we must go to the gods and try to reason with them so that they will help us in this coming war. Inside the castle. Issei. From what I can see, that imbecile will do something stupid to try and destroy the warriors. Advisor 3. If Issei-sama that's true, that Sirzechs is nothing but trouble. Issei. If that's true, well, changing the subject, do you accept my proposal? Leader Advisor 4. If we accept your proposal. The leader handed him a black book with runes and many other things. Leader Counselor 4. This book contains the location of the ancient demons and how to break the seal of any being, even that of the Trihexa. Issei. Thank you, Yukiro, it's time to go. Yukiro. Actually, I want to be here for a moment, my lord. Don't worry about me. You know I'm very strong. Issei. Yes, I know, but don't take too long, we have a lot of work to do. Thus he disappears in a magic circle. Advisor 2. How long, Yukiro? Yukiro. Yes, it's true, it's been a long time since I saw them when I was a child. Advisor 3. You've grown up so fast, who would have thought such a small girl would become a queen of calamity? Yukiro. That was my dream, although my other goal is to surpass Ravel. Advisor 1. We know she's the strongest of all, and that surprises me about her. Leader Counselor 4. You must leave, it's not out of rudeness, but I feel that your sisters and brothers are waiting for you to fulfill their mission. Yukiro. Yes, it was a pleasure to see you again. Before Yukiro left. Leader Advisor 4. Another thing, Yukiro, make a beautiful place in that kingdom and don't make them like the demons here, that's all I ask. Yukiro. Don't worry, I assure you I will do everything possible to create a better world for demons. Yukiro leaves, leaving the advisors behind. Counselor Demon 1, power level 8 Category 4. Counselor Demon 2 power level 6 Category 4. Counselor Demon 3 power level 4 Category 3. Leader Counselor for power level 999 999 Category 3. Greek faction. Zeus. How many times will we have to say that we will not join your alliance, child? Sirzechs. The factions must unite to fight this enemy. You have the Titans and your brother's own beasts on your side. Poseidon. Perhaps my brother Hades has his pets, but we will not form an alliance with you. Azazel. This is a matter of life or death. And you think you can stand against us? They turned around and it was someone similar to Poseidon. Triton, son of Poseidon. Prince of the seas. Titles the scourge of the seas. Triton. We have observed them and they are arrogant beings, do they really think we will ally ourselves with them? What my son says is true. Amphitrite, wife of Poseidon. Amphitrite. Over the years you have committed abominations and then blame us for everything when you were the ones who caused it all. Gabriel. That may be true, but we have tried to remedy our mistake in the world. Triton. Air. Suriel. What do you mean? Bullied, we tried everything but. Stop lying to yourselves. Athena, Greek goddess. Athena. They have caused countless misfortunes throughout the years and now they try to do their best to remedy their mistakes, but karma always comes around. It's exactly as it says. Hera, wife of Zeus. Zeus. My dear. Hera. Hello treasure, I see that these beings do not accept their mistakes. Zeus. Yes. Long time no see, brother. Hestia. Hestia. It's best if you leave if you don't want a war to start. Hercules. They don't stand a chance against us. Ares. Long. Sirzechs. They are no match for us if they face the leaders and all of us. Those who were fighting were there with Sirzechs and the others just in case, but they feared the worst. Ahaha, a war. How wonderful, so I can take their souls when they die. Everyone turns around and sees Hades in his second form next to his wife. Persephone, goddess of the underworld. Hades. They think that with that level of power they're going to scare us, they're wrong. Then a portal appears and out of it come Indra, Arthas, Shiva, Gilgamesh, Amdujas, Anubis. Hades. Why don't we show our true power levels, friends and sisters brothers? Everyone nodded, which gave the leaders a bad feeling, but then they became terrified. Hades real power level 0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Category 4. Poseidon power level 100 0. 00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Zeus real power level 200 quadrillion 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 Category 3. Aries power level 4 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 Category 4. Hercules real power level 500 0. Category 4. Amphitrite power level 4. Category 4. Pride Nivel Depoter 7 Category 4. Athena power level 3 Category 4. Gilgamesh power level 9 Category 3. Shiva power level 1 Category 3. Indra power level 30 0. 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 Category 3. Arthas power level 700 0. 0000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 Category 3. The leaders were terrified because they thought they were weak and could be killed with lethal attacks, but they were wrong because they were stronger. Poseidon. We will not join your pathetic demon alliance. So you better leave. Triton. You have better things to do, like confronting and protecting your people. They were about to say something when. In Azazel's ear. Azazel Sama have attacked Grigory. Azazel. What? 3 unstoppable warriors appeared and convinced many of our people to join them. More than 4,000 left, taking with them some research and artificial sacred gear that you created. Azazel was annoyed, more so than ever before in his life, because he had had those sacred gears for years and didn't want them stolen. Azazel. Sirzechs, we must return to Grigory. The city was attacked and they took very important things. Sirzechs saw the others and they agreed to go with him to help. Sirzechs. We'll see the gods later. Everyone left, but Kuoh stayed behind, staring coldly at the gods, which they didn't seem to care about, and then Kuoh left through a portal. Poseidon. Did you realize, brother? Zeus. If that demon is hiding something, even though I am a god I could see something behind him, a gigantic dragon figure as if he were trying to intimidate me. Hades. Kuoh Hyoudou and his family are hiding many things. We must be on the lookout for him and his people. Apollo. Well, now that almost the whole family is together, what do you think about fighting to see how much we improve? Hercules. I'm in, I want to see how much my brother Ares has improved. Ares. You read my mind, brother. Zeus. Well, no problem for me. So let the fighting begin. Grigory. Parts of the city could be seen with fire and black smoke rising to the sky, the laboratory somewhat destroyed. Azazel entered and saw a scene that could never be erased from his mind: organs, heads, dismembered bodies, cut in half, holes all over their bodies, many things were decorating the corridors. Michael didn't go in because otherwise he would do something horrible. In the small laboratories the glass was broken and there was blood scattered about and pieces of arms and flesh. They continued walking until they reached a large steel door, 2 meters thick and 6 meters high. The door had a large hole as if something had forced its way in. Upon entering, they saw that everything was destroyed. The sacred gears that had been arranged in a line were gone, and only 900 of the 4,900 sacred gears that had been created remained. There were scratch marks on the walls, like those made by an animal, but someone could be heard groaning in pain, or rather, complaining. Azazel ran and saw a scientist. Azazel. Hey. Are you okay? Scientist. Azazel-sama, I'm so sorry I tried my best to prevent them from taking you, I'm sorry. Azazel. That doesn't matter, what matters now is healing you. Scientist. It's too late, Azazel-sama. They have those four. Azazel. Who? Scientist. Her. The scientist could not continue and died, only to then disappear into particles. Azazel. It seems that there is not just one traitor, but several traitors. Oracuel. Yes, that's true. Sirzechs. What do we do now? Azazel was about to say something when a soldier came running in. Soldier. Azazel-sama. Please come. Azazel and the others followed the soldiers only to reach the end of the corridor, where other soldiers were gathered observing something. When Azazel arrived with the others, they all stepped aside and they gazed at a hole from which smoke was coming out and which was recent. Inside the hollow, Azazel and company discovered a cavern, and Azazel never knew about this, but on the head they discovered writings which they understood and began to read. When the son of the dragon Azareth finally awakens from his long 10,000-year slumber, he will bring chaos to the entire world with the bearer of the serpent's eyes. The Age of Chaos, which when Elohim heard about that era he was afraid of because it showed the whole world and the universe itself burning in flames and the son of Azareth wearing black armor. It is said that there are 6 weapons which can harm Azareth and its child. In this cave there are 2 weapons, the Chaos Axe and the Void Scythe. Both weapons are extremely powerful, and if they fall into the hands of Azareth or his children, they will gain power beyond what they had before, becoming capable of killing and destroying the entire universe. The other weapons were in different places on the planet and the supernatural world, but these weapons will only be the beginning of what will come next, because when he awakens he will seek the God Slayer deity, the ultimate weapon, and if the son of Azareth takes it, he will become invincible. The weapon was hidden, but when it finds a worthy wielder, it will go to him, and he will become its wielder, regardless of race, in order to destroy evil. If this reaches the generation I'm thinking of, search for the weapon, and if you find it, use it to kill him. If you don't, the day of doom will come. It is said that there is another way for them to increase their powers even more. The blue eclipse, an eclipse that only happens every 10,000 years. It has happened before and will happen again when the moon becomes full and the sun shines brighter than normal. When both celestial bodies unite, the blue eclipse will be formed. They must hurry, otherwise it will be too late. The readings were very clear. If they didn't find the weapon or destroy the snake carrier, it would be too late. If the part about the weapons was true, they searched the cave but didn't find much until they heard rocks falling and noticed a passage destroyed by something large that had run past. So they entered and walked for 5 minutes until they reached a chamber where there were 2 weapons before. Ajuka. It seems that they have already gone through these weapons. Thalbium. Yes, there's no doubt about that, but it seems this person or being shot upwards. And yes, above them there was a hole where the light was coming in. They leave through that same place and see that it had a good view to see the city recovering, although still in flames. Azazel. We must find those weapons before the wielder or the son of Azareth finds them. Sirzechs. Good idea, Azazel, but where do we look? We don't know where those weapons that were in the scriptures are, but I do know that 2 fell into the hands of Azareth or his son. Lykel. Well, at least we can find more interesting things in that cave. Sirzechs. Well, if that's true, let's see what else we can find inside. Mortar. In the castle, Issei could be seen sitting on the throne, but he decided to go for a walk instead. As he walked, he looked out from the balcony and saw a group of vendors with 60 naked fallen angel women. They looked terrified, because in Issei's kingdom this was allowed, but if it was from another world, he intervened. However, he saw demon women, yokai, fallen angels, and other women on the other side, who enjoyed being raped and giving birth to many babies. Speaking of which, Issei went straight to his lab and entered, but not his own, rather another one located more than 30 meters underground. Inside was a lab larger than the others, containing all the babies born to women who had been hex slaves or used as incubators for those who had been sold. More than 4,000 babies were in that place, all for Issei's research, though of course he could do whatever he wanted with them. He noticed 5 babies, 2 boys and 3 girls that caught his attention, so he went to them. The 5 babies had orc-like features, with 2 small horns protruding from their foreheads. The boys had pointed ears, indicating they were the offspring of demons, while the girls had features that were a mix of dragon, demon, and orc. Using her magic, she took the 5 babies to some large capsules with water and everything. He carefully put them in, and these babies were wrapped in clear green water. A mask connected to a tube was placed over the babies' mouths and noses, and small wires were placed on the babies' heads. Starting evolution of individuals. Issei pressed buttons and wrote down all sorts of things. Confirmed. Filling individuals with information from the outside world. Initiating magic process. Injecting magic. What magic do you wish them to have, my lord? Issei. Power of destruction, the power of angels, phoenix fire, fox fire, Nekomata fire, and the power of an evil celestial dragon, in addition to other magical abilities. As you wish, sir. Initiating extraction of cosmic stones. Imparting category 5 and 4 cosmic power into individuals. Initiating magical evolution. Sacred gear acquired. Initiating growth process. Minutes passed and the babies gradually increased in size, the children grew larger and larger, until. Process completed. Release in progress. The water surrounding the children was drained, the cables and everything was removed, and well, since they were babies, they were now naked, although for Issei it wasn't such a big problem, since he had seen many naked people. The children appeared to be 13 and 14 years old. The girls aged 13 and 15 are very cute, their breasts are not too big, but the size of Kaneko in Asia. The capsules opened and the children almost hit the ground, but Issei caught them. Issei now had the children in his lap, or rather just their heads. One girl was hugging him, and the other two were covered by his dragon wings. Some time later the children slowly opened their eyes until they saw Issei, and they smiled. It's a pleasure, Master Issei. Issei. Nice to meet you, little ones. The two girls on the wings liked how warm Issei's wings were so much that they snuggled closer into them. The girl who was hugging Issei woke up and upon seeing her lord, she hugged him even tighter and didn't care about being naked in front of him because it warmed her to see her lord and even more so to have him hugging her. Issei used his power to create 2 more arms and with them he stroked the children's hair, which felt very soft and had a lovely shine. The girl who was hugging her lord saw that his hands were on her back to hold her, but she wanted something else, so she took Issei's hands and put them between her buttocks. Issei was shocked and she just said. I want my master to feel my body, I wouldn't mind being his incubator or his hex slave. Issei just gave the girl a kiss on the forehead. Issei. I think I'll give them names. I'll call you, he said, looking at the girl he liked, whose soft white bottom he fondled. The girl seemed to like him a lot. I'll call you Aki, the one who was on Issei's left wing, and turned to look to the right, and I'll call you Akira. The bodies of the 3 girls glowed with an emerald green color. Then he seized the children who saw Issei as their father. Issei. I'll call you Kentaro and Katsumoto. The 2 children glowed purple. Issei, using his eyes, saw the power of the 2 boys he had in his lap. Kentaro power level 3 category 4. Katsumoto power level 3 category 4. Luna power level 9 category 4. Baki power level 2 category 4. Akira power level 3 category 4. Yuna was undoubtedly the strongest of them all, but Issei was satisfied with that. The children stood up, still naked, and using their power, changed their clothes so they would be more comfortable. The other two, who were on his wings, also used magic to cover their bodies with dresses, one black with red lines and the other similar, but with purple lines. The girl who was hugging Issei didn't want to let go of her master and future husband, as Issei would keep her like that, still hugging him, even though the other two arms grabbed her back to hold her tighter. Issei. Well then, from now on a new group will be formed, you will be the 5 flames of hell. They liked it so much that they knelt before their king. Issei. Get up and go outside, Malak is waiting for you to start training. I'll stay here with Yuna for a while. The 4 obeyed their master's order and left, leaving Issei with Ayan. Issei saw Yuna, who still didn't want to leave her master's side, and to see how she would react, Issei began to massage Yuna's rear end. She began to sigh and moan at the touch of her master, something she liked very much. His hand stopped and squeezed Yuna's rear end, causing her to almost scream, but she was silenced by Issei's finger, which he placed on her lips to quiet her for a while. One of Issei's fingers entered Yuna's vagina, causing her to feel a pleasurable sensation and begin to moan more and more. His other 2 arms began to massage Yuna's breasts, which were the size of Asia's, and she enjoyed it. She hugged Issei's head and placed it on her breasts, and he began to suck on her nipple. Yuna. A master, please make me yours now. Ah. I don't mind being your incubator, but please make me yours. Brand me. Impregnate me. Issei. If that's your wish, I'll grant it. Issei opened his clothes a little and let out his penis, which was large and long, at most 33 centimeters long and 7 centimeters thick. Lemon skipper. Yuna. I am finally the master's property, how exciting. Issei. You meet up with the others, Yuna, I'll go later. Yuna left, leaving Issei behind. Black smoke appeared behind him. Issei. From what I can tell, they did well, Isaac? Isaac. Yes, brother. Isaac gave Issei the 2 weapons which were the ones the scriptures said he would have. Issei barely touched them and felt their great power coursing through his veins, increasing his power a little more. Issei. You can leave, brother. Isaac obeyed and left, bowing. Issei. Soon the factions will feel my power, just like all my warriors. They no longer have anyone to protect them from what's coming. Unknown location. Inside a mountain, a large seal could be seen surrounding the mountain, which measured more than 2,500 meters in height and more than 4,000 meters in length. Inside the seal, one could see a huge, seemingly asleep being covered in rocks that held it up. The time is slowly approaching for me to free you, uncle. The gigantic being opened its eyes slightly and smiled evilly. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. To be continued. Description of the new elite soldiers. Yuna is a girl who appears to be 14 or 15 years old, with black hair, but with large parts of snow-white hair, thin, breasts the size of an Asian, red eyes, pale skin, horns on her head representing a demon and dragon, and she has 10 demon wings. Aki is a half-orc and half-fallen angel, she has 2 horns coming out of her forehead, skin of a white color almost like a vampire, her age is apparently 13 or 14 years old, green eyes and golden hair. Akira, she is 14 years old, has hair as black as night, emerald green eyes, is half-orc, demon and angel, has blue eyes, her body is like Kaneko's, but she has terrifying strength. The last 2, Kentaro and Katsumoto, are twins and are very strong together. Kentaro has blue hair and white eyes, Katsumoto has white hair and blue eyes, they are 14 and 15 years old, and they see Issei as their father, since he was the one who gave them life and gave them all kinds of knowledge. Chapter 13 First Season Finale. Mortar. We can see Issei walking to the outskirts of the city, heading straight for the forest, carrying 2 objects in his arms. When he arrived at the perfect spot, he placed the 2 objects on the ground. These were 2 eggs with black scales. They were Hydra and Dragon eggs, and they were, so to speak, Issei's children, or rather, his eggs. He had discovered a demon trying to escape from the Dark Kingdom, and luckily, they caught her. She insulted Issei to his face, and as punishment, in his humanoid dragon form, he raped her for 3 hours, and in his Hydra form, he raped her for 6 hours, resulting in the birth of 3 eggs. The 3rd egg was slightly larger than the others. Issei gave her a great punishment. All the hydras and dragons would grape that woman from now on, no matter what happened to her or how much she begged. No one would help her, and if she died, she had a curse that would revive her again and again if she committed suicide. I left the eggs because in that area the ground, or rather under the ground, was lava, which made the hatchlings emerge from the eggs faster. And they weren't the only eggs there. There were more than 400,000 eggs, all arranged, and those that hatched were taken to a place for their growth and development. I see you already have 3 other children, my lord. Issei. In a way, yes, but not so much in terms of blood. I was disgusted by the idea of violating that woman, but at least she's the incubator for both species, and if she proves very useful, we'll use her for other species. Tell me, did you find what I asked for? I only found information on the 5 catalyst demons and the divine beasts, but not on the angels or archangels of infinity, my lord, I'm sorry. Issei approached the girl and she knelt before him as a sign of respect, but he took her chin, and she looked up and saw her master smiling. Issei. You did a good job, that's all that matters. The archangels of infinity aren't that much of a problem. As long as you found the information on those 2 species, that's more than enough. You always fulfill everything I ask of you. Elysis, my great queen, demon goddess of destruction. Appearance. Category 2. Elysis was feared by dragons, demons, and other races like Ravel, as they had a rivalry due to their strength and always fought for the love of their lord, ending in ties. Issei. From what I can sense, they finally achieved evolution. Well, it's best to go with them and see how it goes. How Occult Club. Everyone was there. The Sitri clan, Gremory, Phoenix, Issei's cousins, Lucy, Rebecca, and Ryuk. Fibba. What are we going to do about Ravel now? Asia. We must go for it. Ryuk. We can't go to Mortar. Those we faced never showed any serious fighting spirit. It seemed like they did, but they were just playing with us. Venelana. That may be true, but with Razor Sama and Rias Sama, we can go to that place and save her. Ryuk. I say the problem isn't getting in, it's getting out. They said they're category 4, but there are category 3 and 2 in that place. They're worse and would be much stronger and faster, and maybe in the blink of an eye they'd kill us all. Fibba. If that's true. The Keno, yes, we know, but. Out of nowhere, everyone was transported to a pocket dimension, practically the entire academy. They all walked out of the club to find out who was attacking them. They reached the entrance of the academy and there was nothing there, but inside they could see someone standing there. Everyone went in but. Hello. 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 Long time no see, guys. Everyone recognized the person in that voice. Nikita. Freed. Sip the crazy exorcist. Freed. Yes, you guessed it, and how I missed you all. It's been over 2 months since I last faced you, and now I'm standing before you to fight again. Gibba. How did you return from the dead? Freed. Ah, I just woke up in a new and more advanced place than this one, and with superior magic. In other words, I am a warrior from the world of Mortar, which you have already faced. The Keno. You're a soldier. Freed. Soldier. An ordinary one. Hahaha, what an entertaining joke. I think it would be best if I said I'm an unstoppable warrior. That scared everyone. Kaneko. This person is still human but is now a demon and a fallen angel. Freed was still laughing when 6 black angel wings sprouted from his left side and 6 demon wings from his right side, making 12 wings in total. Freed. Ha 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 ha, my power is already superior and they have no chance against me and they know it. I didn't come to fight, just to deliver a message from my lord. Akeno. Your lord. Freed. He will soon return to this world. The human world will eventually learn of the existence of the supernatural and it's only a matter of time before they choose a side. If you wish to know something about my king, I will tell you this. A long time ago, a pureblood demon baby was born, but he didn't have much magical power, and the artificial sacred gears wouldn't choose him as their wielder. From that day on, the child was insulted, humiliated, and spoken ill of behind his back, all because he was born without magical power, being just a low-class demon. But the child didn't give up. He wanted to earn the love of his family, no matter the cost, but that never happened, and his heart, which once held light and a beautiful paradise, became an emptiness of darkness. Little by little, he began to harbor a certain hatred for the people who insulted him. Doesn't that sound familiar? Ryuk. Tell us, who is your master? I don't know anyone who's been through that. Freed. Haha, you really are stupid. At a great speed that no one saw, he was next to Ryuk, who said in his ear, don't trust the Hyoudou clan. They may seem like good people, but they are hiding something, and you are their targets. You must find out the whole truth for yourself. Freed was turning around when Kiba threw a sword at him. Kiba. You won't leave until I kill you. Freed. If you know that your magic power is inferior to mine. Freed power level 200 0. 0000002 Category 4. That practically made everyone tremble with fear because of his level of power. Freed. Come back strong Hyoudou Kiba, they plan to fight you, but in your current state you will only disappoint them. Freed disappeared as if nothing had happened and they went to warn the factions, but not the other one that Freed told Ryuk about, since Ryuk was also beginning to suspect his uncle and his clan. Mortar. We can see Issei in a command room. Scientist. My king, we need your authorization to begin the destruction of universes and worlds that do not deserve opportunities. Issei was looking at the screen. Issei. Permission granted. In the sky there was a huge number of ships, both small ones and dragon-shaped motherships. There were more than 400 million motherships in position, and below them were more than 50 trillion small ships. All of these left in an immense jump. From the planet, 30 objects were fired and headed down the path the ships had taken, although it would take them more or less 4 hours to arrive. Scientist. Ready, sir. Issei simply got up from his chair and walked outside, looking at his kingdom, but an alarm suddenly sounded. So he went and saw several soldiers pointing their weapons at a room where the babies were, but they had been taken out a while ago by Issei and some nurses. Issei entered, but to his surprise there was no one there, or so he thought, because he saw something peek out a little, and then hide again. Issei. Wait, we won't do anything to you, come on, you can leave, nobody will do anything to you. What was hidden peeked out, and Issei was surprised because it was a girl who appeared to be 5 or 6 years old, with blonde and silver hair, one blue eye and the other red, a dragon tail with golden scales, 2 wings on her back of the same color, 2 horns with the tips pointing forward. The girl was naked, small scales were coming out of her cheeks, on her chest, there was a bluish gem with scales around it that seemed to hold the gem. The girl slowly approached Issei until she was right in front of him. She began to sniff him, moving like an animal, sniffing him all over. She crawled up his back like a lizard, licked his cheek, bit his neck, drawing blood, and then his ear, causing Issei to groan. Then she was holding onto his shoulders, staring intently into his eyes. She leaned in to lick his nose, and when she finished, she increased in size slightly, becoming an 8-year-old girl who was now hugging Issei's legs. No one understood what was happening. Issei. I need you to gather my family and everyone else in my room now. Hyoudou clan. We can see Kuoh sitting down with a small transparent tube in his arm that appeared to be carrying blood, which increased his magical power. Kuoh. I don't care how long it takes, Issei, I swear I will destroy you and your kingdom. If I can't handle them, then her will be more than enough to finish you off. In front of him was a capsule which gave off a blue glow, and inside you could see someone unconscious, with several tubes draining their blood. Kuoh. You're a deity, but let's see how you fare against her, your own bitch. Onai-chan. Season 2 Prologue. Mortar. We went to the castle where Issei and his entire family were, along with his master and bodyguards, the Calamity Queens, and some others, because they had to attend to an urgent matter. The girl who appeared out of nowhere and was now lying on the ground, sleeping. Issei. Who is the father of this girl? Greg. It must be yours, Ibo, her aura is similar to yours. Issei. But that's impossible, I haven't had any direct daughters with anyone here. Isaac. That's true, although well, you only grape, but you don't feel love for the ones you grape. Azareth. But I have to admit that the aura and power it gives off is of a category 2 and almost category 1, but in this current state, it is in category 3. Hara. But she was attached to Issei, we just have to wait for her to wake up and tell us who she is and who her parents are. The girl slowly began to wake up and when she got up she was just sitting on the floor, gently rubbing her eyes so as not to hurt herself. Issei. Hello little one. What's your name? My name? Issei. Well, where do you come from? I don't know. Issei. So you don't know, huh? Well then, tell us your name. My name is Crystal. The girl sneezed, but a phoenix-like mark with dragon markings appeared on her forehead, which intrigued Issei. Issei. Tell us, who are your parents? Crystal. My dad is IsseiOmniversalCaos. Issei. Haha, I see. So your daddy is IsseiOmniversalCaos. But Issei's gaze darkened with shock. What? Huh? Me? Nobody said anything, because of the shock, but a certain person. Kami. Is that true, Issei? Issei. Kami. Kami. You dared to have a biological daughter without telling me anything. Rash. Is that true, my king? Issei. Now it's your turn, Rash. Rash. A firstborn daughter is important to our kingdom. Why didn't you tell me anything? Issei. Relax, we don't know if this daughter is biologically mine, but oh, I know, tell me, Crystal, who is your mother? Crystal stared at him for a few seconds until she pointed at a certain blonde person with drill-like pigtails. Crystal. Mom and dad. Well, her mother was Ravel, the queen of the strongest calamity. Yami. His father is the king of everything, and his mother is the queen of calamity. Kami. Ravel, you dared to defile Issei-kun before I did. Ravel. No, I didn't do it. Rash then fainted. Azareth laughed now that it had a direct granddaughter, and Clarissa was happy to have a younger sister. Crystal just started laughing at what was happening, but then her nose started itching and she began inhaling a lot of air, drawing everyone's attention, and then. From outside the castle, a gigantic beam of fire and black lightning shot out and struck a mountain, completely pulverizing it. Everyone inside was shocked, because first. 1. Rash had a huge hole in half of her body. 2. The beam had the capacity to destroy up to 1,000 warriors of categories 4, 5, and 3. 3. Because she was just a simple child. Rash regenerated his body, and Azareth approached the girl and began to measure her magical power, and when he finished they were impressed because well, it was category 2. Pistol power level 8. Category 2. Perhaps she was as strong as Ravel, or perhaps she was superior to her daughter, since the amount of power she has is her level of magical power, but she possesses ways to increase her power. A magic circle appeared in Issei's ear, and a voice came out of it. My king, the troops that were sent to destroy worlds and universes have completed their mission and are now returning to the planet. Issei. Alright, give them everything they ask for, they deserve it after achieving this victory. It doesn't matter if they form a resistance or something else, they won't be able to stand against us. The magic circle disappeared, and he turned to look at the others who were talking to the little girl, and he just smiled slightly before leaving the room and going directly to the same place where he left the eggs the other time, and when he arrived there were only shells everywhere, then a great shadow 16 meters high appeared, and Issei just smiled, since he had gotten what he wanted. Issei. Just prepare yourselves, factions, I'm about to return to take your women. I think our first target will be those fallen clans, then the Sitri clan, and finally the Gremory clan, although a few will die. If so, allow me to be the one to take Abe's life with the bastard Rias, my lord. Issei turns around and sees a Rias with black hair and red eyes, thinner and with breasts the size of caddises, wearing a black dress. Issei. Ophelia. Ophelia, copy of Rias, power level 7. Category 4 and almost 3. Ophelia belongs to a group called the 10 Evils, being 10 warriors with monstrous power. They are an elite group specifically tasked with eliminating any resistance or fighting against a large army on their own. Ophelia could have joined the Queens of Calamity, but she refused because she wanted to be in the group of defenders. She was the strongest and had a great grudge against Rias and Zioidicus as Venelana, although Sirzechs didn't feel it as much because he didn't know anything, since Ophelia had the DNA of Sirzechs' sister, his other sister, the one Zioidicus kept secret. Issei. If your wish is to eliminate Rias, I will grant it. After all, she has committed countless crimes that she broke and deserves a horrible death. Once the Gremory entourage has been completely subdued, you will take command of them, gain Sirzechs' trust, and seek out the most important bases where they keep the most dangerous and sought-after sacred gears on the planet. Ophelia. Yes, Issei-sama. Ophelia was suddenly surrounded by a black and gold aura. Issei. I will give you the power that was given to me when the universes were destroyed. Now you possess the sacred gear of Albion and Fafnir. Train and become stronger, capable of challenging a Calamity Queen. Ophelia. Yes. Ophelia flew away to begin her training, and Issei turned around, contemplating his creations. He simply opened the palm of his hand, and 5 black orbs emerged, each going to one of the beasts. Upon entering them, the beasts began to increase in size at an accelerated rate. Issei. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Prepare yourselves, factions, for the age of chaos is approaching. Information. As you know, Issei has very powerful elite groups, and here I will tell you how many there are. There are around or more than 14 elite groups. 1. The Valkyries are category 4 warrior women, there are around 8 Valkyries. 2. The Queens of Calamity are women with a level of power that falls into category 2. 3. The 13 Swords are Kiba's former friends who now serve the all-powerful Issei. 4. The 4 Flames of Hell are category 4 warriors. 5. The 10 Evils group of soldiers with tremendous power, being almost like war machines. 6. The 4 Calamities, these are 4 knights of a category 3 power and are greatly feared, although not as much as the Queens of Calamity. 7. The Imperial Knights, these are an elite group that is confirmed by 19 category 4 warriors. 8. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse, these are lethal warrior monsters that are in category 4, but when they fight seriously they are in category 3. 9. The 6 Archangels, these are angels in the service of Issei, but also of his race, which is even 10 times larger than those of DXD, and they are pure and fair, they do not lie because of the armors, and are of category 4. 10. The 10 Eclipses are category 4 and 3 demons being considered heroes. 11. The 15 Primordial Dragons. The 15 Primordial Dragons are dragons that are in Category 3, they are really strong, when it comes to a giant monster or something they take their dragon form, sometimes being 130 to 150 meters tall, revealing their true power in that state. 12. The 7 Black Pillars are beings of different races, angelic, demon, dragon, Valkyrie, fairy, giant and demigod, their power makes them be in Category 5 and 4. These would be the groups, as more elite groups will be revealed later. Information from Issei. Issei, as you know, is the son of Azarath and is much older than his father. The powers he possesses are still unknown, but he still has within his body all the magic he absorbed for over 17 years in the DXD dimension when he was part of the Hyoudou clan. The magic he accumulated is sealed inside him, waiting to be released so he can merge with his existing power. If that happens, he will double his power, becoming twice as strong, and he would become the true king of all if he manages to defeat the infinite supreme deities. He possesses the sacred gear that his father created for him and copied various divine weapons. There are states in Issei that allow him to increase his power faster. 1. The Juggernaut Drive, the state that everyone knows. This increases Issei's power, but not to its maximum level, only a quarter. It consumes vital energy, but if used for more than 4 hours it absorbs around 40 years of life. If used for more than 5 days it will absorb 20,000 years. But Issei's life is infinite and he can decide when to die. 2. Berserker Mode. This is the most dangerous and powerful state, not only because of its instability, but when it enters this state its power explodes and is released uncontrollably, it becomes a dragon or in its human form, but releasing its power, and this triples it making it 3 or 4 times stronger, and absorbs more than 50 million years if used for 5 hours. Issei can enter that state, but only in emergency situations. Well, that's all for today, and thank you. Season 2 Episode 1. Issei was on the castle balcony. Ravel was on his bed, along with other girls who were part of his harem. Ravel was still pure, but there was something about her that Issei wanted to know more about. Greg. What do you think, Ibo? Issei. In Ravel, there's something about her that leaves me uneasy. Albion. Let me look at her closely and see what happens. Albion did his thing, and after 3 minutes he contacted Issei. Albion. Well, it's incredible but also terrible. Issei. What did you discover? Albion. Well, what's inside the girl is a being, or rather, just her power. She possesses a very powerful lineage. She is a direct descendant of 2 beings. The first Omega Phoenix, the second the Scarlet King. These 2 beings were once locked in battle to prove who was the strongest, like the celestial dragons, but they ceased to exist millions of years ago. The Scarlet King is an entity of immense power who ruled the original dimension, his power placing him in Category 2. The Omega Phoenix is a black phoenix over 900 meters tall, also possessing Category 2 power. When these 2 entities met, they fought to the death to determine who would rule the original dimension. However, after Azarath's arrival in the original dimension, they both vanished. Now, Ravel is in Category 2, the strongest of the Calamity Queens, the powers of both entities lie dormant within her. Should Ravel awaken, her lineage would make her a supreme goddess, placing her in Category 1. But Issei didn't want to subdue her so quickly. He did love her, despite what she had done to him in the past, but it was because she was forced into it, not because she loved him. I had another opinion. I still had some mistrust, but well, she was really strong and could easily defeat an entire army or even a resistance on her own. Issei. But how is that possible? Bitra. Well, maybe because of her family, maybe when the Omega Phoenix disappeared or died, its magic turned into particles and went to the original dimension where perhaps the Phoenix family didn't have those magical abilities of regeneration and all that for a long time, but when a small trace of that magic arrived, those abilities reached them, and from there that magic went from generation to generation, looking for a good host, until it found one being. Issei. Ravel. Bitra exactly, but if you subdue her you will gain her abilities and manage to absorb more than 80% of her lineage, but copied, and you will become stronger before the eclipse forms. Issei. I know that the blue eclipse, I don't even remember which one it was, blue or red, but oh well, will give me even more power like everyone else, and that will awaken my true power. Fafnir. But look on the bright side, you'll have more girls to subdue, and in the original dimension, demon girls can become stronger, and if you keep having Hex with them, their magical powers and abilities will increase, making them capable of challenging the Master Cadres. Issei, I understand, but… Issei sensed a very familiar magical power and looked into the distance with anger. I jumped off the balcony and landed on another, larger and wider balcony, and behind Issei, Saber Altar appeared. Issei. No, go there and annihilate everyone who is not from this world, interrogate them to find out what they were doing here and who sent them. Saber Altar. If Issei Sama. Saber was surrounded by her purple aura and left at great speed. Issei could only observe purple lights, attacks and other things, and could only sigh heavily. Well, he was a patient king, but if you angered him, he would be his worst nightmare. Issei knew that there were other strong beings. For example, his uncle Issei Apophis felt that his power had increased more than expected and was happy, but not entirely, since he was no match for him. Issei knew that there was another being somewhere who would be his rival and his biggest problem, and that he only had about 13 or 15 years before he arrived. He must have the largest army of any other. The number of his unstoppable warriors had increased more than expected. Now there were more than 50 million unstoppable warriors. But after the unstoppable warriors came the destroyers, a group superior to the unstoppable ones. The destroyers are only about 7,000 and increasing. They are the ones who go in groups of 40 to a planet or a universe to destroy it, but there are times when they are only sent to repopulate a planet that is on the verge of destruction as its civilization. Issei went deeper into his palace and then an idea occurred to him. Issei. Noelle. Noelle was a beautiful maid with short hair, white as snow itself, emerald green eyes, and 2 roses on the right and left sides of her hair. She belonged to the combat maid group, a group of 140 maids who are category 5, Noelle is the exception since she is in category 4 being stronger than her friends and combat partners. Noelle. Issei-sama, do you need anything? Issei. Yes, I want you to send the 13 swords 3 unstoppable warriors, go with them too, go to the DXD dimension, search all the Vaticans for weapons, and recruit those who have already lost faith in Elohim. Noelle. As I wish to say Sama. Noelle disappeared and then the trumpet sounded, which was a warning that the soldiers were about to withdraw. The 13 swords had already been outside along with the unstoppable ones, and then a dimensional portal opened and they entered to fulfill their mission. The XD. In the Vatican, the largest one was located in what is now England. So, for the soldiers, it wouldn't be too much of a problem to find everything their master asked for. The Central Vatican was a secret facility. Why secret? Simply put, it looked more like a 3-story church, 30 meters long, but it was more than that. The real Vatican, as some know it, is the mountain itself. The church sits atop a 120-meter high hill and is quite long, measuring 500 meters in diameter. No one knew that the mountain was the very base of those whose faith was so great that they would kill their own friends, whom the priests called heretics. And they didn't just kill their friends, but families, children, and the elderly, all in the name of bringing peace to the world, when in reality they were only causing its destruction. As soon as they arrived, they were floating above the church, which was already empty, and since it was night, no one could see them. Noelle created a magic blue circle and shot a blue beam that froze the area around the church, creating sharp spikes of different sizes, forming a lethal barrier, since if they slipped they would be killed. They entered in the most polite way possible. The door shot out and a monk of about 23 years of age was crushed by it. Immediately the others who had sacred gear tried to kill them, but their attacks did nothing, and what's more they were massacred by the unstoppable, and the 13 swords Noelle destroyed a well behind which there was a secret tunnel, so they went down, but 2 of the 13 swords stayed behind to see if there were any alive or just in case, since they can give warning. The tunnel was at least 20 meters long. So when they arrived they couldn't believe what they saw because it was a large base. In addition, there were children in white clothes, boys and girls of different ages, and users of sacred gear, priests, exorcists, among others. Noelle informed the others to separate and begin with the plan. Inside a room, a large number of people could be seen, including civilians who had faith. A priest arrived and went to the front. Behind him was the portrait of Elohim. The priest sighed and then began to speak. Priest. Do you have no faith? You who swore to be faithful to the Lord Father, but what are you doing? You gamble, you get drunk, you insult, all you bring are sins, and there is no sin here. The priest stopped because he should behave himself, but then a snowflake fell from the ceiling, and then more and more began to fall. Noelle. Is sinning a bad thing? No, it's not, it's part of being human, and you should respect that. The priest, like the others, looked ahead as Noelle came slowly down using ice tentacles, and she had dragon-like wings made of ice, giving her a majestic appearance. Noelle. You say that everything humans do is a sin, but haven't you done far more atrocious things? Like killing, experimenting on children for your projects, using people to believe in someone who died in the Holy War, robbing children of their childhood, the most innocent ones who have big dreams and goals, but you snatch them away and replace them with a false faith. You can do whatever you please, since that's your nature. Will you continue to believe in someone who died? Or can you believe in someone who is much better and who still lives? You can join the Dark Kingdom, a place where all those willing to abandon this are welcome. Noelle's words were so sweet that more than one person stood up, and the priest, who had fallen backward upon seeing her, watched as his followers stood up and threw down their Bibles. Priest. No, no, resist their temptation. That is the goal of the heretics. Do not fall into their The woman had hit the priest on the head with a blood-covered cross. The priest touched his head and blood began to gush out. Priest. No, Maria, I brought your son into the world. But then he was stabbed in the back by an older man, then everyone else took the torches and threw them all over the place. The portraits of angels, of Michael and Gabriel caught fire. Noelle watched as everyone ran away not to climb, but to kill. Noelle walked over and, using her tentacles, destroyed the crystal that had the image of Elohim. Noelle was about to leave, but she heard the priest's groans. Priest, do you think? That you will win this war? You will die. Noelle didn't want to hear any more. So at great speed, I stabbed him with a tentacle that went right through his stomach. Noelle. Burn in the flames of purgatory for your sins. Noelle pulled out the tentacle, but then the priest began to move like crazy as something inside him seemed to want to get out and then in the reflection of his shadow spikes came out of his body, staining the walls with blood. Outside, chaos reigned. Monks and other soldiers tried to kill the Unstoppables and the 13 swords, but their weapons were useless. One of the Unstoppables brought children out of about 4 rooms, around 400 of them, kidnapped by their sacred gears or sold by their parents to the Vatican. Noelle watched as a large group of soldiers took 30 children away, so she rushed to stop them from being taken or killed when something crushed them. The children ran out of the dust, exactly 30 of them, but from the dust emerged a beautiful exorcist wielding a large blood-covered weapon. The exorcist looked at Noelle and approached her only to kneel before her. Exorcist. It's a pleasure to meet you, Noelle Sama. My name is Beatrice. I'm an exorcist, but your speech moved me deeply. So, my sisters and I, along with my companions, have agreed to join the Dark Kingdom. As a token of our loyalty, we can provide you with information that will greatly benefit you. Noelle. Tell me, what kind of information could benefit us? Beatrice. I know this place and the secrets it contains. More than 50 meters deep there is a vault that was created by the Seraphim, including the new leader of heaven, and many years ago they brought something in secret. I know the location of the churches where illegal projects are carried out with children for their own purposes. Noelle. That's great, tempting information, we accept it, guide us to the place you're talking about. Beatrice accepted, and as they walked, cries of pain and pleas could be heard. Noelle and the others were standing in front of a white wall, but Beatrice approached and said a few words. Beatrice. Elohim is the father of all. It was a keyword and the wall split in two, and from there you could see a tunnel with writings. Everyone entered through the tunnel, and it took 2 minutes to reach the end, only to observe something incredible, because there were 9 cages made of sacred energy. Inside them were 9 girls with wings and others without them. Noelle observed the girls in every detail, but one caught her attention, so she approached her cage. Noelle. What's your name? I am Bethany, direct daughter of Elohim. Noelle. And what are you doing here? Bethany. My brothers betrayed us. They locked us up here out of fear. Noelle. Scared. Of what? Bethany. Our powers surpass those of the Seraphim and we draw closer to Father, but one day our powers spiraled out of control and since then they have feared us. They cornered us, but we tried to flee, but it was in vain as they surrounded us and we could not harm our brothers. They captured us and brought us here, where the priests have used us for their experiments. Noelle. I understand, but wouldn't you be interested in going out? The angels looked at her. Noelle. Where we come from, we don't mistreat anyone, we don't treat those with greater power than ours as monsters. On the contrary, we see them as saviors. With your great powers, you could be in the ranks of our Lord, the strongest seraphim that exist. Bethany, but. Noelle. They have no future here if they stay. This world may cease to exist, and because of the sins their brothers have been committing in recent years, it no longer has a chance to continue existing. Bethany and her sisters looked at each other and then made a very clear decision which would not only change everything, but also change the course of the entire world. Noelle approached and with an anti-magic dagger cut the light cages and the seal that kept them prisoner, and then from outside the Vatican, a great beam of light shot into the sky. People looked at that beam of light with some amazement and at the same time with fear, while in the sky Michael and his brothers became serious and went at full speed, but by the time they arrived a great explosion occurred, destroying the entire hill and the secret facility to pieces, leaving only fire. Noelle watched all this from a breach which led to her world, and after a while they went in, and the breach closed. Mortar. In Mortar, Issei observed his new soldiers being the imprisoned angels and gave his group a name. The 9 emeralds category 3. But on Issei's side, the balance tipped in his favor, while almost nothing from the supernatural side of DXD. But in addition to the 9 emeralds, Issei had to deal with certain guests that his unstoppable warriors brought from other parallel worlds. Issei, I welcome you to our ranks. Kirito the demonic swordsman god, Kirito the successor of Bill Chipper, now your title will be the god of Golden Doom, and Shido from Date A Live your title will be the god of infernal spirits. The three of them had suffered terrible betrayals. Hyoudou suffered one of the worst betrayals of his life. His director had achieved his goal of having his harem, but Rito, his sister, Yami, and the others were nothing more than boars seeking the director's heinous. He also got them all pregnant and betrayed them by Haruna, who could have chosen a different path with Rito, but instead chose him. As a result, Rito was no longer the same. He was cold to everyone and no longer spoke to his sister or the others. Even Lala's mother arrived, and Rito told her what had happened. She was angry, but when she was about to do something, Rito asked her to build a dimensional machine with the help of her people. Not long before, Issei had told Rito that the people from the planet Deviluk knew the original dimension and could take him there. Rito wanted revenge, and that's what he would get now that he was a god in Issei's service. Rito was in a similar situation, both in the game and in real life, because the one who made the game achieved his goal again, and this time those in the game were his slaves. The women in the game, both real and virtual, were the hex slaves of their new king and his assistants. Asuna, Suguha, Seinen, and the others were the same in the real world. Asuna no longer remembered Kirito, only her master. Kirito knew that they were still deep down resisting because he had taken their brains, and just like Rito, he had reached Issei, but with the help of one of the unstoppable warriors. Shido's betrayal wasn't from the girls themselves, but from others who, after he sealed their powers, would use the girls to grape them. He brought the girls with him to prevent others like him from suffering the same fate. Some of them didn't feel love for Shido, but rather affection. Kurumi, Taka, Miku, Natsumi, and Katori were now Issei's girlfriends. Issei named them the 5 evil spirits Category 3 warriors. And the boys were also Category 3, being very strong. Their objective was to seek revenge. Rito wanted to kill the director, but he needed soldiers, and it would take him a long time. Rito would use his powers to separate the part of the girls that still remains pure and conscious within them. Issei smiled happily as his strength increased more than expected. He had to make his move in the DXD dimension, and he would do it now. Season 2 Episode 2. Issei walked with a big smile on his face as he reached the school gates, only to see the girls from the kendo club waiting for him in the distance. This annoyed him, but it wasn't a big deal, since it was thanks to them and his idiot brothers who spread many false rumors about him, and now he had to keep dealing with it. But he was still grateful because otherwise he would never know who he really was. The kendo club was approaching him. Murayama. Hyoudou. You're not going to escape now. Issei. First, I'm not going to run away from something I didn't do, and to prove I had nothing to do with the theft of their underwear, why don't you search Mitsuda and Motohama's backpacks? Issei said as he left, leaving the girls surprised and the two nervous, who had heard everything, while the brunette had a smile upon hearing Mitsuda and Motohama's cries of pain. Issei. That's what happens to you for trying to use me as a scapegoat. Issei said, smiling as he walked down the hallways toward his classroom. Classes were normal, and during break, Issei sat under a tree eating an apple. He watched Mitsuda and Motohama, who were still running away from the girls after being caught spying on them. This brought a smile to Issei's face, as he used to go to great lengths to spy on them, but now that he could have any girl he wanted, why would he need to spy on them when he could be enjoying their bodies? Just then, he saw Sona and Tsubaki walking in the distance, talking about something. Issei. Haha, I'm more than eager to subdue them, but I won't do it yet. I'm going to play with their minds a little, After all, it has to be fun. Issei thought as he looked around, realizing that no one was there. He stood up and removed the spell, causing his hair to turn black and his eyes to become green. He stared at Sona, who was walking alongside Tsubaki. Tsubaki was distracted, reading some papers in her hand as she walked beside Sona, but she didn't notice that Sona had stopped walking. Her face was somewhat tense as she turned in one direction, only to see Issei standing in the shade of a tree, calmly eating an apple. What surprised her most was that Issei's hair was black and his eyes were green, which reminded her of the serpent in the sky of the underworld. Issei smiled sinisterly, which made Sona even more tense. Tsubaki. Is something wrong, President? Tsubaki asked, noticing that Sona wasn't walking. Sona looked at Tsubaki, then at Issei, only to see him calmly leaving. His hair and eyes were brown as he ate his apple, while Sona looked confused. Sona. Did I imagine it? Sona said hesitantly as she walked back towards Tsubaki, who only had a confused expression at her king's words, while Issei had a smile on his face as he thought. Issei. I wonder how long it will take the president to call me to the student council. Issei thought with a smile as he looked at the different students of the school, but in the distance he saw Kiba who was surrounded by girls trying to get his attention, but Kiba, feeling Issei's gaze, turned in his direction, only to find himself face to face with Issei, which made him frown slightly, which confused Issei, but he paid no attention and continued on his way while he thought. Issei. Kiba Hyoudou, you are an obstacle to my plan, so I will have to eliminate you. Greg. And how will you do that? since that boy has a piece inside him, so if you kill him, the king will know, exposing you. Issei. I know, that's why I'm not going to kill him at first. In fact, I'm going to try to frame him somehow, but I'll deal with that later. Greg. I see, changing the subject. Are you really going to infiltrate Sky City? Agrees, which must be under heavy guard. Issei. Yes, because I also want to have my own entourage. Greg. I see, well if that's the case it's because you've already chosen who will be your first piece, right? Issei. If it's someone from the Kendo Club, since you told me that if I mark a human her physique will change to that of a snake and she will become stronger every time she has Hex with her, since I plan to make one of them my knight once I steal some evil pieces in the city, I wonder how Akuja will react when he finds out. Greg. I see, it's a good idea to have more subordinates doing things that you're not involved in. Who are you going to mark now? Issei. I'm still going to decide. Issei thought as he walked, but stopped when he heard someone speaking to him. He turned around, surprised to see someone he never expected to take the initiative to talk to him. She had brown hair that reached her back and eyes of the same color, surprising Issei. Issei. Murayama-san? Issei asked, confused, as the girl stood in front of him, who had a surprised look on his face. Murayama. Hyoudou wanted to apologize for accusing you of stealing all the girls' underwear when it was actually Mitsuda and Motohama. Even though you're a pervert, I'm only apologizing because I accused you of something you didn't do, but that doesn't mean I like you. He said, making a somewhat annoyed face as he left, leaving Issei still surprised, while a sinister smile suddenly appeared on his face as he licked his lips. Issei. Haha, I didn't think Murayama had such a special body. Issei said with a smile, because when Murayama arrived at his side he smelled her scent, surprised to be able to detect that Murayama wasn't entirely human, or rather, she wasn't human, since Issei, upon smelling her scent, discovered something more than surprising. Issei. Who would have thought that Murayama is a descendant of Cthulhu, since the blood of that ancient being runs through her veins, but I wonder how she inherited it. Greg. Who knows, but I've heard that there are some rare instances where a human inherits the blood of an ancient being, even if their parents are human, but I've never heard of a human inheriting the blood of Cthulhu. But the amount of blood that girl has is so pure that it's a good incubator to increase your power, Issei, since she has the blood of an ancient being. It's going to take time for you to copy her power, so you're going to have a lot of Hex with her. Greg said this while Issei smiled, since he wouldn't mind having Hex, and besides, if he managed to copy the power of an ancient being, his strength would be higher, but Issei couldn't do it because Murayama hadn't awakened the bloodline. Issei. If I mark Murayama now, I won't gain any of that power. Greg. You will certainly only be able to mark her when she awakens her power, but it is likely that she will never do so. After all, she will not believe that she has the blood of an ancient being in her body. Issei. If that's true, and we don't even know the requirements to awaken it, TSK, so much power I can't take, what a waste. Well, I'm not complaining. If I discover how to awaken her timeline in the future, I'll mark it to obtain that power. Issei thought as he left, but out of nowhere they called him again, so he turned around only to see a boy who sent Issei knew instantly was a demon. Hyoudou-san, Kaicho wants to talk to you now. He said this while Issei was surprised to hear that, but he nodded as he followed the boy, while Issei smiled sinisterly. Issei. Hahaha, I didn't think Sona would call me so soon. She must think there's something strange about me, so she wants to clear up her doubts. Issei thought as he followed the boy to the student council room, but his smile vanished when he saw two more people inside. One was Hyoudou, and the other had short black hair and purple eyes. He also had a muscular build that Issei didn't recognize, and the other's aura was very strong. In the background, someone was wearing a mask, so Issei couldn't see their face. Issei knew they would come for him sooner or later, but he never expected to see Seryog again. Seryog was looking at him strangely. He sometimes looked at Issei with hatred, but this time he looked at him with regret. I brought it, Kaicho. Sona. Thank you Saji Hyoudou Issei right? Issei. Yes. Issei said this as he realized that Saji didn't leave the room, but instead closed the door, which made Issei frown as he could sense a certain hostility coming from the boys. Issei. May I ask why you summoned me, Kaicho? Sona. I just want to ask you a couple of questions. Sona spoke calmly as Issei nodded as if he didn't notice the great tension in the room. Issei was about to ask what Sona wanted to ask him, but he didn't say anything when he smelled a certain scent from the other side of the room, which was quite strong and left him worried. Issei. Am I in trouble? Issei asked in a somewhat cold tone of voice, causing the others to exchange glances as Sona asked. Sona. You don't mind the boys staying, do you? Issei. Of course not, since they must be here for a reason, right? Besides, I wouldn't want them to think badly of me. Issei said as Sona nodded, and the tension lessened a little, which made Issei more serious since it seemed that Sona was suspicious of him, so he tried his best to suppress his dragon and snake aura, as well as his divine power. Sona. Well, I wanted to ask you about the underwear that they say you stole. Sona said, while Issei feigned surprise while inwardly laughing, having realized what Sona was planning. Issei. Hahaha Kaicho, if you want me to betray myself through anger and release my aura, you'll have to try harder. Issei thought as he put his hand to the back of his neck and scratched it with some feigned nervousness as he said. Issei. Haha, well, something told me it was about that. Actually, I didn't steal it. It was Mitsuda and Motohama who stole it and left one of my belongings to frame me. Besides, I already sorted things out with the Kendo Club. Even Yurei-sama apologized. Issei said as Sona looked at Issei for a few seconds before nodding as she said. Sona. I see. Well, I guess it was a waste of time calling you, Hyoudou-san. Sona said calmly, while Issei was confused. Was she only doing that to try and expose him? There shouldn't be a trap, so Issei didn't let his guard down. Issei. I see. Well, if you have nothing else to ask, may I go? Sona. Sure, but before you go, could you tell me how many girls you've already called? Issei. What? Issei said, surprised, since that was too direct a question, as if they knew he was a dragon and the wielder of the eyes, since the boy stood up while unleashing a killing instinct, which worried him. Sona. Tell me, how long did you think you could hide it? From the moment we saw you, we knew it was you. Sona said as Issei tensed up. Had they already discovered him? How was that possible? He had been careful the whole time, and he was sure that when Sona saw his appearance she was confused, but it wasn't enough to accuse him. But now they had discovered him. Issei was about to prepare to escape, but he stopped instantly, realizing something, and said. Issei. Haha, 2 girls. Issei said this while Sona remained stunned, as did the others. Even the aura on the other side was surprised, since they had never expected that response. Issei. After all, 3D girls are easier to mark than 2D ones. Issei said with a smile as the others were surprised before they relaxed while Issei smiled because if he hadn't seen Sona's trap, saying that would have exposed his identity as he realized that the person on the other end was leaving, so Issei sighed in relief since well, he didn't want to kill them all yet. Sona. I see that's what Mitsuda and Motohama meant. Well, you can go. Sona said as Issei nodded and left the room while the others just sighed in relief. Kiba. It seems we were wrong. Saji. If that seems to be what you think, Seryog-sama. Seryog. Well, he seems very friendly, so I doubt he's the bearer. After all, every time the bearer awakens, he's very arrogant, but I don't think so, since he doesn't have that personality and wouldn't be capable of it. Maybe we hurt him a lot, but he would never fall into darkness. Seryog said as he turned to look at Sona, who had a very thoughtful face, which made Seryog worried. Seryog. Is something wrong, Sona? She asked hesitantly as everyone stared at her, pulling Sona out of her thoughts. Sona. Huh? Nothing important, I think you should go talk to Rias since you're visiting. Seryog. Yes, I will. He said as he left the room along with Kiba and the boy who was wearing the mask while Saji stayed behind. Sona. Saji, tell Tsubaki to go get the documents I asked for a few days ago. Saji. Hi. She said as she left, leaving Sona alone, who leaned back in her chair while sighing and looking at the ceiling. Sona. Did I imagine what I saw? Sona said, remembering when she saw Issei's appearance a few hours ago, so she sighed, shook her head, and picked up some papers on her desk. She began to read them as she stood up and went to a shelf next to the window, looking for some papers, but then someone knocked on the door, so Sona said. Sona. Go ahead. Sona said while still reading the papers on the shelf, still without seeing who had entered, when suddenly she stopped reading, having realized something. She couldn't sense the other person's presence in the room. So she frowned and turned to see Issei standing there, looking at her with a smile. Sona. Hyoudou? Sona asked, confused, as Issei, still smiling, snapped his fingers, causing the door to close, which surprised Sona. Issei. I must admit, you almost gave me away with that question, Sona. But did you think I wouldn't see through your intentions? Sister of Leviathan. Issei spoke as Sona opened her eyes in surprise. Issei's hair turned as black as the darkest night and his eyes became a deep green, causing Sona to tense up as she realized she hadn't been wrong. Hyoudou Issei was the true wielder of the snake eyes. And even worse, the wielder of the dragon eye. This left her more than surprised, but before Sona could do anything, Issei trapped her against the wall, grabbing her hands and placing them above her head. At the same time, a magic circle appeared on the ceiling, from which chains emerged, ensnaring Sona's hands. She tried to free herself, but realized she couldn't use her power. Sona. So I wasn't wrong, you really are the bearer. Issei. Heh, yes I am. Believe me, I was surprised when I sensed the aura from the other room, but I managed to maintain my composure. On the other hand, my desire to take you increased. Issei said, smiling in a most sinister way, surprising Sona, who became worried because she quickly realized that there was a large barrier around the entire room, and her sister had told her that the wielder could fake auras, so the others wouldn't suspect anything about her being trapped. Sona. Damn it, even if you take my power, it won't be enough to defend yourself against Sirzechs' Sama. Sona spoke with complete certainty as Issei rested his left hand on the wall next to Sona's face, who stared in utter surprise at the sight of a crimson gauntlet that she instantly recognized as the boosted gear. Sona. Impossible. Issei. It doesn't matter. After all, I only need to mark 10 girls, and my power will surpass offices. And if I mark more than 20, my power will be so high that with just a flick of my wrist, I could kill Great Red. But here's the trick. I can already kill those fake deities. I am the son of the mighty Azereth dragon that Sirzechs told you about. I am the supreme being who can destroy everything, but I need more power. I not only have those 2 Sona powers, but also the divine copy. I'm practically an arsenal of copied sacred gears, and it's all thanks to you. Issei said this while Sona was more than stunned to hear it, while Issei caressed her cheek, even with the boosted gear activated, while his hand slowly moved down to Sona's shirt, while with one finger he removed the first button of Sona's shirt, causing it to fall to the floor, while Sona gave a complicated look at that, while Issei did the same, removing all the buttons, so that Sona's shirt was left slightly open. Issei. What's wrong? Aren't you going to say something? Or do you want me to take you? He said this while Sona just glared at him with hatred, while Issei just smiled, since he knew that Sona was a virgin, so he planned to make her lose herself in pleasure. Issei. Open the demonic eye of total corruption you granted me, Snake Eyes. Issei said this while Sona became more than worried, while at the same time feeling her body become excited out of nowhere, almost making her moan if it weren't for the fact that she bit her lip to avoid letting out a moan. Lemon skipped. At the occult club. Several people could be seen chatting calmly while ignoring the fact that Sona was in trouble. Rias. Then they were wrong and Issei isn't the holder. Sekiryuutei. That seems to be the case, although given his personality I doubt he'll do anything to put himself in danger. Akeno. Although Sona seemed sure that it was the Giba. It's true, Kaicho said she saw something with Issei that linked him to the wielder. Sekiryuutei. Certainly, but that boy had no power. Rias. If that's correct. Sekiryuutei. He's someone with a pure soul, and I don't think he wants to get involved in something like this again, so it's best to leave it at that. Where did Sirzechs go? Rias. Oni-sama had to return to the underworld because he still has work to do. Sekiryuutei. I see. Well, I still have some time. How about we go for a walk after your classes are over? Rias. That's a good idea, that way I can relax a bit. We should invite Sona, since she must be under some pressure. Rias said, stopping as a magic circle appeared in her ear with the Gremory symbol. Rias. Yes, what's wrong, One-sama? Grayfia. Rias, it seems we're in luck. We've managed to figure out the direction the nun the Vatican sent to protect her from the recent attacks is heading. According to what we've discovered, it's likely she'll reach your territory, but we don't know when. We also don't know if she'll change direction, so you need to be on your guard. Rias. Hi. Rias said as the magic circle disappeared, telling him what Grayfia had told Sekiryuutei, who simply nodded. Sekiryuutei. I see. I suppose you should also let Sona-san know, right? Rias. Yes, but I'll do it later since she must be busy with student council stuff right now. Rias said with a calm smile, unaware that she had missed the only opportunity to save Sona from Issei's hands, who was not only going to mark her as his own, but the same fate awaited the entire Sitri entourage. Hyoudou clan. Subsoil at a depth of more than 600 meters. Kuoh could be seen reading documents, which he seemed interested in since they contained very valuable information. But suddenly he stopped reading upon hearing a woman's cry of pleasure, so he got up and went to a door where upon entering, he saw the bodies of women and girls from the Hyoudou clan or other factions, naked and unconscious, and semen was coming out of their vaginas, but particles of magic were going in only one direction. Kuoh. From what I can see, you've already improved quite a bit, my son, but there's still more to do. Akita was standing in front of him, dropping a naked and exhausted angel girl. Kuoh. With that power you have, it's enough for the moment, but I'd better give you this, a gift from that girl. Kuoh gave him a purple gem, and it was absorbed by Takeda, who increased his power more than expected. Kuoh. Get stronger, a war will break out very soon. So we must be prepared for everything. Special Yuki Rito. Well, this is the story of Rito. That boy who longed for a normal, loving life. But as with everything, something snatches that life away, and so it was that his entire harem, including his sister Mikan, was raped by the school principal, becoming nothing more than his hex slaves. Rito knew nothing of this, as the girls acted as usual, but one day a DVD arrived that said bad in harem. In the video, Mikan and Yami were wearing lingerie, and behind them was the principal. Rito watched as they surrendered to the director. Later he was kidnapped by the director and forced to watch as all the girls had hex with the director, or rather his copies, and all of them had a heart-shaped tattoo, signifying that they were pregnant, and when he thought that Hyoudou wouldn't join in, it was too late since she also had that mark. Rito was never the same again. He was cold, serious, and filled with resentment towards the girls and the principal for what he had done. This was noticed by some of the girls at the school and Lala's parents, as well as her own parents. Everyone noticed the change in his demeanor, as he would become terrified or rather give them hateful looks when he saw the girls. Rito locked himself in his room for more than 4 weeks accumulating trash, his eyes dull and lifeless. King Deviluk went to his house and used an artifact to view his memories, and when he did, he was horrified and filled with fury, as was his wife. When they were about to do something, Rito asked them not to do anything yet, since he had called a certain person a week ago to help him in this situation, as he knew him very well, and he kept his word. During the conversation, a portal appeared before them, and out of it emerged none other than the Calamity Queen, Ravel Phoenix. She wore a black dress with parts covered in black armor and red cracks, and a crown in the shape of a phoenix. Beside Ravel were Dark and Kuoh as her bodyguards, and behind them stood the king of all. IsseiOmniversalCaos, the eldest son of Azeroth. Issei knew what happened to Rito and really wanted to interfere, but a certain entity wouldn't allow him to do that. But he had already taken care of it. Now he could intervene in every world that goes through the same thing. Since King Deviluk didn't know them, Rito explained to everyone that Issei came from another universe called the Original Universe, which had beings ranging from Biblical to Greek, Indian, Egyptian, Aztec, Chinese, elves, fairies, Norse, vampires, and of course the most fearsome race, the dragons. It must be said that everyone was shocked, especially upon learning that Issei was a very powerful deity, which depressed King Deviluk, as he thought there was no one stronger than him, but he was wrong. Rito asked Issei for power in exchange for serving him and his mute, something his parents asked him to think carefully about his decision, but Rito told them that he had already thought about it and wanted to have a new life. Issei created a golden sphere and told Rito that the sphere contained all the power of a being called Bilchiper, and that Rito would now be a very powerful god. Rito accepted the power in exchange for serving Issei. Rito became a category 3 god below the Greek and Hindu gods. Issei gave him a sacred gear, feeling like a copy of the booster gear, but now black with a large gold one. King Deviluk was given a dragon-type sacred gear by Fafnir at 100% power, which made the king very happy. Issei asked the king and the others not to say anything about this, since it should be a special moment in which everything should be revealed. Issei told Rito that as a god he created some special things for him, and another crack was opened, and out of it came Selen, but a teenager and very beautiful and without the flower on her head. Then came Yami, Mecha, Hyoudou, Mikan, Momo, Nana, Lala and Katagawa, but each of them was different from the original, because they had hair of a different color, being black or even blue with black and black with red tips. Issei told Rito that they were copies of the originals, only without the memories they had lived through, and that they were strong, being lower-ranking category 4 women, but that didn't make them any less dangerous, especially since they possessed sacred gear and were the same as the booster gear. Rito got excited and thanked Issei, but Issei told him that a horrible training awaited him because he would be trained by Rash in Purgatory. Rito spent over 400 million years in Purgatory training hard until he became someone fearsome. Now he would protect what he loves most in the universe. Season 2 Episode 3. Just to clarify, Sona is older and 18 years old, and Tsubaki is 19. Several moans and sighs could be heard inside the student council room, where only 2 students were present. Hyoudou Issei and Sona Sitri, who was against the wall moaning. The reason? Lemon skipped. Sona. Issei sama. Sona whispered, making Issei look at her before smiling as he saw her trying to get up in that state after having a great orgasm that left her weak. He brought his face closer to Sona's and said. Issei. I hope you can last another round, Sona. He said this while kissing her in a dominant way, making Sona moan, since her body hadn't yet recovered and was still extremely sensitive to any touch. Besides, if Issei was going to keep having hex with her, she wasn't going to say anything to stop him. But Tsubaki didn't think the same way, since she knew that if Issei had hex with Sona again in that state, she would end up with a corrupted mind, which she couldn't allow. So she moved, trying to get Issei's attention, who turned around. Issei. Do you want something? Issei said as he walked away from Sona and approached Tsubaki, gently removing the tape from her mouth and allowing her to speak. Tsubaki. Please Issei-san, don't do it. If you continue having hex with Kaicho in that state, she'll end up completely corrupted. Tsubaki said, trying to change Issei's mind. Upon hearing this, he smiled. After all, he already knew that after marking Sona, she would be in a weakened state. It was her first time, and besides, he had brought her body to a state of extreme arousal. So, if he had hex with her again, her body would naturally remain highly sensitive and he would end up with his mind overwhelmed by pleasure. Issei knew he couldn't do that, but he also knew that when Tsubaki heard his words, she would try to change his mind. So he just smiled and said. Issei. Oh, and what's wrong with that? It would be very interesting to see Sona's corrupted face. Issei said, causing Tsubaki to look at him in surprise as her gaze dropped to Issei's erect hennis, which made her blush before she said. Tsubaki. So. Tsubaki said this as she moved her hands, which were still bound by chains, while she began to unbutton her shirt, revealing the tops of her breasts until her white bra was fully exposed to Issei's view, who simply smiled at the sight. Tsubaki. Issei-san, do whatever you want with me, but in return, let Kaicho recover. Tsubaki said as Issei smiled upon hearing it, taking Tsubaki's chin to make her look him in the eyes. Lemon skipped. Sona. Issei-sama, I hope you haven't forgotten about me. She whispered in Issei's ear, who simply smiled at Sona's words. He turned his face to look at her, only to see that Sona was looking at him with eyes full of desire. Issei groaned with pleasure as he felt Tsubaki suddenly begin to lick his hennis, while Sona started unbuttoning his shirt, kissing his neck, making Issei smile, since it seemed he would have some work to do. Issei. Of course I haven't forgotten about you, Sona, but later I want you to help me with something. Sona. Whatever you wish, Issei-sama. He said as he rested his head on Issei's shoulder, who smiled sinisterly as he said. Issei. I want you to help me set a trap for your sister. Issei said this while Sona and Tsubaki were surprised to hear Issei's words, but it didn't take a second before they smiled in the same way, since they knew that Issei could increase his power every time he subdued a woman, so if he subdued Serafo, his strength would be greater. Sona. It will be a pleasure to help you with that, Issei-sama. Sona said as Issei smiled, since he had planned to subdue the Mau Serafo Leviathan after having subdued the Sitri entourage and the Gremory entourage, while Tsubaki said ominously. Tsubaki. Issei-sama, how would you reward us if we hand over Lord Phoenix's second daughter? Tsubaki said as Issei looked at her in surprise, while Sona smiled upon hearing Tsubaki's words as she whispered in Issei's ear. Sona. That's right, Issei-sama, how would you reward us for handing over Lord Phoenix's daughter and my sister? She said as Issei smiled while activating his snake eyes and looking at them, causing both girls' bodies to become aroused, but then Sona turned to look towards the door for a few moments before smiling. Sona. Issei-sama, it seems that Momo-san is heading this way. Issei. Oh. Really? I suppose it would be impolite of me not to greet her. Issei said with a smile as the snake eyes glowed, because even though the 10 minutes where he could use the snake eyes without risk had ended, Issei wasn't worried at all. After all, it was thanks to Tsubaki that the snake eyes evolved to a new level. For those wondering, who is Luna? She's a girl who's on the same level as Caddis, and she was closer to Kiba, so she did things to get his attention, and Kiba already had his eye on her because of her lineage. Well, that's all for now. There's still a lot to publish and it might take a while, but it's better this way. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.